Good morning, good morning. Welcome to another episode of the TMI Show.
Not just another episode. This is episode number 50.
Big 50.
Yep.
It's the big 50.
Mm-hmm.
But reminder, we're still our show's still in its infancy, Ted. Big 50, but for a daily show, that's not.
Yeah, in podcast years, the podcast is still like a small, like, embryo.
Yeah.
It can still be legally aborted in southern states.
I was just gonna go there. I was just gonna go there. Jeez, same train of thought here. But yes, we could still be aborted at any point because it's such a new thing.
And we may be aborted if that could happen.
It could happen. Of course, TMI. You think it's too much information? We do bring you that, like just there right now. But it also stands for the Ted Manila Information Show. We talk about literally anything from news, politics, lifestyle, culture, gaming,
Yeah,
visas.
yes.
Visas.
Mm-hmm.
I brought up botany. Could be bird watching. Could be like Bigfoot. What else? What else, Ted? Could be anything.
Could be Sasquatch. Could be the Yeti.
It really could be.
Could be
I feel like
Loch Ness.
Same thing, no?
Yeah, I think they're kind of all big hairy dudes.
I would really like to do that one day.
Yeah, let's do it. We should do mythological creatures like the chupacabra.
That's a big thing in SoCal where I'm from. Like that is
I know.
Big thing.
The chupacabra episode of X-Files is one of my favorites.
Oh my God, I haven't thought about that forever. Anyway, as you can see, anything and everything goes on this show. We start off the show with some breaking news or whatever, whatever's the big news of the day. And then of course we go into our chat topic about whatever. So if you're looking for a straight-laced button-down news program, the show is not going to be for you. Warning, we do let F-bombs fly. They get dropped occasionally, maybe more than occasionally.
Gratuitously.
So please turn down your volume if you are at work and want to continue watching. It's all the stuff that you already knew you wanted to hear about, and then random stuff you never knew that you needed to know. We are live Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern, so please be sure to like and follow the show if you are watching on YouTube. I implore you, if you're watching and haven't hit the subscribe button, please do so. It's not going to hurt you. We're not going to spam you. It will help us tremendously, though, get to the point of monetization and we hit these milestones that YouTube imposes on everybody. And of course, our Rumble feed is there where you can hit that subscribe button to become a $5 or more or greater monthly subscriber. And of course the chat there is always spicy. So
true. Always.
So it's always spicy in that room. So today's show, the chat topic will be about H-1B visas again, but plot twist here.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be hearing the other side of this argument from India, which I feel like mainstream media
I'm super excited about this. I think it's super interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, like literally, I have not seen anybody else anywhere.
And no one's doing this.
Thanks. Big thanks to our producer.
It's literally
Robby.
like Elon Musk is like, oh, we want to, to be the best. We have to be able to hire from all over the world. Well, how does the whole rest of the world feel about having their best and brightest allegedly poached and dragged over to the States? And meanwhile, I guess they are suffering brain drain.
Well, and Vivek obviously making that argument, not this argument, but saying that there's a whole reason that, all the Indians are coming here. So why not hear from the other side? So literally no one else is talking about it. So very grateful for producer Robby coming up with that angle. Very interesting. We'll be talking to a tech guy, a game developer in India. So that will be super cool. With that, let's head over to some headlines. How about it? Boom.
President Biden said in a Washington Post op-ed on the eve of today's January 6th, 4th anniversary, that there's an unrelenting effort underway to write and even erase the history of that day. Biden wrote that efforts to explain the attack away as a protest that just got out of hand and to dismiss concerns about it as some kind of partisan obsession do not reflect what really happened. Violent insurrectionists attacked the Capitol, threatened the lives of elected officials, and assaulted brave law enforcement officers, he wrote. We should be proud, well, he wrote, we should be proud that our democracy withstood this assault, and we should be glad that we will not see such a shameful attack again this year. He added, well, it could happen. We don't know. It hasn't, we're not over yet. Who noted that Vice President Harris would on Monday preside over the certification of her opponent's victory in the November election. The president said the U.S. should commit to remembering January 6, 2021 every year. No, please no.
No. God, no.
Like, fuck no. To remember it as a day when our democracy was put to the test and prevailed, and to remember that democracy, even in America, is never guaranteed. Hey, Manila, knock, knock.
Who's there?
January 6th.
Okay, it's another day.
January 6th.
Nice.
You said you'd never forget. Anyway,
I thought that was 9/11.
I know, exactly. I'm trying to update it. Representatives for Trump did not immediately respond to Axios' request for comment, but I happened to look at President-elect's feed this morning on Truth Social, and without comment, he posted a giant photo of not of the rally that preceded the insurrection on January 6th. So just like of the crowd, without any kind of words attached to it. So okay. I don't know what to make of that. I mean, that's not knowing what to make. By the way, I want to slip in, since we're talking about the Washington Post obliquely, my colleague Ann Telnis, Pulitzer Prize winning second woman ever to win the Pulitzer as a cartoonist at the Washington Post since 2008, has resigned over the weekend. She had submitted a rough sketch of a cartoon depicting Jeff Bezos, the owner of the Washington Post, Dr. Pat Soon-Shiong, the owner of the billionaire owner of the LA Times, as well as the Mickey Mouse, the Disney Mickey Mouse character, and Zuckerberg, and one other tech bro, I forget who it was, basically kowtowing to Donald Trump and offering him money. And that was killed. I should say it was turned down. It wasn't killed. In the parlance of cartooning, if a cartoon is killed, it's already been greenlit and approved for publication, and then it's killed before it goes to press. This was a rough that wasn't approved, which is sort of the point of a rough sketch. And anyway, she felt that was a bridge too far for censorship, and so the world of editorial cartooning. But this is all over the place. It's in the New York Times. It's it's on NPR. It's all over the place. She's been not giving any comments. The David Shipley, who is a former editor at the New York Times, now her editor at the Washington Post, said that he only turned it down because it was redundant, because they had already run 2 op-eds on the same exact topic, and it was like, this is overkill. We shouldn't be covering the same topic over and over. However, I would point out that when Fred Hyatt, the editorial page editor at the Washington Post, died of a heart attack a few years ago, they published, and I have the links to prove it, the Washington Post published 15 obituaries of their editorial page editor. Jimmy Carter got like 2 or 3, okay? So redundancy doesn't seem to be a big problem over at the Washington Post. Just saying.
Yeah, that's something worth talking about in its own chat topic. Maybe bring in Scott again, and you guys can explain. I mean, I do think it's really sad that folks in your world of cartooning are, for one reason or another, just not having. You're de-jobbed. You've been
she de-jobbed herself, to be fair. She wasn't fired.
Yes.
She quit. Yes. It's a resignation on principle is what that was. And you can argue about whether the principle was valid or not, but anyway.
But I mean, they're obviously WAPO. Every mainstream outlet has their angle, right? I mean, the video we have on screen right now is from NBC. Excuse me, in the J6, select committee hearing when Liz Cheney was still there. She just received her medal also last week, right? Even though she witness tampered like the mob or whatever for this J6 thing.
She gay bashed her own sister.
That
I'm always going to say that.
Yeah, but you have like sibling rival. Yeah, so you know.
Sibling rivalry? What?
Ted's an only child, so he doesn't know.
Yeah, she gay bashed her own sister.
I'm not carrying water for Liz Cheney. I'm sorry. That's just wrong. I'm totally kidding. But Ted is an only child. I have a sibling and a couple step siblings. But yeah, in that instance, like it's wrong. But anyway, so my point is the video we're looking at about J6 is from NBC and the select committee hearing. And all you're ever going to see from NBC is like violent insurrectionist, red alert, right? Bear spray, clubs, an insurrection without any firearms of any sort. Whereas they conveniently leave out all the hundreds and thousands of hours of most of the people that went into the Capitol kind of just meandering, and literally old people taking photos, looking at the busts and reading them, in the rotunda.
Although in fairness, Manila, I mean, you're right. And by the way, is it HBO, I think, that has like the best, that I think it's called like 4 Hours at the Capitol. They have a documentary, I think, that gives you maybe the most clear view of what really happened. And it's like you said, I mean, you see, basically it's true that 99% of the crowd dispersed and did not go into the Capitol. Right. And it went, and then a small subset of people split off and went into the Capitol. It's also true that most of the people who went in just wandered around. But that's also true about, you could say, the Syrian rebels. Most of them who walked into Assad's palace were just walking around. I mean, that's sort of what revolutionaries do, right? I mean, French revolutionaries walked around.
Yeah, but Ted,
they weren't all looting.
What are they called? HRT, HMT, Hillary Rodham Clinton, HRC. What are they called again in Syria? I forget. Al Qaeda in Syria.
Yeah.
So those guys were actually armed. HR, what are they?
HTS.
HTS. That's it. That's it. I can't, with all of these acronyms, I don't know. So what we're seeing, yes, were there some violent people there? Absolutely. I'm not denying that. But my point is, the narrative coming from NBC is that this was the whole entire day, which was not true, just patently false. And, whoever, NBC, Universal, is that who owns? I can never remember who owns who anymore.
That's right.
So, that's their prerogative. They own it. And just unfortunately, like your friend, the Bezos owned WAPO,
everyone has their agenda. Yeah, that's true.
They have their thing. So this is NBC's prerogative, but never forget, according to Joe Biden, never forget, Ted.
I mean, honestly, who forgot? And I think we should probably pay attention to that, or more to the point, Democrats should probably pay attention to that. Voters. The voters didn't care. The voters were like, they didn't vote on this. They didn't. They were like,
right.
I think most, polls showed that most people viewed J6 as shameful, including a lot of Republicans. Yeah. But that said,
shocking.
There's you can have an opinion about something, but the question is, how much do you care about it compared to other issues? And it was low on people's list of issues. People cared about the economy. They cared about the border. They, Democrats cared about democracy. Those were the issues that people cared about, and they just did not think this mattered. And it's not the American way to wallow on one incident. Even 9/11, people, it faded. By 2008, Republicans were not able to coast on 9/11. It's like, we're done. It's not our culture in this country.
Nobody gives a shit that AOC was worried and had to scurry through the hall.
Right. Well,
she wasn't even there, as it turns out, physically in that region.
January 6th was a bad look, but it's like, okay,
bad luck.
But on the other hand, it is also true when you look at the video that not much was really stopping them, right? I mean, it's kind of like you see the park guys like pulling the barriers away so that they can get closer to the Capitol. You're like, okay, well, you're cooperating with these people. You can't really blame them for thinking that you kind of have their tacit permission. Anyway, we'll relitigate January 6th. Yeah. Hopefully never. Okay, so
but never forget.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will almost certainly resign today. Although he has not supposedly made a final decision, however, it's looking very likely and probable. Trudeau's departure will leave the party without a permanent head at a time when polls show Liberals will badly lose to the official opposition Conservatives in an election that has to be held by October. Sources told the Globe and Mail, that's the paper up there in Toronto, that they didn't know definitely when Trudeau will announce his plans to depart, but they think it'll happen before an emergency meeting of Liberal legislators coming up this Wednesday. It's unclear whether Trudeau will leave right away or if he'll stay on as PM until a new Liberal leader is selected. I'm going to guess he'll stick around because that's sort of like how he is. But it's it's compared to his father. This is a really
like an STD,
very humiliating
no matter how many
way to go. Manila, you are muted. You are mutified. You are not being heard with your voice. Say something.
But I wasn't. Test.
And I still don't hear you. Oh my God, it's your mic. You can yank it and use your computer mic if you have to. I was worried that this might happen. You gotta like ditch that mic. Manila, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I can keep reading the news while you fiddle with that. All right, I'm gonna keep try to say something. Oh, no, nothing, nada, nothing, got nothing. Don't hear anything. Can you yank the cord and just use the computer? Still don't hear you. Nothing. I don't hear you at all. Nope. No. I had a neighbor, Mrs. Grizel. Her name was Libby, right? Which really dates the story. And she had this really great accent. She would say, no. She was also...
Yes.
She one time she drank a little too much, and one time she drove into the garage, and right through the back of the garage there was a wall into the backyard. It was very exciting. There's a lot. We talked about it a lot. Still don't hear you.
Hold on, audience. Can you hear me?
Still don't hear you. Don't hear you. Don't hear you.
Robbie says that he can hear me. It's
nope,
you,
nothing.
Ted.
I don't hear you. Got nothing. Wait, Robbie hears you?
I hear you. I hear you loud and clear.
Now I don't hear you guys.
Did you mute the tab?
Robbie, can you hear me?
I hear you guys both now. Okay.
So yeah,
yep.
Robbie,
you're there.
That everyone could hear me.
Robbie saved the day from Montana, from snowy Montana. Weird. Although it's also snowy DC and it's also snowy New York right now.
I was going to ask if you guys are snowing.
I'm looking at workmen.
The audience says
outside.
they can hear me. All right. It was just Ted.
Wait. Yep. All right. Well,
you got on those husband headphones, Ted.
What do you mean husband headphones?
So you just like don't hear your radio wife.
Oh, I see what you're saying. All right. Well, okay.
And like you've been a husband. You guys just don't hear wives. It's true.
Well,
this is true.
It's not that you can't hear. It's that you don't want to hear. All right. Let's move on. President Biden.
I'm gonna leave Robbie in there. Why not?
Leave Robbie in there. President
wait,
Biden.
unless you're doing something, Robbie.
All right.
I'm working, but I can do this.
Okay.
Okay, you're working. I'm going to remove you.
President Biden bestowed Democratic mega donor George Soros with the Presidential Medal of Freedom, outraging right-wing critics who ripped the selection as a national disgrace. Soros, 94 years old, is among 19 people chosen to receive the nation's highest civilian honor at the White House, a group that included Bono from U2, Denzel Washington, the actor, and Hillary Clinton. George Soros spent millions of dollars electing soft-on-crime politicians that let criminals wreak havoc in our major cities, Montana Senator Tim Sheehy told the New York Post. Hillary Clinton abandoned our Navy SEALs in Libya. Joe Biden's decision to give Hillary Clinton and George Soros the Presidential Medal of Freedom is a national disgrace, he added. Soros was not on hand to receive the award in person, but the honor was accepted on his behalf by his son and political heir, Alex Soros. Soros, who's worth more than $7 billion, has spent decades financing liberal causes like defund the police and groups like Black Lives Matter. The Hungarian-born hedge fund billionaire gave more than $175 million to Democrats during the midterms 2 years ago, according to the FEC. In 2024, he funneled another $60 million for House and Senate Democrats and other liberal causes through his Democracy PAC. In 2020, he put up more than $200 million to, quote-unquote, dismantle systemic racism. Well, it's been 4 years. We still got systemic racism. Maybe it's going to cost $300 million to do that. Other award recipients included primatologist Jane Goodall. I'm surprised she's even still alive. Fashion mogul Ralph Lauren. Also surprised that he's still alive. Soccer star Lionel Messi. Along with actors Michael J. Fox and Denzel Washington, NBA legend Magic Johnson, and Vogue's, this is the most weird one to me, Vogue's editor-in-chief, Anna Wintour.
Denzel looks good.
He does look good, but Anna Wintour, really?
Why?
Anna Wintour, why? I don't know.
This is the first time I've seen her without her glasses. Her big, okay.
I cannot look at her without thinking of Meryl Streep in The Devil Wears Prada. To me, they're the same exact person.
Oh, there's Jane Goodall. God bless Jane Goodall.
Jane Goodall looks great.
She looks great. She's like 110. So here's Hillary Clinton getting it.
However, I kind of feel bad for the primates. Like, she couldn't have done this without them. How come they're not getting they're not getting a medal?
They got cases and cases of bananas, Ted. Hillary Clinton, I'll say, is having a good hair day. But outside of that, I mean, really, she's getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Like,
she's wearing one of those. She's wearing one of her Dr. Evil outfits from the election.
Well, she's what, mid-70s. I mean, it's an appropriate outfit, I would say. But I mean, we all know. I don't need to even get into why this is just shocking that she's getting this. I mean, the audience knows. Like, really, Hillary Clinton? Like, I have no problem. Well, I don't know about Bill Nye, the so-called science guy. Zero problems with Dr. Jane Goodall. Yes, like, she's earned it.
Well, although, what is the point
Johnson?
Of this? The presidential, the Medal of Freedom. Like, doesn't it seem to me like that's about people who promote
freedom?
Freedom. And Jane Goodall is highly accomplished, but I don't know that she's done anything to work on that. Ralph Lauren certainly hasn't. Neither has Denzel Washington or Michael J. Fox.
Or like Jose Andres here. It's the bearded guy.
I would say Magic Johnson has, because,
he's worked on AIDS stuff and really, as a businessman, has helped expand like jobs and stuff in the hood in Los Angeles.
That's true. That used to be that was for a long time. I lived right up on the border of Harlem, and the Magic Johnson movie theater here in New York.
He did that there too?
That's and it's right. That was my local theater. I used to walk down the hill and see movies there all the time when I lived right on the border.
Yeah, he brought his because he's a co-owner, I think, of like LA Fitness or something like that, the gym empire, or maybe he just franchises them. I don't know, but he brought gyms to what was once considered, where you saw Boys in the Hood, right, in that movie, in areas like that. He's brought, health and fitness stuff to that area. I think he owns a couple Starbucks franchises, and I mean, for all the arguments that can be made against Starbucks or gentrification, I have a lot of negative things I can say about gentrification, but there are also good parts to it. Magic Johnson has actually helped gentrify and de-hood the hood in parts of like Ladera Heights in Los Angeles and South Central. He's bought up businesses and brought them back to life, and has literally brought jobs to like South Central LA. So, good on Magic Johnson, and staying in Los Angeles, right? Where, he's obviously a Lakers great. So, hits close to home for me. These other people, I don't know. Jose Andres, he's a restaurateur.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I think these medals are basically like, these are for my homies, people who we like. That's who gets it, right? I mean, that's always.
Who was going to give Hillary Clinton one if it wasn't Joe Biden on the way out?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, she is. I mean, I'm not to say that she's the devil. I'm not going to not say she's the devil. Anyway, when the deadly 2017 Grenfell Tower blaze in London, God, it seems like that was not that long ago, led to revelations that high-rise public housing buildings across Great Britain were wrapped in flammable cladding. The UK government vowed the building contractors who were responsible would pay. 7 years later, contractors who did install those cladding panels that didn't meet fire safety standards when installed have now pretty much gotten away without, paying, according to Reuters. Cladding is a skin of insulating materials applied to the walls of a new or old building in order to improve its thermal performance. To quickly tackle the problem, the British government put up a lot of the money to allow the replacement of flammable cladding on subsidized public housing, also known as like council housing, right, in the UK. Then, to recoup the taxpayer money spent, the housing ministry said that it would work with the owners of the buildings to encourage legal claims against the contractors who installed that shitty cladding. Under UK law, the owner of a property that's been refurbished in a way that doesn't quite meet building regulations in place at the time can sue the contractors and the designers, and in some cases the manufacturers of the materials used for the costs of, fixing it. But apparently that just hasn't happened.
Yeah, but also no one gets to go to jail. No one goes to prison, Ted, because why would they? It's just like the financial crisis here. Like, why, the housing and financial crisis, all the big wigs, they don't ever get to go to prison.
The big fish always splash away. They do bye-bye, swish, fish.
That's like Keir Starmer, Labor Party, he's now in power, should be holding these people to account, but no. So there you go. I mean, what else can you say about this? It's the same. It's very sad. Like, this is, I guess this is like their version of public housing, or like the projects, as we would call it here.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right.
Well,
I mean, I'm going to say, look, the important part, seriously, I mean, as far as public safety goes there in the UK, the problem did get fixed, right? I mean, they replaced the shitty cladding. That's what matters. No, basically, this story is really just about who's held accountable for it under UK law. And, basically, the government ended up footing the bill and not getting compensated by the people responsible.
Right. And
I mean, at least it got
done.
At least
72 people died. 72 people died because of the shitty stuff that they used to erect this thing. And why didn't the UK government know from the jump that the building company used
cladding is problematic, Manila. I mean, I'm actually I've always been interested in architectural disasters. So I don't know if you've ever been to the Guggenheim. Have you been to the Guggenheim Museum here in New York?
Yes.
So it looks kind of like a giant spiral parking garage, kind of.
Yes.
Right.
I like it, the swirliness.
It's a swirly, yeah. And one of the things I like about that museum is you can take the elevator to the top, and then you can just walk down. So it's downhill all the way.
Yeah.
And you see everything. Anyway, the point is, originally that museum was it's white now, but originally Frank Lloyd Wright, who was notorious for making architectural design mistakes, had it clad with red marble instead. It was all covered with red marble. Now, the thing about marble is, one of its defining characteristics is it's heavy.
Heavy.
And the pieces started falling off and nearly killing people. So they had to strip it all off and take them all down and crack and trash all this expensive Italian marble. Sorry. So it was a really dumb idea. But, anyway, these things can happen.
Design and, putting it into action are two different things. But when you're talking about government housing, this is government housing. They were responsible for this. So ultimately, Parliament and whoever was sitting in 10 Downing, I can't remember at this point, whoever was sitting in 10 Downing Street at that time for their 5 minutes as prime minister, the buck stops with them. This is public housing, not
apparently the buck stopped with the UK taxpayer in this case. Anyway, the first congestion, this one I could just do an hour on, I promise we won't. The first congestion pricing plan in the United States has gone into effect as of yesterday. with drivers heading to lower Manhattan, basically Manhattan south of 60th Street, paying $9 during peak hours, $2 and change during off-peak hours. The program, which is called Congestion Pricing Relief Program, is meant to reduce gridlocked traffic in lower Manhattan and encourage the use of public transit. This was originally proposed by former Mayor Mike Bloomberg.
You could be lit on fire.
Yeah, exactly. In 2007, the pricing zone extends from the bottom of Central Park to the southern tip of Manhattan, where the ferries are, with the charge dropping by 75% overnight. City officials claim the toll will raise $500 million in revenue annually over the first 3 years, which, here's the part that makes me laugh, they say will be reinvested in public transportation infrastructure. And the number of New Yorkers who believe that is exactly zero. Manhattan is one of the most densely populated counties in the United States. Average taxi speeds in Midtown are now below 5 miles an hour as of early last year. One analyst pegged New York City as the world's most congested metro area, with drivers losing 101 hours due to traffic delays each and every year. So people are really, I would say some people are obviously in favor of this, but I think the politics of it were most New Yorkers don't own cars, so they're not going to care that drivers get soaked. However, a lot of New Yorkers ride taxis and Uber and Lyft, and there's going to be a surcharge for all of those rides in addition to that. And maybe most worrisome are the fired FDNY members who often rely on their own cars to lug 85 pounds of equipment. Most of them live in the outer boroughs like Brooklyn and Queens and Staten Island. And they lug these 85-pound, equipment stuff. They can't take that on the bus or on the subway. And they're going to leave their cars at home, according to the union, and they're not getting any kind of exemption for this. So basically, there's a concern that there will be a hard time responding to fires, particularly in lower Manhattan, because there just won't be enough personnel to do this. I think this was very poorly thought out. I'm very against it. Full transparency, I do own a car, but I live north of 60th Street. So I can avoid the quarantine zone. But I think what's going to happen, what I hate about it is that it's regressive. And basically it's telling rich people are just going to pay. And then presumably some poorer drivers will just not go into lower Manhattan. So it just lets rich people move around faster.
Yes, totally.
And also it's going to, and New Yorkers are savvy people. They're going to park north of 60th Street, and all those areas, it's just going to relocate the congestion further uptown. That's all that's going to happen.
Yeah, I have a similar complaint about HOV pricing here with the HOV lanes. Mm-hmm. It's same thing.
Like heading out to Virginia during rush hour, and they have digital signs on the highway, right? So if you want to get over to the fast express lanes,
it can go up to $27 because there's sensors on the freeways here, and they know more or less.
They have algorithms.
How many cars are on the road. So if they know that the freeways are totally bumper to bumper, then the HOV lanes tick up in price. And I've watched it happen, like where I hopped on because it says $6. I'm like, okay, I would rather, save an hour of my life for $6. And while I'm riding, it says, to get to this exit, now it's $27.
Does that mean that if you're in the middle of your drive, that your cost goes up?
Yes, you need to exit.
Oh, really? You're not allowed. You're not like grandfathered in because you already got on?
No, you need to exit because the price has now just changed on your ass while
That's so dystopian.
Yeah. So I've watched it happen. So you need to get out, and it's just really bad. And again, it's
so classist.
It serves the rich people who can afford to pay $30 to drive
Save
in the
a few
HOV.
minutes.
Right, to drive on the HOV for the next 20 exits so they can get home to be with their families, because their families are more important than middle class families and working class families. But,
I hate this. I mean, I'm all for encouraging. Also, here's the thing. It's like you're taking the money before you improve the mass transit system. You're not giving people a choice. You're not saying, oh, like we're going to put all this money into mass transit and make it awesome. and then you're going to have this option. No, we still have the transit system. I mean, look, it's New York City. We have one of the most extensive mass transit systems in the country, far more than most other cities. And there's a lot right about it. But, there's a lot wrong about it too, with the homeless people and the danger, how dangerous it is, how dirty it is. The other day, I went to sit down and people stopped me because there was a turd on the seat. So like, it's like that. Okay.
And if you doze off, there's a chance you might get lit on fire, Ted.
God forbid, believe me, I wouldn't be able to doze off on the subway. It is terrifying. There's so many homeless people, so many deranged people
Agreed.
with schizophrenia. I mean, believe me, I'm alert. It's like 5 cups
your
of
wits
coffee.
About you.
Yeah,
totally. Yeah. All right, let's leave that right there and get to our main topic. I'm going to go ahead and change gears here.
So we've been talking, as everybody knows, about the H-1B visa controversy here on the TMI Show and how it might be affecting tech workers here in the United States, where the H-1B program has prompted a 5% decline in computer science majors. People are like looking at that and they're like, I don't know, I can't compete with these H-1B visa people because they're going to earn less than me, so I'm going to get out of this. Today, we're flipping the script to consider the issue from the other side. India, which supplies the vast majority of H-1B visa workers to the United States. Indian tech sector leaders are worried that the program is poaching some of their best coders and developers, creating a neo-imperialist brain drain from India and other tech centers. Joining us, we have VK Samit. He's the founder of Born Monkey. That's a game development studio in India. He's produced more than 24 mobile games, and he's currently working on a new horror game called Occult Chambers. VK, thanks for joining us here on the TMI Show.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, let's show the audience a little bit of the trailers of the stuff that you work on, your new one, if that's okay.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
All right, let's take a look right here. I'm going to put this up on the screen. All right, so this one is for 17 and over. Walk us through that. What type of game is this?
So this is a action horror game set in India. So it explores a lot of, very untouched aspects of the Indian mythology. For example, the Aghoris. Yeah, Indian mythology. The Aghoris, the rituals around these Aghoris, the dark occult activities. So these kind of aspects that are, not that heavily explored, or even the mainstream Indians kind of shun away from to deal with. So we are delving into these these topics that are both so there's a right way to talk to the god, and there is the other way to talk to the god. So Aghoris go the left side of the road. So that is the aspect that we are trying to showcase in this game. It's still that at the end of the day, they're trying to do the right thing, but their ways to deal with stuff is very different. That is the core themes of this game. And we have Dhruv, who is the main protagonist, who is trying to find his father, who has become an Aghori and is involved in great deal of weird stuff. Yeah,
the graphics are beautiful from what I've seen, what producer Robby has shared with us. So you've done a masterful job. So speaking of that, we obviously, you've heard here in the US, there's been major talk about all these H-1B visas and how the vast majority of them coming from the tech sector are coming from India. But we've only heard the American side of this saying, oh, they're taking American jobs, blah, 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 blah. What does it look like on the other side in India where, well, if we're taking supposedly India's best and brightest, where does that leave India?
Yeah, I mean, this has been a major problem since the beginning of IITs, right? Like when IITs were The IITs are Indian Institute of Technology. These are institutions that were set up by the government to educate and increase, computer science or like overall technology graduates. But instead of helping India itself, a majority of them would leave the country. And that has been the pattern from when it started 60 years ago, 60 odd years ago. And we've still, the major choice, the majority of the choice for these, brightest minds from India, usually the number one choice would be the US. They preferred, considering the cost of living, considering the wages they could earn in these countries, the lifestyle that it offers. This has been a very and I would say attractive career style or opportunities for them. So this has been like that forever, and this has only gotten worse in the last 10 years, where the new government came in. A lot of taxation has increased drastically, where GST is close to 18% to 28% on different items. We're talking about direct taxation on items that you buy and everything. So this is quite high compared to the fact that you also have to pay a 30% tax, 30 plus based on your salary. So it kind of feels like, at least the smartest people in India, it kind of feels like, hey, why don't you just leave the country? So there's no an incentive for them to stay in the country where they're paying so much, and the healthcare system or the education system is not offering much in return.
I see. So you're saying that, especially since Modi has been in power, that he has disincentivized the tech sector, the educated people in India, disincentivized them from staying.
Yeah, I mean, the pattern is that obviously they would like to say otherwise. They would just say the graph is just following the curve. But they need to address the fact that the taxation has massively increased on the middle class and people who are actually working in the tech space. So this has not been very incentive for people to stick around, and that has been very challenging for studios or like tech sectors in India. So they have to offer a lot more than and they have to compete with the tech sectors from the US. So it's a hard line to walk through, and also attract people from the country, like the best talent. So it often ends up with in a loop of trying to attract talent but not able to produce a good product, and then trying to attract. It's just trying to catch up, and it just never happens because we are unable to sustain this good talent within the country for many reasons.
It prevents growth, you would say, in tech sector in India?
Yeah, regardless of the cycle, there has been great growth in the last 10 years for sure. But I would say the acceleration at which it would have happened has always been, decreased. So like we would have been maybe 5 more years ahead if the brain drain was not this bad. We could have been closer to how China is right now, maybe 5 years behind them, but still at a significant improved state. But it has slowed down, and the incentive to stay in the country has been reduced. Every year when the new budget comes, when the new taxations are announced,
sure,
people are outraged, and the US companies, having this H1B and whatnot, like the US laws are also not helping. That they're just attracting more and more talent. So it's just very difficult for the Indian ecosystem to like sustain this.
VK, one of the pushbacks I've read about when I was researching for today's show was that the numbers of H-1B visas that are issued by the United States is not that big. It's about 85,000 a year is capped. They're not all coming from India. About 60% of them are coming from India for sure, but they're not. And then at the same time, by some studies, the number of computer science majors is up about 15%, according to studies, because in India because of this. So is it possible that maybe the H-1B program does take away a certain number of bright Indian coders and developers, but also because it's encouraging more Indians to go into the sector, that in the end it's not necessarily a net negative?
Yeah, there is definitely a positive side here for sure. Like Hyderabad and Bangalore, both big cities in the south of India, have massive tech hubs, which are massive service providers for the US and the rest of the world. So there is an upside where there is a strong ecosystem of service industry set up that is built here in India, is able to sustain the talent because there is now an opportunity, or they entered the field thinking that they would be in US or UK, but they've at least entered into the field because of that promise, right? So there is a positive angle to look at where there's massive encouragement of or incentive to enter the industry. Whether they get into the US, UK, or these countries is secondary, but now we have this influx of great talent regardless. So I would say there is a good positive side of increased talent for sure. Like the number of people entering IT is way higher if it was not the case. If you wanted to think about it that way.
Sorry, producer Robby has joined the chat because we're talking.
Hello.
You're specifically a game developer. Are you seeing VK? Is there any differentiation in who is being? We'll call it poached for all intents and purposes. Poached from India. Are you seeing differences in specific jobs relevant to the tech sector? Some more, so because people always say, U.S. jobs are outsourced to all the Indians, the call centers, blah blah blah. There's all those tropes, but here, this is the other side of the argument: is the brain drain.
Yeah, there's definitely for example, in video game industry, we have a lot of art being outsourced to India. That is true in the sense that we have great artists, 3D artists, 2D artists, sculpting artists that are working for the AAA companies. We have Ubisoft in Pune and Mumbai. We have EA in Hyderabad. We have Krafton, which is a big, massive Korean company behind PUBG in Bangalore. So we have these big bases set in India that are definitely providing these services to the respective countries right here sitting in India, but they are encourage, or they are provided the infrastructure, the funding from their parent companies that are sitting outside India. So there's definitely a certain amount of that aspect where India is servicing people. That is still true, but at the same time, a lot of video game professionals here in India are not satisfied with the growth of the industry itself, because to grow you need certain amount of expertise in the industry. If there is a lot of high skilled employees, high skilled workers in India, that would mean we would be able to make higher quality products, or like hardcore games, or like mid-core games. But that is not happening because the brain drain happens. So we are left with opportunities where we could make only casual games, and that in turn is not great for incoming developers who want to work on these bigger things. So there is an infinite cycle of not having great products out there because we are left with not so high skilled employees. And then this continues in such a way that anytime a studio produces high quality employees, high quality professionals, they are looking at Indian studios as a stepping stone so that they can get into these AAA studios.
VK,
so they would work. Yeah.
How do you? I mean, how many of these 80 of these, let's say, roughly 60,000 Indian tech workers who come to the United States How many do you guys get back? I mean, they lose their visas if their company is finished with them or goes out of business or cuts them loose for whatever reason. They have to go back home, right? I mean, do you get them back?
Yeah, so few of my friends here in Hyderabad are people who came back after the visa expired or whatnot, right? Like a bunch of them are still working on contract. A bunch of them have lost their jobs. Even if they come back, there is some sort of arrangement there where they could still keep working with the game studio or with the tech company. They do come back for sure, because the system is set up that way. But they also move to other countries as well. So that is another pattern that we see.
How do you, I mean, when you talk to the people who did this, I mean, there's a sense here, one of the criticisms has been that it's like indentured servitude. They come to the United States, they can't complain very much about, like, say, poor treatment, long hours, low pay, or whatever, because if their boss doesn't like them, they're gone, right? So is that a reflection of reality, or when they come back, are they like, no, it was what's their report of, did they feel like they were not able to pressure their bosses for a raise or whatever? Do they feel like indentured servants or not?
I would say that was, at least from folks that I've talked to, my close friends and whatnot, it was always that these people worked on some of the bigger titles like AAA games and big studios. So their experience might not be the same for everyone, but they had fairly, clean and decent work culture in their companies. Mm-hmm. They were more than happy to work on these titles, shipping these titles. They had great pride in working with the rest of the industry. For sure, there could have been certain amount of fear that they might not be able to push their promotions or ask for a raise when they wanted to, considering they might be sent back a few months later to India and whatnot. So there will be few situations where they might have felt weak, but most of their experience has been that it has been great working with these AAA developers, these AAA studios, and they were never genuinely exploited, if that is the word we are looking for.
Yeah.
Few of them also had
it's a relative term. It's a relative term, right, VK? So, depending on how you're used to being treated wherever you're from, coming to the U.S. where there are labor laws, so it's a relative, conversation to each individual person. And with that, because it's relative, especially because the mostly, let's just say young men, because mostly it's young men. Let's face it, right? And they come to the U.S., they make U.S. dollars, even though they could be earning more, but that's, as compared to some American worker in the same job position, but that's a different conversation, right? But the money that they do earn is in U.S. dollars. And we have to imagine, because I'm Asian too, and I understand the culture, right? There's a great deal of remittances that go back to mom or dad or grandma and grandpa family. You got to consider that's got to be a boon for those young men, though, right? Which is incentivizing them to come to the U.S.
Yeah, definitely. The amount of money even the juniors make in video game industry is quite sizable compared to what we pay here, considering the lifestyle and the money that we make ourselves as studios. So that is marginally different. We are looking at massive, difference in dollars, where they could afford to buy a house here in India and still keep their job. And that is a pattern that we've seen a lot with my friends, where they've paid off their student debts, whatever it was, that were there here in India. And there are instances where they are permanently stuck in US as well because of their student debt. So it's the coin has two sides. So there has been people who are who accepted offers just so that they could at least pay a portion of their student debt, right? There's definitely few friends who accepted jobs which other people from other countries would have got paid higher for the same position. They definitely had accepted these jobs just so that they can get out of college and have a real job in the industry. Especially video game industry being so hard to break in, they definitely are pressured into taking low paying entry level jobs in the industry.
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Finish your thought there, VK, and I'll jump in. So what my question is, and y'all, for full disclosure, as y'all know, I am a gaming content creator. I stream on YouTube and on Rumble. And on last Thursday, I was actually able to do a test play of the Occult Chambers game. If you like horror, it's a great game. Dark as hell. I got lost. VK comes to the chat, says, "Hey, you're lost. You're going the wrong way." It was great. But now what my question is especially here in the West with Western gamers, there is a big perception that the AAA studios, they're too afraid to make games that are controversial or edgy.
Hold on, for non-gamers, is AAA studios like these big ones like
that's
EA
the big boys. That's the big boys. So, yeah. So if you're not a gamer, think Tesla, Ford Motors, the big boys. That's the AAA studios. And a lot of them, what they're doing is that they're kind of they're making games that are more made around having to go to a game store, have to buy items, buy what they call microtransactions, buy little perks that kind of help you get through, or they just come out with a game that's very preachy, kind of like Dragon Age: The Veilguard. I thought the gameplay was sucked. The gameplay was fun. The story sucked, at least in my opinion. And so a lot of Western gamers, they are going to Asian studios or small independent ones like Born Monkey, which is why I first met VK in the first place. Great guy, great company. How are Asian games how are y'all attracting the Western audience? Is it because of the backlash against political correctness, or are y'all just making better games?
I mean, at this point, it's more about, fresh content, I feel. There's been a lot of video games that were set in Europe, a bit more in terms of numbers in US. So we have games that have explored their own cultures. The reason why Assassin's Creed as a franchise works is they keep changing the setting, but even they have lost their way with the new games. What's happening here is at least the new gen gamers, or like people who are tired of these old mechanics that have not changed at all for a while. They want to have new experiences, not just a reskin of whatever they previously bought. So they're looking for fresh experiences. I've seen Indonesian horror done well recently. I talked to a publisher. He said that there was an Indonesian horror game that they made. It sold very well in Indonesia and then also a bit more in Europe. So I feel like people are looking for fresh experiences and definitely games that are just trying to be video games, right? Like they're not trying to be a moral police or trying to teach you what's right or wrong and just be entertaining. So games recently from Asia, I mean, this 2024 has been a great year for Asian games, like from Stellar Blade to Wukong from China. That they've done great games that have redefined what video games were supposed to be, right? Like the good old video games, just trying to entertain the gamers, not trying to teach you something. I mean, there is a place and time within the game where you teach someone something, but the entire game's point is necessarily not supposed to be revenge is bad or something like that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, I like, and for people who aren't gamers, sorry, I'm going to bore you a little bit, but I like what's called an open sandbox game where I can go in, I can explore, where I get to make the decision. And it seems more and more Western gaming companies, they are trying to pigeonhole you, like you have to go a certain way, your character has to act a certain way or you get punished. I don't like that. That's one of the reasons I like Baldur's Gate 3 so much. If I want to be a genocidal maniac, I can do this. And that's one of the reasons I
You
really
could just join the IDF.
Hey, why not?
So So this, like, let me throw this at you two gamers, because I think I'm speaking for me and Ted. I think neither Ted or I are gamers, but
Right.
Is the gaming space becoming overly politically correct in the
Oh yeah.
West?
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh.
So what was happening to movies, at least Hollywood? We've been getting lately a lot of movies that are not greatly being appreciated by the wide audience, but still they're being made. Uh, just like that, when I feel like when a medium becomes very successful, it attracts the wrong parties. Like the wrong people get attracted to these industries, and they start to push in their agendas, and then eventually it just loses its touch. What's happening right now is before, like at least 2010, 2015s were about what would gamers like, how would we make more sales by giving them what they want. Now it has been like, how do we make these gamers understand our agendas? How do we make sure
Like woke,
we get
mostly?
yeah, that is one problem there. Yes.
Oh,
So
so
that's one of the
like
reasons why. Oh, go ahead, Manila.
Cartoon big boobs and stuff, or not cartoon, gaming, like in gamings, the artwork, the big boobs and gratuitous sexual innuendo is no longer accepted, I guess, in Western game
Yep.
world.
Yeah. So there's always been a set of games that have done this hyper sexualization of the characters, right? Like always been a set of games that have done that, and they have attracted a certain set of audience. So that has always stayed in gaming. But there was the rest of the game where there were beautiful characters, not overly done. We still had great looking, main characters. We still had, stories being told that were universal rather than, putting a certain demographic in the center. So we had games like that, and now we have games like Forspoken, or like games like Dragon Age Railguard, where they are literally telling to the player through like very simple dialogues that this character is oriented this way, this character has this identity. So it has become very very much like breaking the fourth wall and telling, hey, listen to my agendas that I have. uh, it's too transparent at this point that we can tell that you're preaching to us. So I mean, for example, I see Brooklyn Nine-Nine. That's a show I'm pretty sure you guys know.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, that is a show that has done, diversity very well. Like, all the characters, there were a bunch of characters that were very, sexually oriented very differently, but they pulled off these characters very well. So there's a certain way to, tell stories. There's a certain way to have diversity, but they're going about it in the wrong way. And they're holding on to all the wrong things and turning off players.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad. Like, for example, if you ever watch any of the old, played any of the old Resident Evil games, like Resident Evil 4 or something, Ada Wong is a great example. She's an Asian and very pretty, very sassy, very smart, and very much against the submissive Asian female trope. I mean, she is kind of like an anti-hero. Nowadays, a lot of pushback against her, saying, well, she's too sexy, she's too smart, she's too dangerous. And it's just like, stay in your lane. That's why, and again, I'm a content creator. I don't work for Born Monkey. I have never talked to VK before now, no, on a chat. I don't work for this man, but I 100% support him because independent studios are making a good quality game. And if you're a gamer, you got to support them with your dollars. I mean, that's it. If you want crap games, keep buying your BioWare games.
I'm not a gamer, but I do, when I see them visually, I'm not offended by cartoon boobs, so so I'm not bothered by that. But when I don't play games, but when I kind of peruse the world, I appreciate the artwork and the effort that's put in, the creativity that's put into this.
It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work. Obviously, it's programming. It's not just like Picasso. Obviously that's a lot of work, but it's one piece, right? And it's on tangible canvas, and it's there, and you can look at it. this is like code and code and code to make it look like this and to make it move. So I can appreciate that sort of art. Do you foresee in particularly in this gaming world and with people like Elon Musk, big tech giants like that, making tech, I guess, cool? Because he's kind of, whatever anybody thinks of Elon Musk, he's kind of like the bad boy of tech, right? Do you foresee like at least in the gaming world, them kind of in 2025 and going forward, that guys in the tech world are now kind of overlapping with like the manosphere?
I mean, that's hard to predict for sure, but there's been like a healthy balance of, hey, we don't like this, you should go back to making good games. So, for example, Ubisoft launched their, teasers and trailers for their upcoming game, AC Shadows, which had a black man as one of the samurais, and then it had a massive outrage from the Japanese audience.
Wow.
Yeah, so now they have to take their time to see, or how to fix that and whatnot. But they've already made a huge mistake of offending a huge gaming audience, right? Japan is not a joke for video games. So stuff like this, where they're trying to inject their own ideas, whether it was the case or not is up to debate until the game comes out. But from the marketing, it looked like they were saying, hey, we would give you a Japanese game, but would also throw in a colored character as well. So it was a bit problematic, and now Ubisoft is at a very bad state. Their shares are all-time low. They're trying to recover. So you can see that audience are pushing back. They're telling them very clearly that what they what they want in video games. But I would say there is still enough money left for these these studios that are trying to preach. It will go on until probably 26, if I'm not wrong, and then things will start to change. There's still some gas left in those weird games.
When do you think Occult Chambers will be released? Are y'all planning on releasing it this year?
26 would be the year. Yeah.
Oh wow!
Next year.
Awesome. Next year.
Wow!
Okay, gotcha.
Wow! It really takes that long and a lot of manpower.
I mean, we are just like 8 people. We are small in the studio. Previously, like few years back, a game of this scale and scope would have been impossible for 8 people to do. But with all the, for example, Unreal Engine and all its, Unreal Engine is the software, the programming software that we use to make video games. This has democratized making high quality games for indie studios. So now we can make these, great looking games. Obviously, there is still work that has to be put in from our end, but all that tech is democratized. We get to use the same tech that the big boys are using in the US and whatnot. So yeah, like there is a massive change in how accessible the tech is, and now people who actually want to make games that are enjoyed by gamers, they're getting a chance to do it right from their own countries. So I feel like what 2024 was a lot of Asian games. I feel you'll see more of these, throughout 25 and 26 as well. And because of the massive hole that US has created, or like the Western games have created by alienating gamers, I think there is enough space for us to come in.
Good.
One moment, I got a piece of breaking news here. Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, has officially announced his resignation just now. That's all. It has nothing to do with gaming. But he's also one of those woke people that, remember, he proposed the legislation based on online activities that he could retroactively punish you for what you've posted on social media, if it's somehow negative, or like, let's say anti-woke, for example, right? Or maybe you made a game that Justin Trudeau found offensive. He proposed legislation that could punish people, penalize you, jail you. He has just announced his resignation. So I just want to put that breaking news in there. It's a Commonwealth country. So India knows a lot about that, obviously. So this is just, this is one of those people. I think what we're seeing here, VK, is a pushback against wokeism that we've seen over the last 10 years. And I think a lot of it, because the young people are all online and playing games, I think part of the pushback is starting with gamers, and that your community doesn't accept this kind of ideology.
Yeah, I mean, the point is all about, telling true stories, like, being very genuine. And gamers, are very good at smelling the BS. Like they know when it's not, crafted with good faith. So that has always been there. And whenever bad games have come out that are just trying to preach, they've been called out for sure. Like,
and let's face it, it's just art. It's art also, right? Like this is expression, and for me, that's how I view it, because I'm not a gamer, but I look at this as art, and I see the community. A lot of people have trash talk the gamer community, and I don't, because I've actually been on the other side of it, witnessing how games are made here in the US at a certain studio in Los Angeles. But I have appreciation for this, but there's the art aspect, which Ted can appreciate, because this is it's expression. It's the First Amendment, at least we have here in the US, and people are afraid to do that to First Amendment here in the US, right, Ted?
True. Sadly, very, very true.
So how can people support Born Monkey, VK? Like if people who are watching this, if they're gamers, they like what they see, how can they support your little 8-man company? What can we do? How can we help you out?
You could probably go to the Steam and wishlist the game. That would be great. Yeah, that is good enough. Yeah.
Very good. We appreciate so much insight that you brought to this conversation, VK, because really, as we were saying earlier before you came on, is most Americans or most Westerners have only heard, the argument coming from the West, coming from America, like the two sides that are fighting here in the US, the Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, their argument about why they want H-1B visas. And then you hear the other people that are, super pro MAGA that say this is bad for the US. But on the flip side, why H-1B visas are bad for India as well, right? And and people don't think about that, and I think it's an important conversation to be had, and it just so happens that it happens to be particularly gaming that you're doing, and it comes with cool visuals. So I appreciate you sharing your trailers with us, and wish you much luck, and hopefully you'll be back with us when the game debuts. It takes a long time, as you see, so I hope people can appreciate that. Thank you so much, VK, because you're not just a gamer guy. You're not just, a game developer. You actually live, breathe, and work in this space in your home country. And you're, saying something that most Westerners have not bothered to even think about how this can potentially hurt India when you take away the people that could potentially grow the sector at home. And then the US goes and says, pardon my language, but then they say, oh, these shithole countries, right?
Yep.
They go and complain. Well, you're taking away a lot of the people that would otherwise be changing their home country for the better to bring them.
Well, it's theft. I mean, our government does not have the right to not educate our people, then just to steal the educated people from another nation that another country's taxpayers paid to educate in the first place.
There's that too.
It's wrong.
True.
Yeah, this is like draining the wealth out of the country and then calling the country poor, right? Like it's
there you go.
Like
yes.
Yeah.
VK, I mean, come on. The UK and US are famous for doing such things. So, we're just continuing our tradition. So
True.
Thank you so much for joining us, VK. Hope you'll come back and join us
I would love it.
pretty soon. I hope. We don't know a lot of Indian game tech guys or game makers, so it's very cool to have you in our Rolodex. Thank you so much.
So it was great.
Thank you, VK.
When I was streaming this game on Thursday, I was lost as a goose in a snowstorm, and he came into my YouTube channel onto the stream and said, "Putin, you're going the wrong way. You got to go across the bridge." It was freaking hilarious. The game is freaking dark. If you haven't seen the stream, go watch. It is dark. I was just waiting for something just to jump out and just skewer me. It was freaking awesome.
Cool. It looks really, really cool. So
it was badass. Great game.
Your launch. Thank you, VK. We'll see you again, I hope.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, how lovely is he, and very knowledgeable.
Awesome guy. I mean, as you know, I will talk to anybody online, and I just started chatting with him on X, and I've known VK now for, maybe 8 months or so, give or take.
Cool.
Super nice guy, great guy, and wicked smart, as y'all can see.
Yeah, as we can see. So, it's a great angle. I'm glad you brought that to our attention, Robby, and I'm glad that you happen to know somebody in the tech sector in India.
Super interesting, for sure.
Cold emailing. Yeah, very interesting angle. All right, producer Robby, I'm going to get rid of you.
Bye-bye.
Getting you off the screen. Thank you for bringing VK on. He was great. All right, Ted. That's going to do it for us.
It will.
For this Monday. And we were there for a little bit of breaking news, right? With Justin Trudeau stepping down. Now, if we can find a Canadian, a hoser, to join us and tell us what the hell is happening in the Great White North.
You could probably do that.
I feel like there are so many of them. They speak English, most of them.
Pretty much, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I feel like they could join us.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. All right. So that does it for us. So thank you guys for tuning in. If you are on YouTube, once again, if you have tuned in on YouTube and are only watching and haven't subscribed, please do hit that subscribe button so you can help us get monetized. We have to hit that magic subscriber number of 500. We're not that far off. So please help us get there. And if you are on Rumble, if you are on the desktop, if you are in that financial position to help us out, please hit that subscribe button that's below the chat line and consider being just a $5 a month subscriber to help us stay afloat and pay the bills at least. I mean, pay the electric, the online bills that we have to pay, Ted and I, to just keep this thing going, to pay who do you have? Time Warner or something like that?
A Cablevision.
Cablevision. That's a real thing?
Yeah, it's it is. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought that was something Tina Fey was making fun of on 30 Rock.
Actually, I'm kind of lying. I have Spectrum now. Yeah.
Oh, there's very few. We have.
Yeah. I used to have Cablevision. So. I kind of like fantasize. Cablevision is on Long Island. They also own New York Newsday. And
I thought that was.
I don't know if it's still true, but I loved them because when you called customer service, a person picked up the phone. Like no phone tree. It was just like, hey, what's going on? It's like, oh, my cable's out. Okay, stay on hold. And they would take care of it. Yeah.
Well, now you're on Spectrum and I'm on Verizon because we have no options and there's no net neutrality. But again, we got to pay the piper. So if you're in the position, please do consider helping us out so we can keep doing what we're doing here if you're enjoying what you're seeing. So that'll do it. We'll be back here again tomorrow on Tuesday.
10 o'clock.
Episode 50. So there you go.
Big number 51 tomorrow.
Hope we get to 100, Ted. That'll be like,
that'd be
pretty cool. That'd be nice. All right, guys. All right. Thank you so much. Adios, amigos. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for being here.
Au revoir.
Bye, everybody. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the TMI Show, Ted Manila Information Show, where we, of course, bring you too much information. Today, we're doing a slightly different format than we ordinarily would because there literally is too much information to get to in a 30-minute interview segment. So we're making it a full hour with, of course, one of our favorites. Our friend Mark Sleboda is joining us. He's in the virtual backstage. We're going to pull him up here in just a minute. Reminder, whatever platform you guys are watching on, please make sure to like and subscribe or follow, depending on, if it's YouTube or Rumble. And if you're listening on the RSS feeds, we appreciate you being there. And please do share all of this content to help us grow our little channel. We are around 100 days old at this point. So we still need your help.
You're making me feel old.
We're almost 100 days old. We need your help to continue growing this program and making this a thing. So come on, get at it. Click like, click subscribe, and we can keep bringing you unique information that mainstream media doesn't do. We're live Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead. Ted, if you want to introduce our guest, I'm going to pop him on.
Well, let's go ahead and do it. Good morning, Mark. Just bear with me while I read through the intro here. The big deep freeze in U.S.-Russian relations seems to be going through a very quick thaw. Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump talked for about an hour and a half yesterday, according to Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, as well as according to President Trump on Truth Social. The call was lengthy and highly productive, Trump said on Truth. We discussed Ukraine, the Middle East, energy, artificial intelligence, the power of the dollar, and various other subjects. They agree that they want to stop the millions of deaths taking place in the war with Russia and Ukraine, Trump added. Just an interjection here, it's really hundreds of thousands of deaths. Announcing an immediate start of negotiations to resolve the Ukraine conflict. The two leaders discussed the Middle East and Iran's nuclear program, agreed to meet in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and then to visit one another for state visits, presumably Trump in going to Moscow and Putin going to Washington, D.C. So this is obviously, for people who've been following the effort to isolate Russia diplomatically and economically for the last 3 to 4 years and before that, this is just absolutely staggering news. What's next for Russia, the United States, and Ukraine? Mark Sleboda is joining us to talk about it. He's an international relations and security analyst. Follow Mark on Twitter at Mark Sleboda1, on his YouTube channel at The Real Politic with the C and a K with Mark Sleboda, and get him over on Facebook at facebook.com/Gramsci, GRAMSCI. Mark, thanks for joining us here on the not on the final countdown. On the
retread. Ted Manila, thanks for having me. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be on the TMI show.
That's right.
I have to say, with that list, the length of conversation between Trump and Putin and the length of topics they discussed, I'm only slightly surprised that the results of the Super Bowl and how obviously the Chiefs should have won. And who has the superior beer didn't come up.
That's the United States, clearly.
I don't drink beer, so I'm not going to come.
And I do like me a Russian beer, but it's more about the power than the taste. Let's put it that way.
By the way, guys, there's breaking news just as we were bringing Mark on. According to BBC, Volodymyr Zelensky has spoken to them, and he is trying to project strength right now, and he is saying that he will not accept any peace deal that's agreed upon by Russia and the U.S. without his involvement. So
he'll be involved. He'll sit out in the hall while the big boys discuss what's going to be done. And then, by the way, that's what happened at the in 1919 at the Paris at the treaty when they negotiated the Treaty of Versailles over a lot of months. The great powers sat down with cartographers in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles, and they had all the little guys wait out in the hall to see, what their borders were going to be, or even if they were going to have a country. And this is true. They literally forgot about Kurdistan. I mean, there was just so much drinking going on. And it was like, we'll catch you next time, bros. And here we are 100 years later. So that could happen. Zelensky will be involved.
But
he'll hear all
just a year ago, we had a situation where Russia was not invited to supposed peace conferences, right?
That's right.
That were to the Kiev regime, all the NATO countries were there. They tried to rope and dope third world country. I mean, the global South and third world countries, China, India. They tried to get these Brazil. They tried to get the BRICS countries to attend, and at the last one, they're like, well, Russia can come. They can sit out in the hall, and when we've all decided the terms, then we'll invite them in and present them with it, right? So, I mean, quid pro quo. I mean, that's the situation. I mean, first of all, the fact that there has been a telephone conversation between the Russian president and the American president after an absence of 3 years, when at times we have literally been a hair trigger away from World War III, right? With the U.S. firing ballistic missiles into Russia, right? In the final days of the Biden regime. We can't talk about how positive a step that is. Even if we get no further than where we are now, they're talking to each other. The intelligence agencies of both countries are talking to each other. There has already been an exchange of prisoners or a deal for an exchange of prisoners. The Russian prisoner is evidently going to be released in the next few days. The American prisoner in Russia, Mark Fogel, was released a couple days ago. But I mean, these are already incredibly positive steps, and it has led, to a degree of panic and horror and terror in both Kiev, Brussels, Berlin, London. Take your pick. They're just aghast at this entire thing. There was a column out by you're probably both familiar with the name Roland Oliphant, who has been a rather anti-Russian journalist for many, many, many years, but a piece out in the British press this just in the last 24, 48 hours, saying that this is Trump and Putin's world, and that Europe and Ukraine are just left out in the cold and no longer a part of the conversation, which, I mean, if anything is to be settled, right? If there is any chance, forget peace. If there's even a chance of de-escalation, then that's the way it needs to happen, because Europe is still many European leaders. We can't speak in the total because there is Orban and Fico and possibly soon Gorgescu in Romania. But many European leaders are absolutely committed to continuing this conflict. And they, I mean, French and Danish fighter jets were just sent to Kiev regime over the weekend, right? I mean, not useful ones, right? Old junk they were about to decommission and get rid of, but still, that's been a long story of this conflict. So I think these are already incredibly positive steps. Again, there is still a long way to go towards a peace settlement. What is going to happen? They're already talking about scheduling a summit in Saudi Arabia, which is, at least as far as this conflict goes in recent relations, a neutral country, agreeable on both sides in this affair. A good pick, another good pick would be the UAE, but Saudi was obviously the pick. But they are not going to be signing a peace agreement at this summit. They may be talking about it, right? But this is something that the negotiations, whether they go somewhere or not, are probably going to be lengthy affair, right? And at some point, yes, the rest of NATO will have to, I don't know what to say, be brought into this, but be brought to heel. I mean, if anything is to be settled, and the Kiev regime too. And it becomes far more problematic with them because Putin has already multiple times pointed out that Zelensky, as far as the Russian government goes, and he's basing this off of the Ukrainian constitution, an illegitimate leader because his term expired last year, and he is only maintaining power through continued extensions of martial law.
Of democracy, Mark. You said it wrong.
As far as I'm concerned, there hasn't been a legitimate leader in Ukraine since the Westpac Maidan Putsch in 2014, with all the political parties representing East Ukraine and all the leftist parties in the country banned, all critical media banned and taken under government control. I mean, all the leaders of the major opposition parties, even one of the pro-Maidan parties, Poroshenko, the candy oligarch who led the Kiev regime before Zelensky, they've all been charged with treason for not being loyal to Zelensky's regime. And so, I mean, there is no politics, even much less democratic politics within the Kiev regime. It really is a tin pot Banderite fascist dictatorship. So
we're right here at the, about to see the kickoff of the Munich Security Conference, where obviously there was this horrific, apparently terror attack, the car ramming thing that happened. I don't know how close that is to where the conference is being held, but we've already heard the new Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, yesterday, before Trump revealed that the phone call happened, say that there is going to, at a NATO conference, say that there is no NATO for Ukraine. There are no pre-2014 borders for Ukraine. And the U.S. is going to stop funding this war campaign. I would say that's kind of dictating, no?
First of all, I'm not so sure about the last one there. I'm not so sure that I got the last one out of that. He's going that the U.S. is going to stop providing funding.
I didn't hear that either. I don't think that.
Yeah.
Well, because Trump said it. Trump said that it doesn't make sense for us to keep funding the war.
He did say that. He did say, but he wasn't specific about like a timeline.
These are really nice words. This is the Russian position. Those are nice words. Right. Those are nice sentiments.
No. But my question is, what about these our so-called NATO allies? I mean, how do you think they're going to respond to, this, I would say, underwhelming SecDef that has come into office? But you know what? He just shot both pistols out, poo, 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 pew, pew. Yeah. And he's like, this is what's happening from Washington's side. Is that going to bring NATO to heel? Are they actually, or are the NATO allies going to be like, no, we're going to keep supplying whatever to this little dude here acting as president in Ukraine?
Yeah. Obviously, the rest, leaders, other European leaders of NATO, Olaf Scholz in Germany, although he has a very limited time span too, it must be said.
Yes.
Keir Starmer in the United Kingdom. Macron in France, who probably also has a very limited hang time,
correct,
and very contested power.
Yeah.
But certainly Poland, the Baltic states, Scandinavia, none of them will agree to any of this, right? Just Keir Starmer just reiterated over the past 48 hours, the Prime Minister of the UK, that Ukraine's rightful place is in NATO. So obviously they're on two completely different pages there.
But they don't have, but they're writing checks that they can't cash, right? I mean,
absolutely, but they can also wait out Trump.
Weapons to
Trump is gone in 4 years, right? I mean, that's the way they look at it.
Eternity for the Ukrainians. I mean, I think
it is an eternity for the Ukrainians, right? But a war can always be restarted. I mean, they're already the NATO leaders. If you listen to Mark Rutte, if you listen to European like von der Leyen, they're convinced that they will be at war with Russia in 5 years.
I think they're high as hell. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Zelensky sees the writing on the wall. He's already preparing his Swiss bank account, Cayman retirement plan. I think this is it. He sees it, he knows it's over unless Trump like drops dead and JD Vance has a different idea. It's over.
Yeah, I don't think JD Vance has a different idea, but I'm not so sure it's over yet. I mean, I think that's really, really premature because I still can't see any way that any U.S. president can agree to Russian terms, and Russia will obviously not agree to American terms.
Well, let's talk about those terms.
Well,
I mean, my theory about what these terms look like are as follows. First of all, I think we should talk about Trump's desire. I've never heard of such a thing. Trump is the U.S. is Ukraine's ally, principal supporter militarily and economically, and yet it is asking for reparations from Ukraine. It wants we want $500 billion in rare earth materials. This isn't Russia asking for them. We want them. And as Manila pointed out before we went live, all those goodies are mostly in the Russian-occupied territories anyway. So how does that all look? It's very strange.
Yeah, that this whole thing is this idea that the Kiev regime couldn't be put in hock to Trump for rare earth minerals. This is all just fantasy. I mean, there's no reality to it whatsoever. And here's the thing: rare earth minerals are actually not that rare. I mean, you could say they're uncommon, but it's simply a matter of where they're found. Is it practical and profitable to extract them in quantities sufficient to make money? Because the process to extract them is the most awful and destructive strip mining of ground, of land that is imaginable. You have to filter huge amounts of earth through chemical processes to extract even a moderately profitable amount of rare earths. And this has not been done for decades now, right? Since rare earths have been identified as valuable for high-tech purposes. So first of all, you're right that already a majority of the deposits of rare earth are already in territories that Russia controls. And the rest of it is in territory that Russia will almost certainly soon control, certainly in the next half a year. So that's false on that accord. And the idea that these can just be, that it's money in the bank on these things, that's not necessarily true either.
It reminds me a lot of Dick Cheney's idea that Iraq was going to pay for the price of its own invasion. We saw how that worked out. Energy prices,
or Mexico paying for the wall.
Energy prices, gas prices have skyrocketed and never come back down to where they were anywhere close. But Mark, so I mean, my theory is, I mean, I know I'm jumping ahead in your view, and you're skeptical about this. So let's stipulate that. But I think what we're going to end up with is something that looks like this: no NATO membership for Ukraine. Both sides agree that they're not adversaries. Ukraine is free to join the EU if they should so want as an economic union. The Ukraine recognizes the annexation of Crimea. Ukraine does not recognize the annexation of the Donbass, but accepts it tacitly. On the map, it remains in Ukraine, but in reality, it's like Kurdistan in Iraq. It's administered separately. It is part of Russia. We all know the reality, but there's like one of those dotted lines on the map. And that's how this stays. I think that's where we end up. What do you think?
Okay. Yeah, that's absolutely 100% reiterated multiple times from President Putin to the foreign minister, everyone on down. Those are completely unacceptable to Russia. None of those conditions are acceptable to Russia. None.
First of all, Russia's going to compromise some, even though, I mean, they're the victors. But like even at the end of World War II, the Japanese got the right to keep their emperor after they'd been nuked. I mean, the loser does get something, right?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know that that's necessarily.
What's the lovely parting gift?
Yeah, I don't.
The gift bag.
Russia is not in a forgiving mood, and they are winning too much. First of all, let's address the NATO thing. The U.S. the U.S. Secretary of Defense says, as a result of this settlement, it is not practical or realistic for Ukraine to join NATO. Okay, that is a world away from any type of guarantees that Russia will accept as a commitment that both the Kiev regime in Ukraine and the United States can be held to into the future, because they're not looking for a cessation of hostilities for a year or 4 years or anything like that. First of all, neutrality was already enshrined in the Ukrainian constitution up until the U.S. backed putsch in 2014.
Yeah, but the Ukrainians were apparently crossing their fingers when they signed the Minsk Accords.
Okay, so how is Russia to trust any of that? After both rounds of Minsk Accords were codified in a UN Security Council resolution, and Western countries never intended to fulfill them and just use them as time to build up the Kiev regime's armies.
If I were talking to President Putin, I would say you have a different American president to deal with. You have a different set of facts on the ground now.
But Trump is gone in 4 years. Russia can't just rely on Trump. Russia has to look into the future. When Trump came into office, he pulled out of the JCPOA the first time around. And if Trump signs even a treaty, let's say there's actually a treaty formed where the U.S. promises, pinky swears, that it will never allow Ukraine into NATO, what's to stop the next U.S. president from just pulling out of it too? How do you convince Russia that they can trust after so many treaties have been pulled out of, after so many treaties have been abused, after all the deceptions from the February 21st agreement to the two Minsk Accords to the Istanbul communique? How is Russia to receive any type of codified guarantees?
Putin and Russia and his advisors have obviously considered that question, and
yes,
they're still willing. They're obviously amenable to a diplomatic solution.
To talk. That's all they're willing to do. But they haven't budged an inch on their demands. First of all, the Donbass is a part of Russia. What's more, according to the Russian constitution, which is not something that Putin can politically walk away from, the Kherson region and Zaporozhye are also part of Russia. They are regions of the Russian Federation. There is no political climate, there is no political position to walk away from those. It's impossible. And at this point,
Trump can explain all about how American presidents ignore a constitution. It's super easy.
Trump, maybe American presidents ignore their constitution.
Yes, they do.
This is if Putin walked away from that, he would be declared a loser, and he would never. That would be the end of Putin's power in Russia. That is the political climate in the country right now. He can't. It's a position. First of all, they've never given any indication that they will walk away from that.
Well,
it has to be said.
I still think they're gonna, if they have the facts on the ground recognized, for the first.
Kherson City and Zaporozhye are still in the Kiev regime's hands, right? The two biggest cities in those regions. So, and Russia taking them is still months away. Let's talk. If anything is to be signed with Zelensky, right, and with a Ukrainian leader, there have to be elections in Ukraine, quote unquote elections.
Well, Trump has
those will take months to carry out, right? Months. It's not something that can happen next week. The conflict continues until then, because Russia has said again and again and again there will be no ceasefire until everything is settled. No ceasefire. Because every time we give you a ceasefire, both rounds of the Minsk Accords, Istanbul communique, you just use it to rearm and retrain.
Everyone postures, right? Everyone's a badass. Everybody's pushing, say, oh, I won't compromise. But in reality, people compromise. History shows that.
I do not see, after how much repetition of these conditions, how firm Russia has been, how much Russians have sacrificed for this conflict, and the dangers still going.
Think about how firm Zelensky has been. We will not even talk to that son of a bitch. It would be illegal. I will arrest myself if I talk to Putin.
I'm going to have to beg to differ, Ted. Putin is not Volodymyr Zelensky.
Well, true. but yeah.
I really don't see,
and they both hold very different set of cards.
Like where Russia might, I would think it would be a huge mistake. Where Russia has some room for compromise is on the demilitarization of Ukraine and the denazification, right? Which, in truth, neither of those can be fully committed without complete regime change in Kiev and probably up to the Polish border, right?
Yeah.
They could require a denazification law, like all the Banderite.
Absolutely. All the Banderites would have to be lustrated from Ukrainian politics, like the Kiev regime did to all of the opposition politicians that were opposed to it when it seized power in 2014, right? The glorification of Stepan Bandera and Shukovich and other leaders of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists and the Ukrainian Insurgent Army that were Nazi collaborators in World War II would have to be forbidden by law. All of these sorts of things. All of these armed formations, Azov, these militant groups, but also their political movements they are now teaching Ukrainian children in school.
They'd have to be banned. Yeah.
Yeah, that would all have to be banned, right? And Russians are very hot on that.
I think
you would have to have
that's a reason. Honestly, from over here, people don't get it because they have been propagandized. But if I were Russia, I wouldn't settle on that. I would need
Mark,
that.
One of the viewers, Adrian, asked you a question. I mean, you've largely answered it, but he did say that Pete Hegseth, has said painful concessions have to be made on both sides.
No, Adrian wants to know, Russia's winning. They don't have to be made on.
Adrian wants to know, what concessions do you think the U.S. has in mind for Russia, and obviously, will Russia agree to them? I think the answer is no. But what do you think the U.S. is gonna try to, I don't know, twist Putin's arm into before Putin says no?
Yeah, see, I think this is all a trap. I said this when Trump was first elected, that it would probably be better for Russia in the end result if Kamala Harris had been elected, because the one thing that will keep this Banderite fascist regime in Kiev in power is a deal pushed by Trump. That is the trap here, right? That is the only thing that can keep this regime in place.
Trump claims that he's demanding elections, that Zelensky stand for elections, and we know that.
What do elections mean in Ukraine when all the opposition parties are banned and all the opposition leaders are charged with treason?
Well, that would have to change.
So if we replace Zelensky with a committed Banderite fascist like Zaluzhny, how is that any better? That doesn't help Russia in the slightest. There can't be any elections in Ukraine that are anyway fair or democratic, even approaching it, while this regime remains in power. That's the truth of it.
So you don't think there's going to be any sort of formal talks that include Ukraine, that formal or trilateral talks rather?
Sure.
Because
yes,
yes.
I think talks will definitely happen, and they will go on for months and months and months, and there will probably in the end be no real agreement. Yes,
Mark, I normally agree with you. I don't think
I'm optimistic.
I think you asked me what the plan that the U.S. was going to try to push on Russia, and what you just said is the plan that the U.S. would like to push on Russia, and that I don't believe that, and I've never heard any Russian official in any way suggest that any of that is acceptable to Russia at this point.
Yeah, but I mean that's obvious. That's that's posturing, right? I mean,
no, I don't think that's posturing at this point. I think Russia has gone through and suffered and endured too much. Just NATO, right? A promise from the U.S. that they won't bring Ukraine into NATO is not enough. They also have to promise no Western military bases in Ukraine, that West doesn't train Ukrainian troops, that no Western missiles are placed in Ukraine. It's not just NATO, no de facto NATO either. No, none of what has happened for the last.
Yeah, I mean, Russia can get other concessions too. They can say we don't want missiles in Poland, right? Pointing at us.
That is where they're probably willing to make concessions on. The demands they made in 2022 about the rollback of NATO to the to the 1940s. That is where they're willing to negotiate and compromise on at this point, right? The Polish and Romanian bases of the U.S., the expansion of NATO,
and Trump's happy to do that.
Yeah, Trump is. But those are the things that Russia's actually willing to compromise on.
And
not
be very
Kherson,
useful. They'd be very
not
useful from a
Zaporozhye.
long-time perspective. I think everybody's got a strong motivation to talk here. That's why I think people are so optimistic here. Everyone wants to bring this in for a landing. You've got a great opportunity here. These two guys, this is kind of like when Reagan met Gorbachev, and he said, "I can do business with this guy." These two men can do business, I think.
Absolutely. Everyone wants this to end. Everyone wants to talk. I'd agree. But as always, it's the details, because everyone wants this to end on their terms, or terms that are acceptable to them. And Russia's terms, and what the U.S. imagines walking away from this with some type of face-saving position, are a world away.
Well, that is also an argument, right? I mean, Trump can tell Putin, listen, you got to give me something for my domestic consumption. Otherwise, I'm going to have my ass kicked.
Because this is a Biden war. Trump has positioned it that way.
Here, right? And
Trump has positioned it that way, even on the campaign trail, that this is a Biden war. He's, said multiple times over and over that this probably would have never happened under his watch. And I think, a couple of days ago we covered this, that Vladimir Putin was playing into Trump's ego by saying, yeah, maybe, and maybe the election was stolen
by agreeing that, like, the 2020, Putin said that poor Trump, the election was stolen from him in 2020. Right. That's the only thing that Putin said that made
playing
me
to ego. I'm gonna pop our producer Robby in here as well, because I know he's got a couple of questions and perspectives that he wants to present to Mark. Sure. Producer Robby, there you are. I'm gonna reposition this. Go ahead and start talking. Okay. I'm gonna start moving some boxes.
Oh, sounds good. In this situation, I got to admit, I am Team Mark. The esteemed producer of the TMI Show is going to respectfully disagree with Ted Rall.
Team Russia Hawk. Let's go Team Russia Hawk.
Well, I mean, like what you said, Russia's winning. So why does the victor concede anything? That makes no sense. Abraham Lincoln did not concede anything to Jefferson Davis in the war between
Russia. Around 100,000 Russians have died in this conflict so far, many of them by U.S. weapons. Yeah. The Kremlin is willing to talk, but they are not willing to sacrifice their terms and goals for this conflict so that Donald Trump can save face domestically in the U.S. That is a conceit that does not concern the Kremlin at all.
Every loser gets something in a peace negotiation, and
you can keep your bases in Poland and Romania. That's the concession.
The Confederacy got the right to be reintegrated into the United States and former Confederate soldiers were not tried as traitors, and they were allowed to come back and be. I mean, that was a concession, right? That's not something that the Union wanted to do. I'm just saying.
No. Yeah. I mean, we can talk about that at a different time, but I think that one of the questions I have for you, Mark, and you touched on it a little bit before, does a guarantee that Ukraine will not join NATO, does it matter if Ukraine if the Ukrainian army continues being retrained and retooled to NATO standards? No. I mean, it's
de facto NATO. No, de facto NATO is not enough. No, absolutely not. That is not acceptable to Russia. The only troops that Russia will accept in Ukraine as part of a peacekeeping mission are Russian troops, right? No European troops where they take the NATO hat off and put the EU hat on, right?
That's not white helmets.
Well, how about North Korean troops? I mean, they're already there anyway, right? Can the North Koreans come in? I mean, wouldn't that be viable? Now, my second question: do you think that that Putin will push to have the SWIFT sanctions revoked?
I don't think is a priority. Honestly, Russia removal of sanctions is actually not a Russian priority. I know the West thinks the leverage that
I would like for that to be a priority.
Personally, I would like that.
Yeah, but it's not here. We get along fine without it, right? The Russian economy is growing. Russians' average salaries have increased. Russia's
it's not like those It's not like those sanctions are helping, right? I mean,
no, they're not.
Be happy to see them.
No, actually, no. There is an argument to be made that a lot of the growth that Russia has experienced is a direct result of the sanctions, because Russian oligarchs and businessmen have been forced to actually reinvest money in the country and Russian businesses over the years. And all of that substitution of goods that previously came from Western companies, most of it, some of it's import substitution with BRICS countries and the like, but the majority of it is now done by Russian manufacturing, Russian agriculture. These businesses are booming. So there's actually a very good economic case to make that the strong Russian growth that continues is not despite Western sanctions, but actually because of them.
So you don't think he's gonna? But I mean, Trump. I mean, obviously, Putin will ask, right? Hey, do you mind?
I don't know if Russia really wants to make itself vulnerable to that type of financial and economic leverage again. I don't.
Well, I mean, you can get the sanctions lifted, and then you don't have to give up BRICS. You don't have to give up your new relationship with China. You don't have to give anything up. Nothing bad happens as a result.
Well, Trump sees the alliance between Russia and China as a geopolitical threat. So I think he would want that to. I don't see 100%. And I think that's something that Trump would insist on, that the relationship between China and Russia come to an end, which should be suicide.
Yeah, he can't.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Russia cannot and should not do that.
No, they absolutely will not.
So I'll go away so now you smart people can talk.
No, you're welcome to pop on any time. Obviously, there's a map I'm showing here of all the neighboring countries that are can potentially make any long-term or lasting peace difficult, I guess, to say the least, right, Mark? Yes. You got some neighbors
right now. There's a lot of talk in Russia that the Kiev regime and the Baltic countries are prepared to are well along the way of the preparation of a false flag event in the Baltic Sea to try to force NATO into war against Russia right now. They have recalled their citizens. They've told their citizens to come back to make sure they're in the countries before the borders close. They've cut themselves off from the electrical grid with Russia and Belarus that they had previously been a part of. Russian intelligence has warned that there is a plot to blow up a ship effectively and blame Russia to try to block the Baltic Sea and then stage a provocation with Russia. If you think that the European countries that want war and the host of people that still are the absolute overwhelming majority in the U.S. blob are just going to accept Trump making at least a genuine attempt to de-escalate the situation with Russia, that they're just going to let that happen and not try every dirty trick in the book that they can to stop it, absolutely they will.
I believe that. I just don't. They'll try. I just don't think it'll work in the long run or in the middle run. Let's talk about Iran. I know the two men. There's been reports that Israel is planning to launch a military attack on Iranian nuclear industrial facilities. That Trump does not want that to happen. He's trying to convince Israel not to do that. They're meeting. Should we make anything out of choosing Riyadh as the site of a summit? As of course Saudi Arabia being the biggest and most powerful Sunni Muslim country and the biggest enemy of Iran, the biggest Shia country. Is that sort of like a leaning on Iran? Trump has said he wants a deal with Iran. He wants to be friends with Iran. He just doesn't want Iran to have a nuclear bomb ever. That's the one thing he doesn't want. And the implication was that Iran could possibly even be reintegrated into the Western system if they agree to that. Is this part of the Trump typical thing? Like, let me lean on you hard and then cut a deal?
I mean, if you want to say, like a Trump madman theory where he goes in with all kinds of bluff and bluster,
yeah, like
he
did with the Truth Social from a few weeks ago when he was saying like Ukraine, Russia had better settle, and then here we are.
So first of all, let me just say another thing, along with its relationship with China, that Russia will not sacrifice to Trump or to any future U.S. administration is its relation with Iran. And that has just been solidified in a new, deepened, and strengthened strategic partnership that it is widely assumed will see Russia build up Iran's air defense and electronic warfare network to prevent exactly such an Israeli and U.S. attacks on Iran, although that will take several years to come to complete fruition.
Mm-hmm.
But an interesting part, if you go into the details of that strategic partnership, is also that Iran doesn't build nuclear weapons, right? That Russia provides a conventional deterrent.
It doesn't want nuclear weapons. Iran really doesn't want them.
It has been pushed to the point where it is reconsidering that.
Right.
There have been conversations at the highest level in Iran.
It's out of fear.
Yeah, out of fear, right? Out of pushing. But so first of all, Iran and Saudi Arabia are not the Shia Sunni grand enemies that they once were, right? And negotiations that China brought to the end, but that were put forward by many different countries before that. China, Saudi Arabia, and Iran have restored diplomatic relations. They've gone a long way. It's not to say that they're bosom buddies, right? Or anything now, but Saudi Arabia has walked away from that position that the U.S. has pushed them to decades of this U.S. Israeli Saudi tripod hegemony against Iran in the region. Saudi was not so interested in that anymore and just walked away. I think so. Israel has already been talking about attack on Iran's nuclear facilities for months and months and months now. And the truth of that is that it appears that Iran has at least, if not a greater capacity for long-range strikes against Israel than Israel has against Israel has against Iran. And Israel can hit, particularly if they have U.S. help, which they would probably need for airstrikes against Iran's nuclear facilities. Iran can turn right around and bomb, launch missiles at Israel's nuclear facilities, right? I mean, Dimona nuclear power plant where Israel builds its nuclear weapons. If Iran launches a few hypersonic missiles, which they have, into there, Israel would have a very bad day. They're a much smaller country. They can't absorb, radioactive, a blow like that. So
Mark,
I think a lot of this is bluster.
What about Russia's position or friendship, or I don't know, the relationship between, Putin and Bibi, and especially this precarious position with the Middle East being in the same neighborhood, we'll say, with parts of Russia, right, where it concerns them, obviously with Syria being overturned and, led by a new delegation of head choppers there who have rebranded and changed names even for part of the rebrand. I've heard that the Russian talks about maintaining their bases in Syria did not go over well. So it seems like Russia is running out of places in the Middle East where they can park their jets. How do you see this relationship shaking out between Putin and Netanyahu? And obviously he's going to have to protect his country's interest by way of Iran.
Okay, so first of all, Putin and Bibi, Russia and Israel, for the last few decades have had a pretty good business relationship where they can do business with each other. But that has really, transactional. That has really suffered over the last few years, right? As Netanyahu gets crazier and crazier, and the geopolitical blocks, nascent blocks have solidified, that relationship has really suffered. In Syria, I really don't see Russia keeping those bases there. It's obvious. So Turkey played the largest part in overthrowing the Syrian government and putting Al-Qaeda. Let's be honest, Al-Qaeda, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham in its place, right?
Sure.
Putin had a conversation with the leader of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, who is styling himself as the president of Syria now. And Hayat Tahrir al-Sham is still recognized in Russia as a terrorist organization. Literally, every time you write Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, by Russian law, you have to write Hayat Tahrir al-Sham is a terrorist organization recognized by the Russian Federation. By the way,
and
the
also
U.S. also recognizes
States.
them as a terrorist,
exactly.
as does the United Nations,
right.
But that's neither here nor there. So that shows Russia's level of practicality. But Erdogan put them in power, and Erdogan wants the Russian bases to stay there. One, to try to keep Russian-Turkish relations managed, and two, but also as a hedge against the U.S. and Israel, which are still both in Syria. However, does Russia want to give long-term leverage to Turkey and Al-Qaeda over them by having bases in that territory? Whatever benefits those Syrian bases, I don't think are worth it. Russia is working on new bases in Sudan and Libya. I think they're going about a slow motion business of at least preparing to evacuate those bases while waiting, on a definitive, let's see where things go. But I can't see them if Hayat Tahrir al-Sham continues to be in control of Syria. And they've said there will be no elections, not for the foreseeable future, right? So, I mean, there's
Sure.
I mean, that would be a joke.
They said 3 to 5 years is the latest.
Yeah, but it's a bad situation in Syria. I think both Turkey and Israel have bitten off far more than they can chew. And Trump looks like he once again wants to try to pull U.S. troops out of Syria. That didn't work so well the last time.
Mark, let's talk about the Middle East, about Gaza. Russia has long been a supporter of the Palestinian cause.
I recognize Palestine as a state, yes.
And this history goes back to the Soviet period. The sympathies are deep. Is there going to be discussion about Trump's plan to annex and ethnically cleanse Gaza between, Putin obviously has thoughts. So what if any, what's the dynamic there? I mean, does a Ukraine deal, is that related at all to what happens in Gaza, or is that just a separate side issue?
Yeah. That's going to be a separate side issue, right? Obviously, Russia opposes it and will speak against it, right? But it probably will not be much at Putin's level, right? It's something that will be delegated lower because there's too much of a priority with the whole Ukraine security architecture, nukes in Europe, that sort of thing, right? Russia's position is obviously they would be horrified and aghast and would oppose any type of openly. Let's be honest. The ethnic cleansing of Palestine has been the policy of every U.S. and Israeli president for decades, right? It has just been a slow motion ethnic cleansing of one house, one settlement bulldozed at a time and replaced with Israeli settlers, colonists brought in from U.S. and European and post-Soviet countries. Now they're just on an accelerated timetable, the U.S. president just normalized the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from Palestine and is making it out to be some type of real estate deal / humanitarian operation. It's absolutely obscene. It's absolutely obscene. But Russia's not going to push much on that issue. I think the Russian position has got to be where our priority now, particularly now that Syria is gone, everything is laser focused on Ukraine, a little bit maybe on Moldova and some other countries, but everything in the near abroad. And if the United States wants to permanently destroy its diplomatic relations with the entire Islamic world by carrying through with this, then let them make their bed in line.
Let me point out that El-Sisi of Egypt has already preemptively canceled his trip to DC.
He's holding
over
stronger than I thought he would. He is, yeah.
I have a quick question for you, Mark. You're talking about Turkey just a minute ago. Do you see any way that Russia could use the bad relations between Greece and Turkey to its advantage? Like,
I don't think that's actually that important right now. No, gotcha. I mean, it's just not a hot button issue, even for Greece and Turkey, right? I mean, it's something that both continually have on the back burner, but gotcha. For both countries have far more important domestic and other things. I mean, gotcha. Erdogan is suffering through the growing pangs of his new nascent neo-Ottoman empire in Syria and parts of Iraq right now, and he's got far too much on his table. He's already bitten off more than he can chew there, I think.
Gotcha. So, I'm just wondering if he could leverage, if he being Putin could leverage the Greeks cause trouble to help him keep his bases in Syria, or it just doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. It's not that important.
Gotcha.
I think they all like to continually fight over Cyprus. It's just like it's something a topic you can continue to talk about at the dinner table.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a hot war or anything, though. I mean,
right.
It's a war of words at this point. I mean, it's just
even Greece and Turkey. It's more a war of words that is, it's brought out like an argument at the Thanksgiving table that happens every year and gets trotted out again and again.
Yeah. But and another thing.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And also, you took Cyprus, asshole, dick.
Yeah.
I really think that's how this stuff works out. Now, circling all the way back to this perfect phone call between Putin and
it was the best phone call, the hugest phone call of all time.
The biggest. It was a 90-minute phone call. So I think, like, if we examine just that alone, just based on the length of the call and the broadness that, the topics that they allegedly covered.
When you have to speak through a translator, 90 minutes isn't actually.
Well, that's true.
That's true.
There's also implications, although Putin can speak English, right?
Yeah, he's a polyglot,
he can speak
right?
a little English, but he certainly would not speak English to Trump, even on the phone, right?
Right, because you want to make
maybe
sure
as a few words in a side when they're with each other, but on the phone for an important phone call like this, absolutely not.
And they may have spoken before, right? Like on the DL.
Sure.
We don't. There's implications to that.
Effect. Yeah. I don't think that they have had a phone call before this one. I think there's been a lot of rumors that they have since Trump was inaugurated, or even before he was inaugurated. I think this is actually the first phone call that they've had. I mean, I know Trump was playing coy and trying to say an if, and I don't want to say and everything, but I don't think that they've actually.
They were talking to each other through the press, though.
The messaging was very warm. I mean, even talking about how the U.S. Soviet alliance during World War II, the shared
coming to each other's countries. That's a big deal.
It did make me laugh when Trump implied that the U.S. had sacrificed as much in World War II as the Soviet Union had. It's like, you got to check out those numbers, dude. Not even close. But I thought it was very. I mean, and the word that jumped out at me was from Trump's statement that he's interested in a partnership with Russia. I mean, you don't get closer than that.
Yeah, that's the whole. There is a within the MAGA geopolitical viewpoint, if you want to identify as such, there is a long trend, a long held belief that they want to partner with Russia and turn Russia against China. I mean, that's long been a fantasy within the MAGA movement, within the geopolitical thinkers close to Trump, if you want to call them that, which I really don't. But anyway, so I think that when he talks about a partnership, that's probably really what he's.
And Mark, do you think there is any way? Like we know obviously that Trump is a lame duck, and I know Putin has signaled that this last go around might be his final go around as well as president. And so beyond them, if a peace deal is eventually agreed upon, and there will be, I think, at some point, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not immediately,
Sure.
but a peace deal and even some sort of friendship agreement, if you will, for a lack of better term, they've got to come up with some sort of framework that we know takes months and months and months.
Facebook. Yeah.
Right. They'll make it Facebook official. They'll become friends and all of that. What kind of framework can you imagine that these guys can hammer out that can live beyond their terms in office? What is is there anything that can be done to ensure a lasting peace especially between the US and Russia? Can there be a long-term détente rather than this shitty end of the Cold War from the 80s, and then 20 years later we're ramping up Cold War anger and hate once again? I mean, is there any way to a framework that can live
Such a good question.
Yeah, and John Mearsheimer was asked a very similar question in an interview just this week, right? And I really owe a great deal of my perspective of the world and international relations to Mearsheimer and Mearsheimer's books and so forth. And he says, I don't know if there's a way that a settlement, a broader security architecture can be codified between the Trump administration and the Putin administration that will last and will hold. I don't know what that looks like. He doesn't know, right? And I don't know. Again, so many treaties that the U.S. has walked away from, so many deals. I mean, the ABM treaty, the Open Skies treaty, right? That Trump himself pulled out of, the New START treaty, the Short Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces treaty, the February 21st agreement in Ukraine in 2014, both rounds of the Minsk Accords, the JCPOA with Iran, the Istanbul Community. How can Russia possibly trust any piece of paper to make it slightly more valuable than something to wipe your butt with? The only way is with facts on the ground
and there has to be mutual self-interest, right? I mean, United States
are the Europeans too, right? I mean,
it has to be tasty.
Conceptions of
American
national
leaders.
interest change, though, because the conceptions of Trump administration's national interests are vastly different than any other U.S. president in living memory, and Trump will be gone in 4 years.
Right.
But Russia has a lot to offer the United States. I mean, just think about the energy resources alone, right? I mean,
like Mark, the Europeans have to play into this as well, because like I said, if this is the next 4 years with Trump, there needs to be some sort of framework, a friendly framework that involves everybody. And when is the European view of the Russians going to change, and their rhetoric? When is that going to change? Are the Anglo-Saxons going to be any different than the Western Europeans? Or are they going to continue to all hate Russia?
Yeah, I don't see any change for at least a generation. I mean,
wow.
These things are set in. They're set into the narrative. They're set into the mindset. This entire generation of European foreign policy elite have been mentally colonized by U.S. neocons. I mean, Burrell, von der Leyen, they quote Robert Kagan chapter and verse. The whole garden in the jungle spiel, that's literally ripped from Robert Kagan's book titles, right? Robert Kagan, the arch neocon, the husband of Victoria Nuland, right? I mean, this generation of European foreign policy elite, I mean, with some obvious exceptions.
The Adam and Eve of neoconservatism, as it were, Mark.
Yeah. This messianic supremacist ideology of exceptionalism has spread from the United States to Europe in the last few decades in a big way. That's why Russia is like, we can't even talk to these people. Trump, at least we can talk to, right? But I mean, talking to von der Leyen is like talking to Kamala Harris, right? I mean, it's just impossible. So I don't see that changing for the most part anytime soon.
By the way,
we all hope that there might be some radical change in European politics, but unfortunately, even in the crumbling political systems in France and Germany, things are still aligned to keep radical shifts in foreign policy impossible by all the rest of the crumbling hegemonic parties uniting together to prevent Le Pen from coming to power, to prevent the AfD from coming to power in Germany. And, you know, it may take another 10 or 20 years possibly for a real change in those countries to finally unseat that hegemonic triangulation of power in these primary European countries. I mean,
Mark,
we've seen radical changes in Hungary and Slovakia and possibly now in Romania and Austria, but these West European countries, it's a little more solidified.
Mark, let me ask you about the difference here between the first Trump term and the second Trump term are palpable. It seems clear that Trump was interested in friendlier ties with Russia when he first came into office in 2017, but that was rapidly derailed, and that those dreams went away. And basically the idea that put Trump was close to Putin, was just existed in the fevered mind of SNL writers, but not in reality.
Those are the Russia gators.
Things got very cold very fast. Obviously, I mean, this is different, right? Or it seems different. Is this likelier to stick? And if so, why? Or if not, why not?
Yeah, it's different. I absolutely agree. It is qualitatively different. Trump obviously doesn't have the guillotine specter of Russiagate hanging as an impeachment threat over his head. Trump is obviously much more in control of the Republican Party. The successful confirmation of Tulsi Gabbard, which I have to say I did not expect and was wrong on.
Me neither.
Indicates that he has considerably more grip on the Republican Party, right? And power leverage against Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham and Susan Collins, and they're afraid of him, right? Second of all, what Trump wants more than anything right now, he is engaged in a war against the U.S. deep state, right? Against the, you want to call it the blob, the permanent bureaucracy, what you want to call it. He is engaged in a heated war with it right now. And U.S. aid is just the most visible tip of that iceberg. He wants to fight that war, right? That war is his priority that he would like to focus on. And that's a far more dangerous war for him, of course. But right now he's got momentum, right? There's a lot of things that are going to end up in the Supreme Court. A lot of things are going to end up in the Supreme Court. But don't think that Russia and China and Iran and other countries aren't aware of that and will be trying to milk that and take advantage while the Trump administration's, primary interests are inward looking rather than outward looking. I certainly would. If I was in the Kremlin, right, I would be trying to take advantage of that. And it's not to say that he wants to replace it with a pro-multipolar worldview where the U.S. tries to find a constructive place in a new multipolar world. No, he wants old school imperialism where the Western Hemisphere is mine. Greenland, Canada, Panama are mine. That is his vision, his grand strategy vision. That's not necessarily better for the world or us or Americans than the policy of U.S. led Western global hegemony, but it is different, right? it will have many of the same characteristics. There'll be some overlap, but there will be differences too. And can it last past the next 4 years? Can Vance, continue on the Trump legacy and cement that type of foreign policy view change into U.S. politics?
Unless, of course, don't forget, Mark, there is the notion that Trump could finagle a third term.
I mean, we could proclaim him the God Emperor of mankind too. I mean,
there's this scheme where they would flip the ticket. Vance would run for president and promise to step down in favor of Vice President Trump. Exactly.
Yeah. That I think that would actually be not doing J.D. Vance justice, because that man is formidable. I don't agree with him on a lot. Right? But he is a formidable politician. He is sharp, right? I regard him as formidable in a same way that I regard Tulsi Gabbard as formidable. But I actually like Tulsi Gabbard. Again, I don't agree with her on everything, right? But I think that is the single most shining moment of the Trump administration thus far. Is the confirmation of Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, it's tied with
every
RFK.
time.
Totally.
Yeah, every time the U.S. National Security Council meets and these neocons like Rubio and Waltz and others are Hegseth are whispering in Trump's ears, Tulsi Gabbard will be down the other end of the table saying, hey, don't see what I know what you're doing.
Knock it off. That's what I expect.
She will be arguing with them to her, in the face. And I think that is so important. I think I still have this warm, completely unexpected smile that is imprinted on my face by the fact that Tulsi Gabbard, who was put on a politicized terror watch list by the last administration, is now the director of national intelligence. The CIA and the NSA report to Tulsi Gabbard.
That's amazing. Yeah. That is absolutely amazing.
That alone might be worth it. Everything.
Yeah, I'm curious. I cannot wait to see how this shakes out and how those guys have to, like you say, report to her specifically. And the fact, personally, I'm thrilled that she's a woman, a second woman in charge in that position behind Avril Haines, who was the last one. But Avril Haines was a CIA swamp thing, right? Like when she was spooked to the core. This is a totally different animal. Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, I disagree with her on many topics, but when it comes to just being a little more fair and balanced towards who the so-called U.S. enemies are, she's the fairest of them all.
And understanding the realities of American foreign policy in its recent history, right? I mean,
yeah. Without agreeing with her on everything, you really can't expect any better from the United States. That is just phenomenal.
Yeah, this is great. And I wonder if this is going to be her path towards running for office again.
Don't knock on wood. Don't say it out loud right yet. Don't do that.
I know, super early.
Don't jinx it.
I would say no, because you know what? In American politics is very unkind to people who switch parties. If you switch parties,
let's see her
you are
survive
never trusted
the next
again,
4 years as DNI.
Let's
literally survive the next 4 years as DNI.
Yeah.
Let's see. Mark Sleboda, always appreciate you coming on, and thank you for making extra time because we knew there was just so much to unpack, obviously. So we appreciate you rushing home.
And there's so much we didn't get to.
Evening. Yeah, and there's still so much we didn't get to, but I mean, we chipped away as much as we could. Thank you so much for taking time for us. Mark Sleboda, of course, is an international relations and security analyst. You can follow Mark on Twitter, which we still call Twitter, at Mark Sleboda 1, the number 1. Check out his YouTube and Telegram channel called Realpolitik with a CK at the end, Realpolitik with Mark Sleboda, and also on Facebook and Substack with the same name, Realpolitik with a CK.
Realpolitik with Mark Sleboda. Yeah, the branding makes some consistent sense. Yes.
Great. And then facebook.com/Gramsci. Always have a good time when you join us, Mark. So thank you so much. This is I don't
Thank
know.
you, Mark.
I'm personally happy. I'm happy that the
Ted Manila, having a long conversation with you again, it's like an old family meeting. It's very nostalgic.
Totally.
It gives me a warm fuzzy too.
Me too.
And then we spiral into talking about like new wave music and Devo's coming over here to DC.
Yeah, no, they're playing in New
Duran, baby, Duran.
I've met them. They kept the hair in the early 2000s.
Old school cartoons too. Don't forget those old school cartoons.
That's right.
Cannot forget
Sundar the Barbarian.
That's it.
Sundar the Barbarian.
Yep.
Thank you, Mark. We'll look forward to having you back again.
Bye,
Cheers,
Mark.
everybody.
Thanks. Good morning, Ted. Good morning, streaming world. Thank you for joining us. You are tuned in to the Ted Manila Information Show, or TMI for short, where we bring you way too much information. Anything from news, politics, lifestyle, the weather, the taboo, bird watching. Ted, we have to come up with new stuff every day. This is going to be the thing. Like, the random stuff that we talk about that nobody else talks about.
Yeah, professional wrestling.
Oh,
we should totally do unprofessional wrestling.
There's a lot of that, actually.
Random acts, more of that. Random acts of violence.
Everybody talks about that.
Sociology. I love sociology.
Yeah.
Demographics.
Actual
you and
real.
I both have a love of demographics.
We do love that. A lot of people don't talk enough about that.
Graphic design.
Yes.
Architecture.
I love architecture.
Yeah. There's the new movie, The Brutalist. I'm curious about it. About a brutalist architect. Meant to be good. You can only see it in New York or LA.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wasn't the Gilgo beach murderer guy, isn't he an architect?
I believe, yeah. I don't think he was a high-end one, but he was
still.
I guess he still is an architect. Yeah.
Yeah, he's an architect. So anyway, we talk about anything and everything on this show because really you can never have too much information. If you're looking for a straight-laced, like button-down news program where they don't curse and drop F-bombs, this is not going to be the show for you. But if this is the show for you, I encourage you to lower the volume if you're at work, lest you be unjobbed very soon. So it's all the stuff that you want. That would be bad. We don't want to be responsible for that.
What if your boss, if you find out your boss is like, what? You're into the TMI show too? Yeah. Holy crap. You're awesome. I'm giving you a raise. Let's hang out.
Well, that'd be really cool. And I hope somebody would inbox us and tell us if that was the case. If they're like, Ted and Manila, I love those guys. Like, yeah, and they start bonding over it, over the water cooler. That'd be really cool. So if that ever happens, somebody please tell us.
That's never going to happen, ever.
You never know. Anyway, it's all the stuff that you want to talk, that you want people to talk about already, that we're going to talk about that. And then we're going to talk about random stuff that, it's random information you should know just because it makes you smarter. And Ted and I firmly believe that. We are live Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern. So please be sure to like and follow this show. If you are watching on YouTube and have not yet hit that subscribe button, please, I implore you, please hit that subscribe button so you can help us reach these milestones on YouTube so we can become monetized and actually start making a living. Because in case you don't know, if you're not familiar, Ted and I were also unjobbed this past fall, thanks to some Joe Biden sanctions on his, the 11th hour in office. He decided to unjob lots and lots of Americans. because, why not? That's the Biden legacy, I would say.
God, what an asshole. Yeah.
Hey, if they can be unhoused, we're unjobbed. So, and if you're watching on Rumble, the Rumble room keeps it hot. And please remember to hit the like button.
Don't forget there's chat on YouTube also. Let's not.
There is the chat, but it's not as spicy as the Rumblers.
It's the culture of Rumble. Rumble is a spicy culture. Yeah.
And I like that. Before we get into
the Rumble people always like you more than they like me, like
I
don't know if it's a political thing or it's just a, whatever, but I think they just don't like me because I'm white. They're racist. That's what it is.
Oh, that might be it. That's it. They're
it's
anti-white.
Yeah. I mean, us able-bodied until recently, cis white males are Ivy League, cis white males are the most discriminated against people. Our lives are the hardest.
And look, before we get into anything, Ted, including white racism or anti-whiteness on Rumble, the people probably know, right? The Mid-Atlantic got dumped on in the last 48 hours. We have about a foot of snow on the ground right now, and look at me bundled up in my house with this, right?
Is it cold, or are you just is that just for show?
No, you don't have heat, man.
You don't have heat in that house?
The house is 72 degrees, and I'm but I'm a Californian. I'm still cold.
God, if it was 72 degrees, I'd be literally sweating like a pig. If it's over, in the summer, I want it down to 65. I'm
no.
Anything over 65, I'm sweaty and gross.
In the summer, I leave the AC up to 75. That's comfortable for me. In the winter, only
personal question, you don't have to answer it, but do you have some endocrine kind of issues? Because sometimes people have
autoimmune.
Oh, is that what it is? That might be why you're cold.
Yeah, I'm always cold. I have
a
hard time. Yeah, there's this side kind of tangentially related condition called Raynaud's disease or disorder, where people with autoimmune issues have a hard time regulating body temperature.
Oh, I thought Raynaud's syndrome was where you had an urge to buy cheap French cars.
Well, there's that too. I wish those were available here. It'd be really great. Good on gas as gas prices are going up. Thanks to Joe Biden again on his way out. But anyway, before we get into that, I just want to say, even though I'm not frolicking in the snow, if people don't know, the National Zoo got 2 new baby pandas a couple of months ago, 2 months ago, ahead of the winter. And I just need to show it to everybody because this is the cutest snow frolicking ever.
Yeah, pandas aren't afraid of the snow. They're from places where the snow is.
They're from cold ass China, though. I mean,
they're from the mountains. Oh my God, that is insanely cute.
Tell me this is
OMG.
Oh my God.
OMG.
Oh my God, look at them.
That is insane. Because they look they're so cute because they look like they're wearing pants. That's what's so funny.
Yeah. They're so cute. Look at them.
Animals that look like they're wearing pants always are cute.
The baby pandas at the National Zoo. I haven't gone to see them yet. I didn't go for their arrival. But look, this is the snowfall yesterday, and they're just having a grand old time. And that is the cutest thing ever. So if people are tuning in, see, we talk about whatever.
Even pandas, which for a long time people said are not bears. And now they're there's something else. But there's they're bears.
Well, what are they going to say? They're fucking marsupials?
It's kind of like how spiders are not insects, right? So, it's kind of
I see. Arachnids are not, okay.
Yeah, arachnids are not insects. And daddy long legs are not arachnids.
Oh my God. No, they're still bugs.
Well, that's true.
They're still bugs. And I don't care how many times my teachers growing up are going to tell me that tomatoes are a fruit. No, fuck that. They're in the vegetable aisle.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Tomatoes
I don't really understand what makes the difference between a vegetable and a fruit.
They said the fruit, that fruit have seeds inside.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what they say. The most basic way to figure it out is that
So a pineapple is a fruit because it's got those little seeds inside.
On the inside?
Yeah, it's got this. Pineapple has seeds. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess. Oh, yeah, you're right. The little brown. Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they're not like a big deal or anything. So
Right,
an
so you're right.
avocado would be like the mother of all fruits because it's got
It's a fruit.
It's got that big ass thing and the seed in the middle.
Technically a fruit.
Yeah.
See,
And
a lot of people didn't know that.
I love that seed, by the way. That's an awesome like avocado nut. I mean, it's like it's actually beautiful. It's like a carved piece of wood.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I mean,
You're
it's a
looking at it
gorgeous seed.
aesthetically.
It's not like a ratty
Ted's an
like
artist.
peach, like a peach or a peach seed is
Oh.
disgusting.
Yeah, well, Ted's an artist.
Not to mention
He's
they're a
looking
little
at it
bit they're a little bit poisonous too. They have laetrile in them. Yeah, they're
don't-
kind of like bad for
that way. I
you.
have no idea. I have
Yeah.
no idea. But see, this is the perfect example of what the show is.
Too much
like,
information.
yeah. Easiest way to figure it out if it's a fruit or a vegetable is 99.9% of the time, a fruit is going to be the thing that has seeds inside.
Wait, there are exceptions?
There are a few exceptions. I forget what they say.
You know
like-
it's going to be something like the lychee or something. You know?
Right. It's something weird but typically if you go to your average American or UK, like a Spinneys or something, if it's in the
Wait, what's a Spinneys?
Spinneys is a grocery store chain. You
Never
know
heard of it. Is it like a major, like a normal grocery store, or is it like a convenience store?
Yeah, it's like Spinneys and Tesco are like a big thing.
Tesco. Never heard of it.
You don't know Tesco?
Nope.
Ted, you've traveled all around the world.
I have.
You don't
That's
know
true.
Spinneys
But
and
no Tesco. No, I know about
Oh.
I know about like Winn-Dixie and the Piggly Wiggly down
But
south.
that's out here. Yeah.
Oh, really? That's a southern thing, right? I thought.
Yeah, that's
I
Southern.
grew up with
not where
boring
I am
stuff
in
like
Virginia.
Kroger's and A&P
Me too. I'm from California.
and the
yeah.
IPA.
Yeah, all British people out there, if you're watching, you guys know Spinneys and Tesco. It's a thing.
All right.
It's a thing. But anyway, speaking of
And
British,
King Cullen, which is the oldest grocery store supposedly in the country. King
Oh,
Cullen, worship, bow to the king. It's a
we had a
supermarket.
King Cole where I grew up,
Mm,
but then it went out of business in the 80s.
mm. The
So I
king
don't know
was
if I
the
would've-
king was deposed in a brutal revolution.
The King, yeah, Ralph's, which is owned by Kroger now, took
Yeah.
over.
Yeah, Ralph's I always think of as being super Californian.
Oh yes, we have that. Yeah,
And I also
all right. With that,
unfortunate name.
with
It's like
Ralph.
I went to Ralph's, and then I Ralphed.
Oh, by the way, Merry Christmas to our Orthodox friends out there. January 7th
Mm.
is their official Christmas. So,
Do they have a different calendar too?
you know, I don't know. I think they use the Gregorian calendar. But
Okay,
their
that's good.
Christmas, but their Christmas day is different for reasons unbeknownst to me. And of course, the show today, we're going to be talking the economy, stupid, per James Carville, the Raging Cajun, right? I think he nailed that one. It's always the economy. And anybody running for office, national office, that misses that point, right? That
Mhm.
James Carville said.
So
It's true.
too much information about the Orthodox Church. Actually, Orthodox Christians do not follow the Gregorian calendar
Really?
at all. They're like, fuck Gregory and his calendar, and he can
Really?
shove it up
What
his
do you
ass.
think?
We're Julian
Okay.
style. They roll Julian
Really?
style. Yeah, they use the Julian calendar. That's why their Christmas is different.
Interesting.
By the way,
Okay,
did
well-
you know what percentage would you say of all Christians in the world are Orthodox? I was surprised when I read this number right now. It's higher than you'd think, maybe.
15.
Oh man, it's right, almost right on the nose. 12. That's really
Oh.
good. Nicely played.
I
would've
was
thought,
around a lot of them.
4, but
No,
there's a lot.
Because
Oh,
I
'cause of
was around-
Russia.
obviously having worked with the Russians, I
And
realized
Russia's big.
yeah, there's a lot of them. So
Yeah, there are.
I realized
Yeah.
there's a lot of them out there. So we're going to be talking the economy, not so much Orthodox economy or unorthodox, Ted. Probably
Right.
the Trump effect. I think we're going to have a real Wall Street guy on that can kind of explain. I would say that Wall Street is excited to have Trump back. So
Oh no, that's certainly, there's all indications of that so far. Yeah.
yeah. All right. So let's hop to that.
Let's
Time
do
to
it.
view my favorite
bum,
video.
Bum, 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 bum.
There it is.
Okay. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is toast. He announced his plans to resign after his own party called for him to step down. After weeks of speculation, Trudeau says he will no longer be in charge of the Liberal Party, but he's going to stay in office until a successor is found. Trudeau has been Prime Minister of Canada for nearly 10 years. He won office at just the age of 43, but he's very, very unpopular because Canadians blame him for inflation, high cost of living, and also there's been a bunch of crises and missteps that only Canadians who follow Canadian politics know about. But anyway, even his political allies are not happy with him. Trudeau defended himself, of course, particularly his social and economic policies. He says he's worked to help the middle class and try to help the poor. He also cited internal battles, as he called them, as the reason for his resignation, saying that Parliament's been paralyzed for months while the political rhetoric has heated up. It's time for a reset, he said. It's time for the temperature to come down. In a move that gives Liberals more time to settle on a new candidate to run the party and possibly to be the new PM, Trudeau said that Governor General Mary Simon granted his request to prorogue Parliament. That means it's out of session until March 24th. So
just say it's not in session.
But no, it's prorogued.
Why? But why?
Oh, prorogued.
But you're right. Like I don't get it. All right.
I don't know this. This is. I keep saying we need to have a parliamentary procedure for parliamentary political systems explainer on this show. We need to bring in an expert who understands the sort of they're all not quite exactly the same, but the ins and outs of a no confidence vote. What is the duty of a president versus the prime minister? All those how the alliances all work within the different political parties. I mean, our system just doesn't have this, so we need to explain it.
Just so people understand, these other, especially with our neighboring Commonwealth country, which when are they going to stop?
Soon they'll be under our system. If Trump has his way.
It's going to be yes. But so Trudeau has had a rough 2024, Ted.
Mm-hmm.
His wife left him.
Yep, that's true.
Right? His wife left him.
Well, that might have been a blessing for him. We don't know.
From the gossip pages I read about politics, political people, it seemed like
it wasn't his choice.
It wasn't his choice, but at the very least, if it wasn't that he loved his dear wife, it was because, for show. You got to keep the marriage together for show until he finishes his prime ministership, because a lot of political marriages are born that way, right?
Sure.
But you know what? This was all his making, I would say, because he's kind of a douchebag for all, look at him broing it up with Emmanuel Macron when he was, when they were trying to talk to Trump and the Zelensky stuff, and then they're trying to bro it up. They're both kind of 40 something, or maybe they're 50 at this point.
Yeah, but let's not. Macron is. I mean, literally, if you were what is a douchebag, we'd be like, that right there is a douchebag.
But this guy too.
But he's rocking it with his marriage, man. He married his teacher.
Oh God.
When he was a little kid. And
I have questions about that.
You get a crush on your teacher, and
no,
he was plowing that teacher at an early age.
I have questions about all of that with Macron, but with Trudeau, I would say he made his bed, especially right here, during the COVID lockdowns and the trucker protest, and he went a step beyond anybody by not only trying to jail these guys, but then breaking.
I didn't even understand it.
Accounts. This is so stupid.
They were such mellow dudes.
They were so polite, the most polite truckers ever.
Well, yeah.
And then you went after their bank.
Only in Germany are people more polite. So there's after World War I, there was a revolution, a socialist uprising to overthrow the state in Germany, and when that happened, this is the ultimate statement about German culture. There's film of the police shooting at the socialist revolutionaries. The revolutionaries are running away across a public park, and there's a sign that says, "Don't walk on the grass." So the revolutionaries go around the grass They don't want to run on the grass while the bullets are whizzing around.
That's
Germany. And the Canadians are not unlike that, really.
Rule followers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not in the American DNA to do that. It's really not.
No.
It's just part of not America. It doesn't matter what ethnicity you are. It is if you were born and raised in the U.S., it is really just not part of who
these guys blocked an intersection. Ooh.
Right.
All right.
Well, they were honking their horns in Ottawa, and he didn't like that, and so not
probably the most excitement Ottawa has ever seen. With just 14 days left in office, Biden announced that he's banning offshore oil and drilling along the entirety of the United States. The ban covers the entire East Coast, the entire eastern Gulf of Mexico, the coast off of the states of California, Oregon, and Washington, as well as a large part of Alaska. I didn't need that whole description because I know what the coastline of the United States is. So I don't know why they just gave us that geography lesson. Okay, all right. Anyway, the ban prevents companies from leasing new drilling along 625 million acres, which Ron Neal, who's the chairman of the Independent Petroleum Association of American Offshore Committee, let's guess how he feels about this. He said that it would limit the industry's exploration of new projects and hurt its ability to survive in the long term.
To be fair, Ted, immediately overnight, gas prices, I don't know if you've looked, gas prices have jumped.
I saw that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Trump also won the election. He promised to make gas prices go down by reversing Biden's environmental protection policies. Drill, baby, drill, increasing drilling, eliminating regulations, and supercharging America's fossil fuel industry, but probably not so fast. Biden passed the new protections without any expiration date. He has the authority to withdraw areas from drilling under a law called the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act of 1953. Back in 2017, Trump tried to reverse that, waters that had been protected under Obama, but the court said that the act is irreversible by succeeding presidents. Still, Trump could go to Congress, which of course Republicans control, to reverse that. Trump also could go to court. It would probably go to the U.S. Supreme Court, which hasn't shied away from overturning environmental protections in recent years. So I suspect this probably will not last. Full disclosure, I'm totally in favor of this limitation. I wish it had happened a long time ago. I mean, we only have to think back about the BP oil spill and any number of other environmental catastrophes that have come from offshore drilling. I don't think offshore drilling should be legal in the United States at all. We have other options. We should do more nuclear, more solar, more. I think hydropower is going to be problematic because of droughts.
The use of petroleum products are everywhere in everything. So
True.
It's not just going in your car. So that's fixing one avenue.
Drill it in Texas.
Yeah, we're going.
Get it out of the ground.
Sure, you can drill. I agree. We have a lot of that, but Biden has also blocked those as well. So that's why gas prices have not been as cheap over the past 4 years. I mean, add inflation or whatever, but gas prices, especially here, like in the DMV metro, they are substantially higher than they were during the Trump administration.
Yeah, well,
we were still paying for gas in the twos. The number starts with a 2.
Look, I'm a socialist, so under my 5-year plan, this would not be the case. But since we are stuck with capitalism under free markets, seems to me like our country's not going to get serious about alternative energy until gas prices become sky high. Once you see like $15 a gallon gas, there's going to be all sorts of opportunities for businesses to really develop green energy, and they're not even going to need money from the government. They're just going to do it to make money.
I won't fight this topic for too long, but I will just say I'm not as much pro fake green energy as I thought I was growing up in California with like hippy dippy teachers who I love, and I'm glad that I learned those things. But to learn that the green energy sector is mostly a lot of hogwash.
That's true.
It's kind of disheartening. So for the sake of the economy, and until we fix other areas of our economy, I'm gonna now lean towards the drill baby drill crowd, because unless you're bringing down our grocery prices, our commuter prices, whatever that may be, however you commute, anywhere you commute to, unless you bring down, healthcare, food, all that stuff, drill, baby, drill, because this is an added tax to the average American that has to get to work. And the fact that we're like selling all of our oil products elsewhere instead, and then buying the other product from Saudi or whoever, I think that says a lot about what, where our priorities are, and not in fixing the U.S. And I'm not saying that Trump is going to do that either. I'm just pointing out that this is why I've left the green energy camp, and I think it's a lot of hooey.
All right. We must leave that story. The U.S. military has sent 11 Yemeni prisoners who were being held at Guantanamo Bay concentration camp to Oman, according to the Pentagon. That leaves
Oman's lovely. I love Oman.
I've been to Oman, leaving just 15 men in the prison. In a bold push at the end of the Biden administration, the prison population there is now smaller than at any time in its over 20-year history. None of the released people had ever been charged with any crime during their 2 decades of detention. Now, all but 6 have been charged with or convicted of war crimes. There were 40 when Biden took over and resurrected an Obama effort to try to close it. The 11 who have been released include Mawaf al-Alwi. He's a former long-term hunger striker who gained attention in the art world for building model boats from objects found at Guantanamo. I missed that story. Abdul Salam al-Hela, whose testimony was sought by defense attorneys in the USS Cole case, and Hassan bin Attash, the younger brother of a defendant in the 9/11 conspiracy case. U.S. officials didn't say what we gave Oman and what guarantees it received in exchange. By law, however, the U.S. military cannot send Gitmo prisoners to Yemen because Yemen is in a brutal civil war, partly because the United States is financing one side of that brutal civil war, and it is considered too unstable to monitor and rehabilitate the returnees. I love that we have to rehabilitate them. These guys are literally innocent under American law. They were never charged with anything. They were never, much less convicted. Rehabilitated from our torture. Right. And like not letting them see their families, or, it's like they've been treated absolutely atrociously.
That's more like it.
Why is that thing still open for 15 people? I mean, it's
Obama said he was going to shut it down.
Well, yeah. And it was very lame because the reason that he didn't shut it down was that, well, first of all, like a lot of Obama stuff, he didn't try very hard. But basically, the Republican Congress at the time passed a law forbidding the use of U.S. taxpayer funds to ship to basically cover the airfare for the guys to come to the United States, where they would have been presumably kept like in a Supermax or something, right?
Right.
And so we're talking about like maybe $400 or $500 per inmate. At the time, I think there were about 400 or something like that. And so I remember at the time just like so. Shake the mattress cushions, Barry. I mean, he could pay it himself. He literally could have used it, just like paid a few $100,000 out. He
could have used his points from,
or his book, one of his book, the book royalties. Give a speech, use the money from that one speech to like pay for this, or do a GoFundMe or something. Anyway, they could have done it.
I will say this guy at the bottom down here, right here, he's guilty.
You're just saying that because he's grinning.
Because he's got crazy eyes, Ted.
Yeah, he does have crazy eyes. That's true.
He has crazy eyes. He's like, something's not right there.
That's true. All right. A parent has sued the former coaching staff of a Texas high school football team, alleging that players, including her son, had to be hospitalized following a grueling workout that included about 400 push-ups. The workout from an off-season training program devised by former Rockwall Heath High School football head coach John Harrell demanded that the entire team stop and perform 16 push-ups for any individual infraction during exercises. All right, Hitler. In a January 2023 workout, Harrell's assistant coaches ordered the team to perform 398 push-ups after they had tallied up dozens of infractions that day, according to video reviewed by investigators. The whole thing took about 40 minutes. Days after the workout, and of course, obviously, this was Texas, but it was January. I don't know how hot it was. Students were taken to hospital with symptoms of something that we should all know about. This is a really great TMI topic because it's something that I'd never heard of, and I think I'm reasonably informed. But this is a thing. So I'm probably mispronouncing this, but it's rhabdomyolysis. Rhabdomyolysis is a potentially life-threatening condition caused by overexertion in which your muscles break down. The byproducts that release into the bloodstream can then poison your kidneys. 26 kids had symptoms of this illness, and a doctor who looked at their medical records found that 12 met the criteria for rhabdomyolysis. Several of the students sought ER care for their symptoms in the days after this grueling workout. More students likely could have been diagnosed with rhabdomyolysis, but did not go to seek any medical treatment. I don't know if you were ever in sports, Manila. I bet you were. But my first day of high school training for soccer, I'd been in soccer. I was in wrestling, soccer, and track in junior high school. But in high school, I wanted to join baseball, and the baseball coach was a maniac, and he had us hop on one foot all the way across the 100-yard football field and back, and then switch to the other foot and do it, and which would have been grueling enough, except for the fact that the ground was like completely like riddled with mole holes and tunnels. So like you're basically falling and tripping on your face like repeatedly. It was August. It was an Ohio summer, which can be very humid and hot. And it was just absolutely brutal. And I remember coming home and telling my mom, I am not fucking doing, baseball. That guy's a madman. And she was like, started giving me the whole speech, like, you can't be a quitter, and all that. And I was like, Mom, have I ever quit anything before, ever? She's like, no. I'm like, he's a madman. So I wish these kids had quit. I mean, this is like you can die.
Said something sooner. Well, okay. So the argument from the coach was supposedly he didn't know, but that is not, as you know, Ted, is not a good argument in a court of law.
Ignorance is no excuse.
That you cannot. But at any rate, I'm curious to know why none of the kids, see something, say something. They didn't do that, right?
I believe excessive. That. That. I mean, Texas. I mean, I know this.
Big thing in Texas.
High school football in Texas is massive. It's a religion. It's a privilege for you to be on the team. The coach is your Führer. You do what he says, no matter what.
But with the amount of money that is dumped into Texas high school football, they do have physical trainers there on the field with these kids, even at practice and stuff, because they need these kids to be healthy. I'm surprised that the PT didn't say anything. So, there's that. But this I had no idea. I had no idea that you can literally damage your kidneys from overexertion.
You have a son. Make sure you're on top of that.
He's not allowed to play football.
Well, that's true, because it fucks injury. Up your head. Yeah, no, I mean, for sure.
Brain injury. Yeah.
But also rhabdomyolysis. This is something that's useful to know. I mean, everyone's like, well, exercise is good for you. Well, like anything, not if it goes too far. All right. Jean-Marie Le Pen, founding father of France's modern political far right, who built a half-century career on rants of barely disguised racism, anti-Semitism, and neo-Nazism, has died. He was 96 years old. His death was confirmed on X by Jordan Bardella, the current president of the party that he founded, which originally was called the National Front. In a statement to Agence France-Presse, Le Pen's family said that he died Tuesday at a hospital in Gauche, that's west of Paris. Back in April of last year, with Le Pen in frail health after suffering a second heart attack in a year, a French court granted his daughters legal guardianship. This gave them the right to make decisions in his name. Presumably, they may have had something to do with pulling the plug or something. An arm-waving reactionary with the swagger of a circus pitchman making outrageous claims, Le Pen ran unsuccessfully for the presidency 5 times, making it to a runoff in 2002, riding waves of discontent and xenophobia, and raising specters of a new fascism as he excoriated Jews, Arabs, Muslims, and other immigrants, anyone he claimed to be not pure French. Le Pen's youngest daughter, Marine Le Pen, succeeded him as leader of the National Front in 2011, and then rose to prominence on a tide of populist anger at the political mainstream. She rebranded the party to call it the National Rally. And even though she's been defeated 3 times, she's poised, I think, to be the next president of France.
I think so.
And she is she's cold. She wanted to rebrand the party and make it more acceptable and more mainstream. So she kicked her dad out of the party, and he was like, "What the fuck?" And
he's too old school.
They made up later.
Different generation. Of course. But she is now in charge, right? So as you can see, she's run 3 times at this point, and she has been able to move the dial. So she's like the opposite of Hillary Clinton, right? Because it's like the more we've learned of Hillary Clinton, the less and less America likes her. And for every successive run, and Marine Le Pen has done just the opposite. She has grown her support base, or not hers, but the party's support base in France. So, I guess that move kind of straightened Pops out, and I was surprised he was still alive. I just
the guy was a beast. He used to be a boxer, and he kind of looks like it when you see him like standing there in that picture that you have up right now. He's got that pose, right? Like
big dude.
The pugilist. Yeah, I would not have wanted to fuck with him. I remember one time I walked in Orleans, which is a hotbed of the National Front / National Rally Party, with my then wife, who was and remains Asian. And man, it was like the chill in the air when we walked into that bar. It was like we had a quick drink, New Yorker style. You don't want to just run away because that just attacks the wrong kind of attention.
Irish goodbye.
Got to pretend like you're not scared, even though you are scared. And then you're like, have a drink, hang out, then be like, it's time to go.
It's time for Mr. Le Pen to go. So
and so he did. Yeah, he was a really true. He was barely reconstructed pro Vichy kind of guy. A lot of it should be pointed out that he I think he named one of his daughters Maréchal or something, who was after Maréchal Pétain, the collaborationist leader of Vichy France.
Wow.
So it tells you sort of where it's kind of like the Ukrainians, who are supposedly not Nazis, except for the fact that they have, memorials to Nazi collaborators all over the country. And every time I see a photo, like in the AP or something, of like, here's a Ukrainian, memorial service for a fallen Ukrainian soldier. And if you look in the background, you'll always see
find Nazi memorabilia.
Especially if you look for that one, the one that's half red, half black. That's a fascist flag.
Look for a little insignia. It is kind of like, the people that are wearing the shirt that says "not a Nazi," but underneath the shirt they have swastikas on their chests.
It's like, look for the Nazi label.
Not a Nazi. Anyway, we'll leave that right there. We'll get to our guest because, Ted, it's always been about the economy, stupid.
Always.
James Carville was absolutely spot on when he said, for any election, if any politician misses that point, you will freaking lose your run. And it's true because, Joe Biden argues that he would have gotten to it. I don't think so. And Kamala Harris certainly did not really address it because she is Kamala Harris. So, she didn't tap into that anger at all, that rage. So we are bringing in somebody that knows a thing or two about the economy. And we're going to talk about that right after the Jaws. Ted, you're on mute.
I don't think I did that. I think you did that to me.
No,
anyway,
no,
Donald Trump, who takes office in a matter of days, defeated Kamala Harris in large part because of voter dissatisfaction over the economy. But what will his economy look like? In many ways, this is a tale of two economies. The stock market, the tech sector, and the wealthy are doing better than ever. The working class and manufacturing are struggling. These are, to be fair, long-term trends that have taken place under both Democratic and Republican administrations. Can Trump reconcile his populist and billionaire bases? Can he keep inflation under control? Might he consider expanding the social safety net, especially for healthcare, or increase the minimum wage? What will he do as AI continues to kill off American jobs? Joining us to talk about all this is Aquiles Larrea. He's the CEO and founder of Larrea Wealth Management here in beautiful New York City. He's also the author of the book, Your Money and You, the ultimate guide for Latino entrepreneurs. But I bet you don't have to be Latino to appreciate it.
Yes, Thanks. You probably don't have to be Latino to read it, right?
Definitely not.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year. Okay, real quick, Aquiles, can you explain? So we're looking at the book cover right here, Your Money and You, the ultimate wealth guide for Latino entrepreneurs and executives. Create your empanada of success. What is an empanada of success?
Very quickly, an empanada is like a little pastry. You put the different foods inside. It could be meat, it could be veggie, it could be cheese, and the like. And every country in Latin America has it. So these empanadas are universal to both Latin America and in Spain as well. So it's this one common theme that I thought would resonate with Latino people. And at the same time, guys, this is my first book. The new book is out now, and I'll get that information to you guys. And that's called Wise Up With Your Money. And it's geared towards the Anglo, it's geared more towards the population in general
Awesome.
in the United States.
Very good. Very good. Thank you for explaining. I was just curious. I was like, what is the empanada? So it's like layers of stuff before you stuff the inside.
Yeah, and then you deep fry it, and it's delicious.
I've had them. They're very good.
I've had empanadas. I just had to know like what an empanada of success looked like and what that meant. So I guess for all those in the Latino community, they grew up with it, so they understand the analogy, I suppose.
I think so.
Hopefully.
Yes, thank you for being with us. So first, let's jump right in. We got like less than 2 weeks at this point, because what is it, Tuesday today? Less than 2 weeks before Donald Trump is inaugurated. Aquiles, so we know that the stock market, Wall Streeters like yourself, Wall Street has responded well since the elections. Why is Wall Street excited for a Trump return?
Well, this has to do really with the Republican side as well, because the perception is that the Republicans are very business friendly, pro-corporation, and these are the things that excite people because they think that it's going to jumpstart the economy. In some cases it does, but in other cases it's actually been the opposite effect. Long term, the Republican administrations, if you look at their performance in the stock market, have had kind of a lackluster type view, and the Democrats haven't been all that that better as far as the performance in the stock market. But it's an exciting time from the sense that, hey, we got a new administration coming in, we can have some positive change, and at the same time, business owners, especially small business owners like myself, are looking at this as, hey, we have some opportunities we may have not seen before. Business is growing, and we're going to see going forward for the next 4 years an environment where you perceive that an administration is going to help you rather than harm you.
Yeah, I mean, look at these numbers coming from CBS Miami that, and this is coming from bankrate.com. If this is what Wall Streeters think, it's not just Wall Street. The average person, according to Bankrate, those numbers have improved by double digits. That people think the average person
still
thinks
under
the economy is going to get
though.
better.
Still
yeah,
under
but if
50%.
you look at the improvement now, it's now because Donald Trump was elected. Because as we know, even when polling was underway, the average citizen that is not, super left, super right, they had this view that Donald Trump would be better for the economy, which reveals that
couldn't this also be just that
they had more money before?
The COVID lockdown is more in our rearview mirror, and the further we get away from it, the more optimistic people feel.
Yeah, I think we're coming out of the woodwork when we come. You see people all of a sudden they're taking more chances. Business people are not risk averse. They're going to go in there. They're going to take their chances. I think these numbers are somewhat skewed because if you think about it, the numbers that you see here, once the administration starts and gets going, it's actually, this is going to pull back probably into the 20s. All right. And it's no fault of the administration. It's just that expectations can be so high and unrealistic at times. And then the reality sets in and, it's kind of a mixed message at times, guys.
And there's been some serious promises coming from Trump. I mean, Trump's like, only I can fix it. He says that, overnight gas prices are going to drop. He's going to impose these tariffs. He's going to do these mass deportations that are somehow going to make it easier for everyone to find affordable housing and a great high-paid job. Obviously, when you set up expectations like that, it's unlikely that you're going to achieve them, or at least in very quickly, if ever. And so you're going to disappoint people for sure. What do you think the new administration's economic orientation is going to be? Is it going to be, DOGE oriented, basically tax cuts for billionaires, tax cuts for corporations, slashing the austerity, slashing the social safety net? Is there going to be Trump wasn't very big on, he wasn't a deficit hawk last time. Will he be this time? $39 trillion, hard to keep track.
No, I think exactly what you're saying. When it comes to this administration, they have already made it clear that they're going to take care of their own, that the millionaires are going to be taken care of. There are going to be big tax cuts because they are still believing, even though I don't believe in the trickle down economy set. And I'm not
does not work.
It's a bunch of bull. Pardon my French.
It is.
But what I see on the positive side is that there are a lot more small business entrepreneurs getting into the fray versus the COVID economy. We're going to see a lot more activity because small business drives business in the United States. Anybody who doesn't think that, I don't know where they've been. So another thing with the stock market, we are entering another bullish cycle. We were supposed to have a recession last year, but all the factors that point towards that negative growth and the such, they've not shown up. We've also have a very resilient economy. We also have job claims that are on the rise. Joblessness is steady and not going anywhere at this particular point. So the positivity that's emitting is great, but I also want to caution the economic cycle that we're in must pull back at some point. I talked about the market on other media, on other shows. I've talked about the market pulling back and having a correction, so that way we could see the rest of the year take off. Well, I'm sticking to that. We've seen somewhat of a correction happen, and we are going to see a massive move to the upside once the administration is in place and things start to settle in. But also another thing, this economic cycle, even though it still has legs, will start to pull back probably later this year, and we'll start to see real corrections as we saw in the past. And that's great because it actually keeps the poker game honest, I call it, because you got to have corrections in order to have those big expansions.
And what's your take on what housing is going to look like in 2025? We saw Jerome Powell before the holidays, or right before Christmas rather, that he cut the base rate down by 0.25%. But we haven't seen rates really budge yet. Maybe there's some incentive, rates floating around out there or whatever, but generally we haven't seen it budge. Housing is still tough. It still hasn't fully rebounded since the COVID backlog, right? Of raw materials and all of that. None of that has really bounced back yet. It's been 4 years. Housing is still a problem. What does Wall Street think is happening with that for 2025?
Well, let's forget about Wall Street for a moment on this. Let's just take the inventory right now. The inventory on housing is still anemic. And if you're raising the rates, lowering the rates as the Fed is doing, you would think that the housing mortgage rates would go down. And as a matter of fact, it went the opposite, it went up. Okay. So you're going to have two problems. The first thing, the rates go up, not much of an incentive for someone to go and buy a house at this particular point. The second thing, housing prices, because of the anemic inventory, will also go up. You started to see it at the beginning of last year, and it's continued that trend. I don't see that reversing at this particular point, but I do see it will be somewhat abating, probably third or fourth quarter of 25. So we're not going to see something fixed right away. But what I also would say at this point, mortgage rates will start to go down at some point. And I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I think it's going to happen this quarter, but more in the March, April type area. And that's going to be good because people are going to start looking again. The weather gets better if you're in the north. In the south, you don't have to worry about those things. But in the northeast here, when you wake up to 17 degrees and it feels like 8, it's a part of home buying. That's part of it. So all things being said, housing will start kicking up, start moving that activity probably in March, April of this year, with a good environment of interest rate, mortgage rates going down in that time period. If it starts to go up, it means that inflation has started creeping up again. Inflation has been a stalwart. It has been really kicking at us this entire time, and Powell has limited options going forward. He can start putting things down, but if the rates continue to go up, that means inflation is stronger than he thought, and they're going to have, conceivably, instead of the quarter point drop down, they're going to have to do a half point drop down, which they did at the beginning. They can't be afraid to use these tools.
Also, a side note, Jerome Powell, Donald Trump has signaled that he wants to get rid of Jerome Powell because Powell's been there for 2 administrations now. Trump has signaled that he wants him out. Powell has pushed back and said, no, POTUS has no control over my seat. Do you think he stays? And what's that going to look like if he's going to be butting heads with the new POTUS?
Well, here's the thing. He stays as long as he wants to stay. They are independent of the government, and people forget that. All right, he could thumb his nose at Trump all he wants. He is in a position to do so. He's also in a unique position that the Fed has been right more than they've been wrong. If you look historically, the Fed has been on the money as far as the economy is concerned, and they're going to continue the manner of moving rates the way that they see fit. Remember, they are in control of the rates, and they are in control of observing whether or not unemployment at this particular point. That's their job, whether or not unemployment goes further down, which we see it's kind of leveling off right now, but was still manageable right now, which I think is important.
Ted, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, I have demutified myself. Aquiles, do you think you mentioned the housing market? Do you think how much of a interest rate drop do you think we're looking at in the next year? A full point? Half a point?
Well, think about it. We were at 11% a year ago in August. Okay, and all of a sudden we dropped back down into the 6 range, into the 5 range for some people. Mm-hmm. Okay, now obviously well-qualified buyers. I believe, and once again, we're going out on a limb here, but I believe it would not be crazy to think that we could get back to that 5 point, even 4 point. People look at me like I'm nuts, but it doesn't take all that much to bring mortgage rates down. And if inventory starts, we start seeing people wanting to sell their houses a little bit more, then we could see another drop.
Yeah, I mean, there's a sense that the market, the real estate seems like it's frozen, right? I mean, it's like basically stuck. There's a lot of people who want to move, but they can't move. They feel like they can't get the price that they want. A lot of people want to buy, but they feel like they can't get the interest rate that they want. There's not a lot of inventory. It just seems like things are like not matched well.
Yeah, it seems that way, and a lot of times it is that way. That's the reality. But going back to what I said, if we start to see, in the first quarter, second quarter of this year, that the Fed interest rates are going down, and there's a lack of strong inflation data, then at that point we could conceivably see that the housing, the mortgage rates go down in that sense, and we could also see inflation being perceived as more tame at that point in time.
Do you think Trump is going to do anything? I know this might be a little bit outside of your wheelhouse, but it does affect economics. Do you think Trump is going to address the yearning on the populist right as well as the populist left to sort of solve some long-standing problems that Americans have faced in terms of high healthcare prices, high college and tuition prices to send their kids to school, student loan debt? There's a lot of these things that Democrats and Republicans have kicked down the road, for year after year after year. But there's kind of an opportunity for a one-term president who doesn't have to run again, who's at the end of his career,
a lame duck
who can pretty much, and who has control of all three branches of government to get some things done if he wants to. I mean, could we see a Nixon goes to China kind of Trump move on healthcare, for example? I mean, he follows the news about Luigi Mangione. He saw the way that people responded to how much they hate the health insurance companies. Do you think that we might see something there, or is it just going to be like, this is for the billionaires?
A bit of both, and I'll tell you why. Mm-hmm. A lot of people, especially the healthcare companies, have very strong lobbies. And we're not going to see much movement on that front. As a matter of fact, I'd probably see the opposite, where some of the previous administration's moves are now in Trump's hands. And he's got to decide, perception's everything when it comes to the public. He's got to make a decision whether or not, instead of dismantling Obamacare, which is the law of the land currently, and a lot very popular amongst the people, he's got to decide, how can I turn this, if he's smart, how can I turn this into Trump Care 2.0, right, or 1.0, however you want to talk about it. And there are many improvements upon the healthcare system that can be made.
Public option, please.
Health with moral suasion, or just simply saying to the companies, hey, listen, if you don't play ball, we're going to get tougher with you guys and make you lower the prices on everything, which is,
and maybe no more random denials,
Maybe. we're not sure at this point, but I do think another thing that I would say regarding, you're going to see these tax cuts, right? You're going to see these tariffs occur. Wouldn't it be wonderful? This is just in an ideal world. Would it not be wonderful if we could pay for our taxes using the tariff system? All right. That's a far-reaching goal, guys. All right. Yeah, we used to do it, but you know what? That was a long time ago.
The economy was very different then.
Exactly.
I mean, in the 19th century. I mean, we only get about less than 2% of federal revenues come in from tariffs now. Over 55% comes in from income taxes. That's not even including other forms of taxes, corporate taxes. This is just personal individual taxes is over 50% of the federal budget.
One of the things that Trump has been harping about is in his first term, he threw out old NAFTA and created, I forget the acronym that he uses for his new version of NAFTA, but now he wants to be out with that entirely, and now he wants to tariff Canada and Mexico. Now, here is the monkey wrench in the whole scheme. is Justin Trudeau yesterday announced he's stepping down. So in a matter of, it could be weeks, maybe a couple months, somewhere in the first quarter,
it has to be by mid-March. Has to be by mid-March. Yeah.
So in the first quarter, he'll be stepping down. It seems like, and I'm no expert in Canadian politics, but it seems like a conservative parliament will be ushered in and a conservative prime minister will be ushered in. Do you think Trump will change his tune on this tariff thing, or do you think they'll kind of work in tandem together and then they'll have to deal with Claudia Sheinbaum down in Mexico?
Yeah, I think that at this particular point, you kind of do damned if you do, damned if you don't at this point. You got to wait to see what the conservatives have to offer and if the Canadians are biting at this point. And the liberals are going to be saying to themselves, well, how can we position going forward now that Trudeau is out? But I think going back to what you said, when it comes to these situations, it's very fluid. You don't have one way or the other that is the most positive things. But I think that Mr. Trump, President Trump, in a few days, President Trump will be going into the direction of the tariffs. He'll keep talking about it, but I think it will be a softer stance. I think he will blow hard, but the stance itself
As he does.
It's a bluff.
It will be more delicate than we're thinking.
So you're not saying no full-fledged trade war with China?
Yeah, I think honestly he wants to see more trade with the United States. The tariffs are, well, we're going to bring everything back to America. Yeah, that would have worked maybe 40 years ago. But right now, that's not going to work. It's still too expensive to make the goods here. He actually would be in his best interest to go to Mexico because versus China, Mexico now has the best environment for workers, the cheapest labor, and the like, and would do better to do there. Canada is still a very strong import-export partner, which I see being important. You don't want to change that up all that much. And hopefully we can come to some sort of agreement. I think right now there's a lot of, like we said, blowhard grandstanding taking place.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize this, but Mexico is now, as of 2024, now the third largest producer of automobiles. Granted, the manufacturing companies are American or from elsewhere, but they're also now in the top 5 import-export car market. So, like you said, Mexico is very much poised to be a great business partner, but I think Trump is having a hard time, one, figuring out how to talk to a woman president and Claudia Sheinbaum, and two, the fact that she comes from the same camp as AMLO, which is a socialist-based background. He's not going to know how to deal with that and how to, leverage that to the best of for the U.S. For those two reasons. I think he's just going to have a hard time dealing with Claudia Sheinbaum. She's already come out as very feisty and fighting back against him. But it would be in his best interest. Forget this guy. I mean, he's gone in a couple weeks. And the young guy that is set to replace him, another young guy but conservative, like, forget that guy. Mexico looks like the way to go. To your point, I'm with you on that. Like, I think that's the smart way to go. And it doesn't look like he's doing anything but attacking the southern border. Wouldn't that behoove him economically to make nice with Claudia Sheinbaum?
I agree. It would behoove him, but at the same time, he probably looks at her as a petulant child, in his eyes. Think about it. If you're dealing with people who are at the highest levels, when we're talking about Claudia, we're talking about more of the AMLO policy, but we are talking about a person who will take a stand and really give you a hard time if you let her. And so talk about the southern border all you want, but why not make a deal with her, which they're currently talking about, and they're talking about more now. Make a deal with Mexico so that way it doesn't impede on all the goods and services that we're doing with Mexico at this point. Let's be smart, let's be strategic, and let's move forward, I would say.
Yeah, I think Latin America has a lot to offer all of North America, really. But I mean, really, we're in the United States, right? So I would just point out that we rely so heavily, and people don't realize, so heavily on the farming and the agriculture in Mexico and Central America, and all Trump is focusing on is the border, when really it would, rather than have sanctions, right? It would behoove he and his administration to, put out the olive branch and shake hands and say, how can we fix this together? And also, I really like your mango farm there. Let's do a deal. I really like your banana farm right there. Let's make a deal. But instead, he's alienating all of these people south of us. And last couple of topics on that, because this circles right back to our grocery prices, Aquiles. How is any of this, what he's talking about, gonna help, suburban moms like me that have to do the grocery shopping and feed a family on a budget?
Yeah, exactly. I went into an Asian market the other day. It's called H Mart, and it's a Korean market here that's all over the US right now. It's growing steadily. The price varied just in 2 weeks. The price varied on 25-pound bag of rice. It varied from $20 to $29. All right.
Wow.
How are you going to explain to the population that you are looking out, fanfare for the common man, as they call it, but you're looking out for them when prices are continuing to burgeon up? Corporations have record profits, and I see no end in sight to that, because once it's like taxes, once it's there, it's not going anywhere. So I see the prices starting to creep back up. We start, about in August of 24, I told the same story on another network. I said, you were at roughly about $19 for the same pound of 25 pound of rice. Now you have to ask yourself what it's going to look like from a year from now. Mm-hmm. And I think we're going back up. I think it's going to steady around $26, $25 a bag. So that's the thing. As rice and you start to see it go up, everything else follows suit. So mark my words, we're going to see this go up. It's going to be worse before it gets better. I don't, as a one-term president, I don't see it changing all that much, except if there's an inflation drop. And even then, it's like gas, right? You see the prices spike up real quick and all that stuff. And then all of a sudden, gas went down. And it went down 20 cents, when in the meantime, it spiked up 80 cents.
Right.
Yeah, right. With food long term, don't we also have major, climate change related problems with the food supply, right? There's more pests that are affecting
bird
crops.
Flu, all that stuff.
Yeah, that's true, right? And then there's also just shipping is more complicated.
But that's why we're going to get the Panama Canal back, Ted.
Oh, I'm sure that's part of what's on his mind about that, right? Try to open up the Northwest Passage to get Greenland and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, obviously.
But I think food's a long-term problem. It's not just a 2025 issue.
Yeah, I think we need to be more strategic with our food stuff. What I mean by that is just simply wherever we're getting our food, we need to get better pricing. We need to get, if it's available, people forget a lot of fruits were only meant to be one season. And now, it's all year round and people have that expectation.
Yeah.
That's not great from the agricultural point of view. I think the way you have to treat this is, hey, we don't have that now, but let's try more avocados. Let's try more mangoes, as you said. So let's try all the different type of fruits out there, which would create a more uniform inventory here in the United States. Yeah, you can still have that, but why do we have to have it? So it's just an opinion.
Mm-hmm.
No, I agree. And not to mention what that does to the greenhouse gas effect of, bringing in fruits that are out of season in the US. You're going down south to get it's a whole thing, right? And like you said, it's setting up expectations, because we have, us in the first world have become extremely spoiled. And I mean, as recently as like the 80s and 90s, it wasn't like this at the grocery store. It wasn't like this where you can have whatever fruit you want all year round. And suddenly it is like this, but now it's driving up other costs for the producers locally here in the US and in Mexico or in Canada. And people just don't think about the whole chain, the food chain, as it were, right? But a different kind of food chain, the manufacturing side and production side. So, we appreciate people like you bringing that up to kind of educate all of us on it, because, we can't be experts in everything, but I do see it because I am the suburban mom and I have a little one. So I know it hurts me that the eggs jumped recently because of the whole bird flu. There was a case of 60 eggs that you can get at Walmart. They were under $12, if you can believe it.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I know.
Snatch them
I
up.
know. I did
Weren't
get
they
them.
just $9 a little while ago?
A case of 60 eggs were under sub 12, right?
5 dozen, yeah.
And that was in November. And then right now, because of bird flu and who knows what else, maybe it's elections, maybe, I don't know, cost of gas probably going up with the bird flu. The same 60 is now $22 roughly at the local Walmart. So that we were just showing here on the screen. So people like me, middle-class moms, we feel the pinch first and foremost. And we are the ones that drive the polls, as this is what happened. And a lot of moms put their faith behind Donald Trump. And I don't know if he's going to deliver for the women like me that are like, I don't know, I'm desperate. Bring down these prices. This isn't right. Families are going without. So I don't know. Any final thoughts on that one, Aquiles?
Well, I mean, I would just go back to the economy. We're hitting a term where a time where not as expansive as we were before. We're starting to go backwards a little bit. But I think it's important to remember that those prices that you see there, that $22, they're not going to stay there. That is absolutely not a sustainable level at this point. Yes, the pinch hurts, absolutely. But remember, like the rice example I gave you, up to 26, down to 19, stabilizing at 25. This is just the new reality. Commodities have always been moving up and down, more so than the stock market. So you have to keep that in mind. A lot of people don't know that the commodities markets are 24 hours and throughout the world. So you have to watch that if you're going to speak about what the future might hold in this particular country about food stuff and the like.
Aquiles, we'll leave it right there. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing your expert insight. Aquiles Larrea is the CEO and founder of Larrea Wealth Management. He's the author of several. You have a second book that's out that we have to get a photo of later for next time. His other book, I'm sure if they look up Empanada of Success, they're going to find it. But the book is called Your Money and You, the Ultimate Guide for Latino Entrepreneurs. And you don't even have to be Latino to read it. So thank you, Aquiles.
Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful week.
Thanks, Aquiles.
Happy
You too.
New Year. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Well, that's always fun talking economy, especially to from someone that's that is in wealth management and sees where people are concerned and how they want to save money. So I appreciate his insights on that. But a lot of people might be, he's a Wall Street guy or whatever. But those are the guys that see it firsthand, Ted. Where the money's moving.
Well, that's certainly true. And I used to work in that field, so I met a lot of very smart people there, and for the most part respect them. So, and Aquiles is one of the good ones. We've been talking to him for years, so we know he knows what he's talking about.
I've never. He was post Manila on Sputnik.
Oh, so maybe he's from the Angie period, maybe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I have never talked to him. So.
Oh no, he's great. Yeah.
Yeah, he sounds great. So I'm happy that he was able to join us here. So, all right, that is going to do it for episode 51 here on the
one
TMI
quickie
Show.
in the chat yesterday. There was a question about our Lord Clovis.
Oh, Clovis. That's from a YouTube chatter.
Mm-hmm. And the question
from,
was
Low Aller.
The answer to the question is yes. Clovis was named after Clovis, the first king of France, the king of the Franks, who is considered the first king of France, and who is also brought Christianity to France. He didn't really care about Christianity himself, but he was on the make for a hot Christian like princess, and she was like, you get none of this unless you convert. And he's like, I don't have to be pagan. I'll convert. And so when the king converts, the country becomes Christian. So bam.
Oh, interesting. That's who Clovis is named after?
Yes, because he was named by my son. Clovis came. We were trying to figure out a name for him. He was a nameless cat.
Why did your son? Wait, is he still a teenager? Or is he out of teen years?
He's out of teen years.
Oh wow. Well, how did a kid know this? I don't know that story, but
he was in school and they were teaching French history, and Clovis came up and he came back. He's like, we got to name him Clovis. I'm like, what a great name. So, yeah.
I was just gonna say, Ted, you're a super Francophile, being half French.
That's true. That's true. But I'm really bad at naming things. Really bad. Like even like the titles of my books, I usually like reach out to friends and ask them to give me a title. And so, yeah, it's bad that way.
Interesting.
I have skills, but like names are not really my forte.
Huh.
So,
well, good thing you ask your son again for a name. So
yeah. If you need a pet named, let us know. We were going to call, he was a Russian blue. And so we were going to call him Kochka, which is Russian for cat. Like, it's like, hey, cat.
That's
and
funny.
then it was like, but nobody liked Kochka. Well, I like Kochka because I think it's cute, but, I like Russian, but, whatever.
Yeah. Now, Clovis is a good name.
Although there's some controversy about Clovis's genetics now.
Oh, no.
Because I put his photo in, his photos on my phone, and AI came back and said chartreuse cat. And I'm like, what's a chartreuse cat? So I look it up. And like it says, and there's a cat that they look like chartreuse and Russian blues kind of look very similar. They're both gray cats. But if you look at everything about them, it's kind of like Clovis could be either one. He's like half of one, half of the other. He could be maybe a half chartreuse, half Russian blue. It's very strange.
I stick with the Russian blue. He's a beautiful cat. I've never heard of a chartreuse cat.
Chartreuse cat is it's a French breed. Charles de Gaulle had one, and they're beautiful cats also. They're very pretty. They're just sort of like rounder and like more robust. And Clovis, Russian blues are lithe like Clovis, kind of like like tapered, small tail, pointier, more angular. Chartreuse are like got that round cat look.
I've never heard of a chartreuse cat winning like those cat competitions.
Oh, that's true.
Russian blues win frequently. So
and if you go to Petco, there's like Russian blues like on everything, like on all the products.
Because they're a good-looking cat.
Yeah. Also, I think it's not controversial cat, right? It's kind of like not like.
Well, no, they were banned. Ted. In 2022, they were freaking banned because of the full-scale Russian invasion of the world.
By the way,
the Russians are
we
coming.
have to say full scale no matter what, right?
Full scale, it just comes with it.
We never said full scale invasion of Iraq, right? Ever. We just said invasion of Iraq.
It's part of the name of the operation.
Oh, it's the branding.
Yes, it's full scale Russian military operation in Ukraine. The full scale invasion.
With some pulp.
That's right.
Not no pulp.
Full scale invasion. And then therefore the cats were part of the full scale invasion.
Yeah, well, the cats were a very important part of the special military operation.
They were banned, as well as the whales and the dolphins
that
were
and
Russian
the dressing
spies.
And the dressing.
The Russian dressing. I'll tell you, living here in Northern Virginia, Russian restaurants took the name, if it said Russia in their branding, took it down. I think that was a Joe Biden decree presidential decree.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in the DMV metro, can't be Russian.
And that's why Ukraine won.
Yes.
Right.
God, just let that end. Dear God, in 2025, if nothing else, let that end.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Just good grief. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Remember to hit the like and subscribe button wherever you're watching. And if you're in the position to, please hook us up. If you like what you're viewing, listening to, if we're making you laugh, making you cringe, you can, become a $5 a month subscriber or more.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you really hate us and really want to throw a lot of shade, become a $20 a month subscriber, and then we'll just let you talk trash all day long in the chat.
True.
No censorship for big donors.
Yeah, for big donors, you can accuse us of anything, whatever. Libel is all completely fine.
Totally, we'll unlibel you right now.
Yeah,
right now.
Yeah, for enough money, you can say anything. Yeah,
totally. That's just the world we live in. All right, guys, that's going to do it for us. Thank you for watching. Ted and I will be back tomorrow, of course, at our usual time, 10 a.m. Eastern. Thank you, guys. We will see you mañana. Adios.
Bye,
amigos.
everyone. See you tomorrow.
Hello. Happy Monday, everybody. Good morning. I am Manila Chan. That over there is Ted Rall. You are tuned in to the Ted Manila Information Show, otherwise known as the TMI Show for short, because we do bring you too much information. Let's be real. Today, we're going to do a little different of a format because we're bringing our buddy Mark Sleboda on for the full hour because, Ted, I think the full hour is warranted around this whole crazy Oval Office explosive meeting. So I think we need that time. And then, as I predicted on my Friday podcast, Ted, that Zelensky was going to go rapping on the doors of 10 Downing Street immediately after this. And sure enough, he was there.
And of course, the Elysee Palace.
Elysee Palace went to 10 Downing because, you have to go kiss the ring at
they
wherever Zelensky takes it. It's I guess. And yeah, 10 Downing's nowhere near as impressive as the Elysee Palace.
No,
nowhere near.
It's decidedly anti-impressive. I mean, I think that's sort of the point, right? It's sort of like,
is it?
Yeah, I think that's with whatever. I mean, the English do everything in a very considered way, and it's not an accident that 10 Downing Street is
true.
Very unassuming. Yeah.
That's true. Of course, our friend Mark Sleboda is backstage. We're going to bring him on right now. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe button, and also follow Mark's channel. I'm going to pop him right on. Hi there, Mark.
I'm going to set us up, though, and introduce Mark. So, Mark.
Yeah, let's properly introduce.
Give me 45 seconds here. All right, so let's dive into the latest developments in the Russo-Ukrainian conflict, spotlighting that fiery news conference between Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Friday. Let's get into the contentious exchange that unfolded in the White House, where sharp words and clashing agendas left the nation and the world buzzing and Europe on edge. Trump and Zelensky are at each other's throats. Let's see what it all means for the conflict's trajectory. European leaders are rallying or scrambling in response, trying to figure out what to do. Is this new breakdown a shift in U.S. policy, or is Trump just being Trump? Let's look at the effects across NATO and the EU. And there's probably no one better to talk to about this than Mark Sleboda. He's an international relations and security analyst. You can follow Mark on Twitter at Mark Sleboda1, at his YouTube channel at The Real Politic with the C and a K with Mark Sleboda, and get him over on Facebook at facebook.com/Gramsci, Gramsci. Thanks, Mark, for joining us on the TMI Show.
Ted, Manila, thanks for having me. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be on the TMI Show.
So, Mark, did you watch on Friday, or did you watch the playback, or did you watch every news feed on every social media website ever in the world that all they talked about on Friday was this meeting?
I was not watching it live. All right. I first saw some clips, and then I saw some more clips, and then I saw the 10-minute clip. And it wasn't until the next day that I actually watched the entire 50 minutes, which I think are crucial because I changed my initial assessment.
Totally.
Of what
I did exactly. I went through the same exact process as you did, Mark. Go ahead.
But I think we can safely sum it all up and simply say, censored for YouTube, it was a feces show, right? It was a big stinky feces show. Yeah.
Big steaming pile, Mark. Big
My initial assessment after just watching the 10 minutes, right, that a lot of people saw was that JD Vance and Trump were tag teaming Zelensky in what seemed a very comfortable way, and that this was a setup, right?
Yep.
That this
like
was
an ambush.
Yeah. And that's what a lot of the Western media went with.
SNL went with that.
In the aftermath.
Yes.
But when you watch the entire 50-minute show,
totally different.
And I call it a show because it was, prime entertainment. Let's be clear about this. This might have been the best performance of Zelensky's life.
Better than a Nora, let me tell you that.
In a comedy role, right? Better than Servant of the People. That's for sure. If you've ever seen
I have
his show where he played the president of Ukraine before he became the president of Ukraine. After that, it became clear that actually for the majority of this lengthy conversation, all conducted in front of the press and largely to the press, 40 so minutes of it was more or less amicable, right?
Especially the beginning.
Unusual.
Sure.
Yeah. But in this last 10 minutes, Trump had even said, we're going to take one more question and then we'll go. And they were going to go out and sign or this quote unquote mineral deal nonsense, this political gesture. Then they were going to have lunch and there would probably be a second press briefing. That was it. And Zelensky would have been out of there with having papered over a lot of the tension that had been building between the
and he'd have a full stomach. He wouldn't have missed lunch.
Yeah, I saw the menu. It didn't look that great to me. But anyway, it was reported right afterwards, that because the lunch was not going to be eaten by Zelensky, the White House staffers would eat and enjoy. So that's where I saw them.
I hate to see wasted food. That's just my mom talking to me.
I agree.
Yeah. No disagreement. Yeah. So, but it was clear that Zelensky just couldn't keep his mouth shut, right? And went off starting in on JD Vance and arguing with him largely about the diplomatic course that the Trump administration was set on, arguing against it in terms where he tried to run over, right, to speak over both the vice president and the president, in succession, and voices grew increasingly louder, and eventually he was kicked out. And the disrespect, he was acting like the literal enfant terrible, right? Like the terrible infant.
A bratty kid.
We say enfant terrible in France.
I don't speak froggy. So
Grub up.
you'll have to forgive my
Speak
pronunciation.
American, Mark. He was acting like a bratty kid.
A spoiled brat, a petulant, spoiled brat. He has such a sense of entitlement. He threw a tantrum. He was rolling his eyes. He was sighing, right? I mean, anyone who has a 14-year-old has seen Zelensky.
He was petulant. That's if you don't know what petulance is, I point you to this video.
That is it. And the whole suka bliat.
Oh, okay. So there
under his breath. Oh God.
Yeah. So in English, there's about 7 curse words, right? And you more or less hear them in every school playground and every single Hollywood movie, right? In Russian, swearing is quite different, right? Swearing, there is a high intensity, verbiage for this. It's called mat, right? And it is so much more offensive and intensive than cursing in English that you really can't believe it. And what's more, there's so much of it. There are entire dictionaries of mat.
So
right?
It's like having 100 words for snow if you're Inuit.
Yeah.
Right.
And what's more than that is, while it is considered offensive, it is also considered kind of an artistry to swear creatively and profusely, right? It's a big thing in Russia. Again, it is something that you never expect to hear out of your politicians' mouths. I mean, even with the changes in the modern day, it is considered foul. My wife won't let me learn any mat. I mean, she's dead set again. She'll swear in English like a sailor. And having been a sailor, I can attest to that, right? But if she catches me saying anything, and suka bliat, right? How to for the YouTube censored office. Under his breath, when JD Vance started arguing back to him, he muttered in what you can hear something, right? If you are a native Russian speaker, which, by the way, Zelensky is, because he swore in Russian, you hear him, you hear and you can see what he said. And suka bliat is essentially saying he was a female dog engaged in prostitution, fornicating crassly. Is that that's what he called
effing B.
Yeah, there we go. Effing B.
Effing B.
And what's more than that is he also, even when he was talking out loud to the vice president, he referred to him as JD.
Yep.
I caught that.
Right?
That's how it all started. What diplomacy are you talking about, JD?
JD.
Yeah, JD. Right? And he's in the Oval Office, right?
Yeah, but he's wearing his best Henley. So, there's that.
Okay, so there was a whole lot of context that set this up. Okay, so
basically I'm dressed like the president of Ukraine when I go visit the Oval Office. I'm ready right now. You can send the Escalade to pick me up. I can go visit Trump if I'm Ukrainian.
Is your shirt made by a neo-Nazi outfit in Ukraine?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Then his clothing is, by the way.
I know.
Right.
And the logo.
Yes.
Yeah. So the logo he was wearing was just the trident of Ukraine. And
but that has fascist
it does. It's controversial, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would accept that as being separate in the modern day if it hadn't been for the Maidan, right? If it hadn't been for the Maidan, all right, you can get away with it. But since then, everything has become tainted, and he was wearing all Banderite fascist black, right? I mean, that's true. And his face got red enough to add some accent. So, if we rewind about a week, what was going on here? So, Trump wanted to push a diplomatic course demanding a ceasefire and bring this conflict to an end. Really, what he was doing is he wants to save the Kiev regime. I mean, literally, that's what he's doing. And no one else on the Kiev regime itself, the Europeans, they don't want to admit that they're losing this conflict.
No, that's exactly right. Some of the bitching that I've seen from the pro-Ukraine people on social media is like, and also from officials is like, well, we shouldn't give Putin everything he wants. It's like, well, when you lose a war, the victor tends to get everything that they want. I mean, that's how this works.
They are losing, but they don't want to admit it, right? And they will continue fighting, I believe, till the end. I don't ever.
What is the end, Mark? What does the end look like? Like the
It looks like the occupation of Kiev and probably Lvov. And then there will still be a guerrilla war afterwards.
Yeah, you and I disagree on this, but that's okay.
Yeah, we disagree.
I mean, Putin doesn't want that, right? I mean, he
doesn't, but he doesn't have any choice.
Isn't it like yeah, but I mean, in a way, like there's been reporting about 9 days ago that inside the White House, there was a desire to fire Zelensky, basically, that they're done with him, that, Zelensky's in the way of a peace deal. It's not just a matter of the Russians not wanting to deal with him. It's more of the fact that it's just like what Trump said. You're not ready for peace. You're not ready to talk. You're not serious. You can't, you won't make a deal. You're not willing to compromise. You think that nothing's changed. And he's like, well, this guy's unreasonable. So we can't have, and obviously he has his take on Putin is that Putin is comparatively reasonable. So he's like, I've got one guy who's ready to talk and I like where he's at. I got the other guy who's not willing to talk. So let's get rid of him. He's a pain in the ass anyway. He's an arrogant little pipsqueak. And let's get someone else, some other Ukrainian who can, who's willing to make a deal. I think it's that simple.
You think that's simple? How do you do that? And who replaces him?
Well, I mean, maybe right now, if I'm Ukrainian, not that they have a democracy, small d democracy, but if I'm Ukrainian, what does Volodymyr Zelensky bring to me and my country? The only thing he brings is he can get weapons and money from the U.S. That's it. Well, now if he can't do that, what good is he? I mean, what is the point of him? Like, don't need him anymore, right? Like, go to Como and retire.
People, like their opinion has mattered.
And power brokers in Ukraine. Yeah.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with democracy, right? I mean, this is a regime. Right, it is a Banderite fascist regime.
But even fascist regimes have to have popular consent.
No, they have to have They have to have not active dissent, right? And they achieve that by having complete control of the security,
you can't
military.
Only rule with fear, though, forever. Even Nazi Germany was concerned about public opinion.
Any man who even comes out in public is immediately press ganged, conscripted, and sent off to the front. Which
was I think the first time when Vance mentioned that.
Yes,
that's the first time that information ever appeared on mainstream television.
Yes, I mean we can listen to that if you want. I mean,
it's something that Americans don't know anything about because the Western mainstream
and they assume it's a lie, probably, or an exaggeration or something, or they just sort of like la la la.
Yeah,
didn't hear that.
Like Kiev regime, it's all Russian propaganda. Right, every one of the tens of thousands of videos out there of it. Right,
it's completely. I mean, what's maddening to me is how people talk about stuff like this in the United States with great certainty that they know nothing about. Right, but they talk. It would be like if I started like blathering about football, and I don't watch football ever, but I'm like, the so-and-so is going to win, and just making shit up. I mean, it's like we're talking about Russia's going to invade all of Europe. They just want to invade and put the USSR back together. It's like, Russia hasn't been territorially expansionist since the 19th century. That's several regimes ago. It's like there's literally no evidence of this. You're making shit up. You're paranoid. The U.S., on the other hand, has been militarily expansionist many times since then.
Well, look, it's just as bad as like yesterday at the Oscars last night, having Daryl Hannah going on the stage and saying Slava Ukraini. I bet gross, right? I bet this woman, this actress, doesn't know the first thing about Russian-Ukrainian relations, the littlest thing about the history, but this is what mainstream media has told her. And because she's a Democrat, that automatically, by default, whatever comes out of J.D. Vance's mouth or Donald Trump's mouth has got to be propaganda in her book, because we know Hollywood is
a lot of
like
it has to do with
severe
that.
TDS. So no matter what comes out of their mouths, it's going to be
If
fake.
Trump
So
embraced kittens and puppies, Democrats would say that all kittens and
kill
puppies
kittens
are
and
evil.
puppies.
Yes, it's
kill
true.
them.
For those who don't know, Slava Ukraina, glory to Ukraine, was the slogan of the OUN and UPA, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists and Ukrainian Insurgent Army in World War II, who were Nazi collaborators, responsible for the massacres of hundreds of thousands of Poles, Jews, ethnic Russians, leftists, any Ukrainians who disagreed with them.
Speaking of which, I had someone on my Facebook feed say, "Oh, you know, I sympathize with the Ukrainians because my family's Jewish and they came from Ukraine." I'm like, they came from Ukraine because the locals wanted to kill them. You
the
idiot!
Opposite reason. Yes, it's like the exact opposite reason.
Yeah.
Well, let's listen to the vice president and what he actually said before Saturday Night Live and the Oscars and everybody started twisting what he said.
It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday. And I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak.
That was the question about Ukraine, or excuse me, American companies and social media in the UK. So the fire starts. I'm gonna find it right about here.
Want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
I will respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity.
Yeah. Notice, J.D. Vance here, right? This is the first time he has interjected in this 40-minute conversation.
Yes.
And he is not attacking Zelensky. He's not even talking about Zelensky.
That's true.
He is attacking the previous administration's policy. He's attacking Biden. And then he's going to go into what we want is diplomacy. And then that sets Zelensky off. What kind of diplomacy?
What is diplomacy?
Well, by the way, I love that whole, like, I mean, you know, you can't, it's like, oh, well, we can't trust, you know, Zelensky says that, well, you know, we can't trust anything that Russia or Putin says. Well, okay, if you say that, then never in the history of the world would diplomacy ever have settled any issue, because you negotiate with your adversaries and your enemies. You don't need to negotiate with your besties. It's like, I mean, like, it's like, well, how, you know, like when Japan surrendered on the deck of that battleship, you know, it was like, you know, how did we know that they weren't going to start fighting us again? Well, we just, you know, they shook hands. They signed an agreement. We assume they won't do it, you know?
That's what it is.
That is actually projection, because, of course, it is the Kiev regime and the Europeans that broke both rounds of the Minsk Accords that had been solidified.
They even admitted that they never meant it. They never meant it. They literally, like, we were crossing our fingers. We never really meant it.
Right. We tricked Pooty into it. Right. Okay. Let's finish Vance.
Is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Here we go.
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So
parts of the East in Donbass that had been shelled by Kiev for the past 10 years. But who's counting, Mark?
I mean, to quote Robert Heinlein, right? I mean, war solves a lot of problems. People say that violence doesn't solve anything. And one problem after 1991 was that a lot of Russians were on the wrong side of that border between Ukraine and Russia. And now that problem is largely solved because by this war. I mean, really, truly, I mean, if magically Putin and Russia were like, okay, take it back, all of it, including Crimea, then Ukraine has a problem, right? They have a restive population in the east and in Crimea who don't want the Ukrainian government there.
Right.
They're pissed. And they're going to have like guerrilla warfare. They're going to have, it wouldn't be good. I mean, in a weird way, I mean, this does solve a problem for Kiev as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who's counting?
On 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 is
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. That people are been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversations.
They're dying because Kiev was shelling.
We signed with him. Me,
you're the
president. In 2019, I signed with him.
You're like you murder your parents and complain you're an orphan.
Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire.
Pause
Ceasefire. All of them.
Pause it. He's talking about a ceasefire affiliated with the Minsk Accords that both he, Merkel, and Macron have all come out publicly and said they never intended to fulfill the Minsk Accords. That they were simply they were playing for time to build up a powerful military in Ukraine. They've all admitted it, right?
They have all admitted
all three of them, including him. And now he tries to present it as we can't trust Putin. Oh my God, that is like
I bet Putin's a calm guy, but if he lost his temper, I bet he was throwing things at the TV when Zelensky was saying that.
This is what the kids call gaslighting.
Yeah.
This is gaslighting.
And told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine? That you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring people.
I have social media.
Is what he says. Mr. President, do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States?
Look at Zelensky's body language.
The administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country.
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future.
Yeah, because Putin's coming for New York.
You will not have war.
Here comes the silverback.
Well, the Russian food will get a lot better in
Don't tell us
Manhattan.
what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards.
That's
right now,
undeniable.
You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III.
That, I mean, how is any of that wrong? That was all true.
When have we ever seen an American president express that concern? I mean, yay.
So Zelensky is openly arguing with Trump and with the president and vice president of the United States in the Oval Office in a meeting, right? A public, what is essentially a photo and press op for the signing of a mineral deal, with the understanding that this mineral deal is what the Kiev regime is going to get in place of explicit security guarantees, which Trump is not willing to provide the Kiev regime, which, by the way, Biden never provided the Kiev regime either.
Right.
And that being settled and giving the U.S. a vested economic interest in Ukraine, no matter how real those minerals actually are and how much profit and wealth there really is there. And, you know, the fact that this document is it's a statement of intent. It's not even a real deal, right?
It's a deal memo, really.
It's a political gesture more than anything else. But the idea was in order to go through a diplomatic process that, of course, would result in unfavorable terms, i.e. not complete victory for the Kiev regime. The Kiev regime was demanding security guarantees. What they wanted was a promise. They wanted U.S. and European troops on the ground in Ukraine after a ceasefire. And then if the war just happened to start up again, because I don't know, someone on the Ukrainian side, the Banderites started shelling Russian territory again, right? Then the U.S. would be at war with Russia. This was all about.
False flags, Mark.
False
I mean,
flags.
just like the Chernobyl thing out of nowhere. That oh no, the Russians are bombing Chernobyl.
They've
again.
done it like 3 or 4 times throughout the war. Yeah.
This is why the U.S. is not willing to provide those security guarantees. So, and Zelensky thought when he proposed this nonsense minerals deal, which. First of all, Russia has most of the territory that Ukraine has minerals. And second of all, they've blown Ukraine's supposed mineral wealth out of all proportion and rationality, right? It's not some treasure trove waiting to be exploited there. Now, the terms of this deal are exploitative, right? There's no question about this. But what Trump was saying is you get implicit security guarantees, right? That because America will have a vested interest and because there'll be American workers on the ground exploiting these resources, that no one will dare attack them. Okay, well, that's nonsense. But the Europeans, particularly Boris Johnson, convinced Zelensky to go ahead with this. And also explicit with this deal is that Trump is recognizing that Zelensky is the president of Ukraine, right? Because if he has the power to sign this document, right, you would hear the calls for elections in Ukraine go away, right? Because they just, how could you turn on him after you've just, so this is legitimizing him. This is another thing they were going to get out of it. And the Europeans assured him, right? They said, all right, the U.S. won't give you explicit security guarantees, a promise, but we will play to Trump. We will promise to put our troops on the ground in Ukraine as a reassurance force. And that will satisfy Trump's demand that we have to carry the heavy share of the burdening. But we will demand that for our security guarantees, that the U.S. give us security guarantees, because our militaries are so weak that the Russians would run over them, much faster.
As George Galloway always says, that the UK's military is hardly enough to fill a stadium.
It's a joke. Most people would be shocked at the real state of the British, the French, and the German militaries. They're not even a paper tiger, because even on paper, according to their own assessments and reports and their own medias, their militaries are a joke, right? So they would just be there as human tripwires to then drag the U.S. in. And they said, what we need from the U.S. as a backstop for our forces is we need intelligence, we need logistics, we need air defense cover. We need, essentially, they were arguing for a no-fly zone, which means that the U.S. Air Force would have to divert hundreds of aircraft to Ukraine and engage in an air war over Ukraine with Russia. This is what is all, contained in this, right? And that would be the security guarantee that would draw the U.S. into the war directly, whether Trump wanted it or not, right? And Trump blew off Macron and he blew off Starmer, right? And he wouldn't give them any security guarantees. And so Zelensky here is desperate. He's not getting what he wanted. Macron couldn't get it out of him earlier in the week. Starmer couldn't get it out of him. In fact, Donald Trump asked Starmer point blank at one point, so can you take on the Russians on your own?
Wow.
Cue the room and Starmer giving a nervous laugh. So they thought they were going to snowball Trump here, and Trump was having none of it, and Zelensky was getting panicked and desperate, and he's got this sense of entitlement that says he should get what he wants. And why not? Because for the last 3 years, every time he said he wanted something and he was told no, he'd keep begging for it and eventually would get it anyway. So that's what he did. Only he did it in front of cameras and the press when he had been told explicitly, and the White House has been clear about this, that they were told that this was just a photo op and a signing ceremony. They were not here to re-argue something that has already been settled on. There's not going to be any security guarantees. There is going to be a diplomatic path forward, but Zelensky couldn't let it go. And he tried to guilt trip the president of the United States and the vice president in the Oval Office
and shame him in front of the media,
in the media and the world. And they weren't having any of that. And Trump went into silverback mode, and JD Vance went into attack dog mode, and they mauled him. All right. And it's not the end of the story. And afterwards, all of the Europeans lined up, even as Zelensky went on Fox and said, I have no need to apologize. I will not apologize. They all lined up around him. We stand with you. Be brave, be strong. Right? They all collectively, all of Europe, with the exception, obviously, of Orban and Fitzo, just stood protectively around their petulant, spoiled brat and gave the middle finger to the White House. That's what has just happened.
It was like a diplomatic snap. You go, girl. That was basically what all of the Europeans, just in uniform, in unison, all tweeted the same thing. So obviously it was a coordinated, effort by all of the Europeans. And by the way, Justin Trudeau, I don't know if he got the memo, but he's a North American. He's not European, but I know he likes to play European because he speaks
I thought
French,
he was the 51st state.
That's true, but it's still North American. He's I get that he speaks French, but he's not actually European. I know he thinks so, but Mark, we got a viewer question for you from Adrian. He says, shouldn't Russia just ignore the theater last Friday and expedite the SMO? Also, what chance?
Exactly what they're doing.
What chance do you think the U.S. will send boots on the ground or air cover?
Yeah. I think that, first of all, let me ask the answer to the last part. Right now, with Trump in office and everything as he has said so far, I think the chance of America getting involved directly now is less than it ever has been, right? If we had Kamala Harris or Biden, right, that would be a different story. But, I mean, it's still not I don't know. I mean, Trump, 1 week he calls Zelensky a dictator, and the next week he says, oh, did I say that? I don't remember saying that, right? So who knows? But I can't see it. With regards to Russia, yes, like Russia is fully aware of this. They are certainly entertained by all of this, but they are not stopping the special military operation. They've been clear that as far as they are concerned, they haven't even heard any peace plan, or there hasn't been any peace negotiations so far, and the Kiev regime is incapable of it. So they're just trucking on, and they are just at the prospect that Trump could end up cutting all military aid to Ukraine. They're like, what's going on, Vladimir Vladimirovich? What should we do? And Vladimir Vladimirovich, taking a page from the Chinese, is shh. We should be quiet and do nothing while our enemies are destroying themselves and doing our job for us, right? That's what's happening. I expect to see big offensives this late spring and early summer. Expect to see moves on Zaporozhye, Kherson City, possibly even Kiev. It's definitely coming. Russia is more set than ever of just taking the whole thing, of uprooting the regime completely. They see opportunity in all of this, and they're going to take it. They're not going to let this regime survive, because if Trump, saved it, if they were sensible enough to let Trump save them, then Russia and Ukraine's security problem would just be kicked down the road, right?
Well, what about U.S. backing and funding? I mean, it does look like, that's going to be severely curtailed, right?
Well, it hasn't as of yet. Nothing's changed.
As of yet, an hour ago, Zelensky was just telling the press that U.S. military aid is still being received in Ukraine, which doesn't mean that might change, right? We're told that the White House is going to discuss it today. But the Europeans have made clear that even if the U.S. stop, they're not going to stop, and they're going to help the Kiev regime fighting, which they're not going to be able to make up for the U.S., but, it will still drag it on for another year and a half, maybe.
Or maybe not. Maybe the Ukrainians will come out of their foxholes and get serious, or maybe they'll overthrow Zelensky and put in someone who's willing to talk.
Bring in Zelensky, who would be a more committed Banderite fascist general.
Right. Yeah. It's not like
or Poroshenko.
But people aren't. But are all the Ukrainians stupid? I don't think so. Right? They must.
No,
see.
It's
They can see the writing on the wall.
Politically repressed. There are no opposition parties. They've all been banned. All their leaders have been hunted down. Thousands of Ukrainians have been assassinated by the regime for daring to not agree with their political course of the country since 2014. There is no organized resistance in the country because there hasn't, they've stamped it out so completely. Anyone who sticks their head up and so much as snaps a picture of one of Russia's drone or missile strikes immediately gets sent to the front or prison or possibly both. There is no ability to resist on the ground. You have to understand how jackboot thugged Ukraine is at this point. Because
it's
even
like
if
the Democratic Party, right, Mark? There's no, for example, the Democratic Party here back home, there are no horses left in the stable. They're scrambling right now after the 2024 elections to figure out who's next to bat, right? They don't have anybody right now. So, and there's nobody left in Ukraine that can stand.
There's not even any opposition parties in Ukraine, right? There are only minority parties.
What about the guy that just tweeted this weekend? I forget his name, but he was calling for new elections and for Zelensky to step down. He's an MP, but is that? I felt like when I read that,
he's an ex-MP and he's in prison.
I didn't know that.
Yes,
I did not know that. Okay,
how's he getting his message out then?
What?
How's he getting his message out?
People do tweet. Navalny was tweeting from prison all the time, right? That does happen. I'm sure now he will not have that access, that he had it before. But people do get their stuff out. Right? I mean, it was tweeted to his account. It doesn't mean that he typed it.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Well, yeah, because we see locked up political prisoners all over the world.
Yes.
Get their messages out through their people or their lawyers or whatever. I mean, how is the PKK leader who's been in prison since 1999 calling for disbanding the PKK from behind bars and tweeting? Right. So that's fair. Yeah. I think Robby had a question also. I think I'm going to pop producer Robby on there. Robby.
Howdy. Yeah, so I have a little bit of a different take about this whole theater that happened on Friday. I think that Zelensky knows that politically his goose is cooked when it comes to Trump. So I wonder if the reason why he put on that show in front of the press pool was to get political meat for the never Trumpers, the neocons, and the Democratic and Republican parties to try and force Trump through Congress to continue the support for the Ukraine war. What do y'all think about that?
I don't think it was a performance. Like,
no,
there was what he was trying to argue. And yes, there might have been an intention in the fact that he was arguing to do that, but it was only knee jerk. It wasn't like this was some plan.
I think it was a Hail Mary.
You see the face of the Ukrainian ambassador face palming and crying just a few feet away as all of this is going on. And Yermak keeps stabbing his own hand with his fist as it's happening, right? This was unintentional in what happened. It obviously was. Zelensky he lost it. He lost it. He couldn't control his own sense of entitlement and
I think that's right.
Panic.
Gotcha.
I think that's right. I agree with Mark. I don't think any of this was staged, as even though the mainstream Western press is trying to present it as such, that, you know, like Ted pointed out earlier, that SNL did a whole skit about this, that they, you know, deliberately sandbagged him in front of the press. I don't think that was it at all. I think
I thought that at first, but once I saw the full thing, it became clear.
By the way, there were questions from the press that followed this widely reported exchange, right? It went on. This event went on for quite some time after this explosion. But you could sort of see, everyone trying to normalize things. But Zelensky looked absolutely shocked.
He was pissed.
Yeah. Well, I think he was stunned.
Yeah.
That
all three: shocked, stunned, and pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, the most telling thing that I got out of it was there towards the end, about Ted just now talking about, was when he started kind of revisiting the whole Russiagate scam. And he said, "No, Putin went through all this crap with me. I mean, we were in this together."
But they're doing that now.
No, you can just hear the heads exploding. And so, Liz Cheney this morning, she came out tweeting, saying, "No, we have to stand with Ukraine. No, Trump wants to just bend the knee to Putin." And my whole question, I mean, let's just assume that Mark is right, that I don't know, maybe Zelensky's having cocaine withdrawals, or controlling his emotions, or whatever. How is Russia going to deal with Luxembourg throwing its support behind Ukraine? Like, is that creating fear in the streets of Moscow?
Actually, I think I've got word right now that the Kremlin is considering an unconditional surrender.
I would think so.
I would
Mark, Estonia's pissed too. So, Putin better run and hide in a foxhole somewhere. Spider hole.
There's an old Russian expression: the dog barks, the caravan passes on.
But I'll just ask this question real quick, and I'll jump back off. And I think you had touched on a little bit ago. But do you think that the Russian army will push onto the Dnieper River this summer and maybe to Odessa, or do you think they just keep being methodical?
Yeah. So I think that the Russian military is going to be doing multiple things at once because they're capable of it. Even the Kiev regime is reporting about a 200,000 strong new Russian army that hasn't been committed to the fight yet, right? So I think you're going to see Russia. I mean, the main thrust, the most important, will be taking this last Kiev regime defensive line. First, Pokrovsk, and then Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, and Konstantinovka in Donbass. At the same time, you are going to see Russia very likely move up north from Zaporozhye in the direction of Zaporozhye city. And there's a lot of evidence that they might make a contested crossing of the Dnieper to take Kherson city, right? They've been doing a lot of drills. And that will, first of all, help stretch out already way overstretched Kiev regime forces very far. But Russia has a priority of taking Kherson city and Zaporozhye city because it has declared that Kherson and Zaporozhye are part of Russia. So if negotiations get underway, sometime late next year, right, that gets serious, then they want to already have that settled or close to settled on the ground. But I think you're probably also likely to see something once the Kursk pocket is followed up, is completely rooted out, and that's very close to being wrapped up, right? Russia has the last supply line into Suja practically cut at this point, and they've got Russian forces on the other side of the Ukrainian border there already in Sumy. They will continue on and take Sumy, the city, as well as the region, and then they will march right back in towards Kiev again from Sumy, like they did in 2022.
Mark, is Odessa on the menu?
Is Odessa? Odessa's really hard to get to, right? Even in World War II, the Soviet Union went the long way around through Kiev first and then down to Odessa. You would have to first go through Kherson city and then Nikolaev and then Odessa. I mean, I know Russia, there's a lot of Russians that will feel that this is not complete unless Russia gets at least the east of the Dnieper, including Odessa. But it is more likely that Odessa, if it is gained, will be gained in surrender terms rather than through a military occupation of Odessa. The geography just isn't for it. An amphibious assault on Odessa would be so costly. Russia they don't have amphibious assaults are always messy and awful, right? And Russia doesn't have a huge amount of amphibious assault capability. It's never been a priority for them. And you might notice that quite a number of Kiev regime's / NATO's attacks on the Black Sea fleet over the last 3 years have been specifically against troop transports.
Mm-hmm.
What about the relationship, setting aside Ukraine? It seems pretty clear that Donald Trump really wants to have a good, he wants to warm up relations with Russia, right? Would you say that's fair? So
absolutely. And I think it's important to separate these two things, right?
Maybe so.
Because improving bilateral and diplomatic relations between Russia and the U.S. is happening, and a settlement of the Ukraine is it's not entirely separate, but it is a different course. And one can happen, primarily the first one, without the other.
I guess that's exactly what I mean. That was my feeling. I wanted to just get your take on that. I mean, It seems like I don't think Trump's going to let. I mean, I think to me the big takeaway of Friday's contretemps is that there's no longer any need for Trump really to worry that much about Zelensky or Ukraine when it comes to the rapprochement with Russia, because he's getting eaten alive. Trump's getting eaten alive by the neocons and the Democrats in the media anyway, as being like, he's sucking up to Putin. So he's got nothing
doing
to
Putin's
lose
dirty
now.
work.
He might as well go for that friendship anyway and get all the advantages that come with it economically and politically.
This is exactly Russiagate 2.0, Mark. I mean, it's been
steroids.
debunked. people know Russiagate is debunked now. I don't think all people. I think people that have really drank
my
the
parents
Kool-Aid,
don't believe that. I mean, my parents
really.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
No.
A lot of people are still there.
No, it's still a majority opinion that that's true, even though it's false.
You have people like Chuck Schumer repeating the narrative, saying, "Oh, well, now Trump obviously is doing his best friend's bidding now. He's doing Putin's bidding. Look at him attacking our European allies."
Yeah.
But I mean, this again, they're trying.
Thomas Friedman.
To stop peace.
Thomas Friedman in the Times wrote over the weekend that in the almost 250 year history of the United States, there's never been a European ally treated like this. And and I was kind of like thinking, well, first of all, I wrote for the Wall Street Journal, which they're currently editing my piece. I'm pretty sure they're going to run it about Charles de Gaulle and his relationship with FDR, which was worse actually. He hated de Gaulle. So I get into all the details, but yeah, it's like basically this whole like, but this has never happened. Nothing like this has ever happened before. And it's like, but I think at this point, it's kind of, the breakup is now well underway, right? I mean, Trump doesn't have to care about Zelensky anymore.
Yeah, Ukraine has never been a treaty ally of the U.S. And the U.S. regularly spies on, I mean, there was the whole Operation Gladio during the beginning of the Cold War, where the U.S. was directly preventing democracy from resulting in leftist governments in Italy and Greece and other European countries. So, you know, I love the qualifier in Europe, because that completely neglects the U.S. throwing the Afghan regime they installed under the bus, the Kurds under the bus so many times that no one can even keep track of, throwing Saddam Hussein under the bus after he had been a proxy that they put in power. The U.S. has a long history.
Manuel Noriega, don't forget him.
Of tossing its proxies to the side when they're no longer useful.
Yeah. I mean, basically, Zelensky has just been treated like a used snot rag, and he's being tossed aside now.
It is. I will say that the change in U.S. foreign policy that is occurring between the Biden administration and the Trump administration is the most radical change in U.S. foreign policy that certainly in modern history, perhaps in all of U.S. history. He is taking on the blob. He is taking on the U.S. foreign policy orthodoxy, the deep state, if you will. Right? That's his primary war. He's at war in D.C. Against the blob, against the deep state, the permanent bureaucracy, whatever you want to call that. And it is such a radical change in U.S. foreign policy. Nothing like this has happened before. We don't know what the end of it is going to be, but hey, Chinese curse, we're living in interesting times.
Well, Mark, let me, in the last couple of minutes that we're bending your ear, let me ask you about U.S. and the broader EU, real EU, not, and the UK, of course, because they're no longer EU, but barring Ukraine, what do you think this does to the U.S. relations with the other Europeans, including the United Kingdom, when you have Keir Starmer, even though he says he's going to send billions of dollars to Ukraine, and when he went to Kiev about a month or two ago, he signed this 100-year unlimited partnership deal, that's kind of carte blanche. Parliament hasn't even discussed what that deal is going to look like. But what does this do for the U.S. relations with the UK and with the broader EU? When these guys are saying they're willing to send boots on the ground in Ukraine, Trump has said no way, no boots on the ground, and we're limiting funds. But then Starmer comes out and says, right here, he's saying, no, I don't call the U.S. an unreliable ally. When a reporter asked, do you consider the U.S. an unreliable ally?
Yeah, everyone's talking about the damage to U.S.-Ukrainian relations, but there is a huge amount of damage occurring to the transatlantic relationship right And we got we're what, a month into the Trump presidency? We got 4 more years, right? I mean, I'm not saying that NATO is going to be dissolved and fall apart, but I will say that the way things are going, anything's on the table. Look, Trump hates all the European leaders, right? They all openly sided with his opponents. First in his first campaign during the Russiagate hoax, right? In the second campaign, Keir Starmer and other European countries all deliberately sent agents to campaign for the Biden Biden Kamala Harris campaign, right? They hate him, he hates them, and there's some payback, right? For Trump, it's personal. He's getting some payback.
JD Vance mentioned that on Friday. Yeah. He mentioned that Zelensky had campaigned for Harris in October.
For Harris. He doesn't forget. He's King Elephant now, right?
Why would he forget?
No. And remember when Trump came in the first time, he took a wrecking ball to the JCPOA because it was Obama's supposedly signature foreign policy legacy. Well, the Ukrainian conflict is Biden's foreign policy legacy, such as it is. And I think Biden, in an act of revenge against Zelensky, I mean, it's probably part of his rationale. He does have a foreign policy vision, a grand strategy vision, I think, as well, if you want to call it that. But a lot of it is personal. And he thinks by taking a wrecking ball to this, if he can get away with it, he can get revenge against the European leaders, against Zelensky and the Kiev regime people, and Biden all at the same time.
Well,
okay.
I think that's what we're witnessing for sure is within a month, U.S.-European relations. I'm not going to say irreparably damaged, Mark, because
that's a big word.
Yeah, the Europeans, no matter how much they want to chest thump, they know full well they're not going to get anywhere, or at least very far, without any U.S. support. So they cannot cut off the U.S. entirely. They can talk smack all they want, but
they waited out Trump the first time. They think they can do it again, and they're just praying that JD Vance doesn't follow him up.
Well, see, I was going to say with JD Vance's, if you want to call it a performance, whatever it was that we just saw, I think that secured JD Vance's, the passing of the baton to JD Vance in MAGA world, because the MAGA world, the populace, the people that actually brought MAGA to power, they don't want, external wars. Their foreign policy, the MAGA populists, are more aligned to like that of Ron Paul.
Some of it is. Some of it is. Some of it doesn't. Some of it doesn't care about foreign policy. Let's be honest. Americans do not vote on foreign policy. They never have, and you can say that all polls in the U.S. are incorrect, and there's something there, right? I mean, there obviously, but I have not seen a single poll of people's opinion, Republicans or Democrats, that listed foreign policy or Ukraine or anything among their top 10 voting priorities for the election.
Oh, I agree.
And it's a truism. Now, there is a vocal minority of the MAGA people, very influential online and elsewhere. And it appears that Trump Jr. is one of them, right? So that there is something there. But I think it's always important to remember that if Trump turned around tomorrow and said, we have always been at war with Eurasia, Russia, right? That the majority of the MAGA people would flip on a dime. Sorry. I mean, the ones out there watching this show, I'm not talking about you, right? Because I know there's some MAGA people out there watching this. And
of course.
Yeah, okay, we don't agree with you on everything. I certainly don't. But be honest that you do not represent the average American or even the average Trump supporter. You're a little step up above. You like to be informed about the rest of the world and care about it. And that is not the perspective that most Americans, when they go to vote. Sorry.
That's true. I would agree with that assessment for sure about the average American.
We shouldn't project. We all care about this as one of the most important things on our lives, but let's not project our feelings about this onto an average voter unless there's some serious polling information to back it up.
Yeah, I think a lot of these people that we're looking at on the screen there, including the one that's not European, Justin Trudeau, I think they're all hoping that the Trump world gets expelled from Washington. Period.
Yeah, what I see there is a vampire's ball.
Yeah, this is not great. I mean, I attended CPAC 2 weeks ago. Georgia Maloney, she's hidden back there next to Justin Trudeau.
Trying to hide.
She delivered a video speech. You know, she was invited to speak ahead of Donald Trump. Olaf Scholz, if you look at the positioning of the seats at the table, literally at the table, Mark, Olaf Scholz is on his way out as chancellor. He's got a number of days left, right? They put him off. You know, the heads of the table were Macron and Starmer and Zelensky, and Scholz. I mean, look, he wasn't even in the camera view. They put him off to the side. Like the Germans, even the new guy that's coming in, Merz, he's also Olaf Scholz.
More of a hawk on Ukraine, much more of a hawk than Scholz.
So, I mean, if this message gets out there to the bulk of the MAGA crowd that might be listening, that are more the typical MAGA crowd, let this be their thing, that they understand that if they care about America first, truly, then you don't want American boots on the ground. If you don't want that, then you should tell the Europeans, if this is your war, you want to continue this war, then have at it. You guys should have at it. If this is what you want, spend your money, spend your tax dollars, go have expensive gas prices, go have this war. If this is what you want, you guys have at it. We got our own internal problems to fix.
But Article 5! Article 5!
All right, Mark.
Yes, always appreciate it.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me. It's always a blast, guys.
Always fun with you. And it's a lot of like hard truths, right, that people won't talk about. But so we're a little cynical and funny about it. But, you know, it is what it is. This is the political landscape we're in. And so takeaway is, this doesn't change anything, is what I understand, Mark. This doesn't change anything. SMO goes on.
It changes things, but not as much as people might. Probably not as much as people might think.
Yeah, SMO is going to go on, is what I see. So, I mean, until a deal is signed.
But also, Russia and the United States are going to get closer.
They are.
I think
so. That's also probably true. Yeah. And who knows, right? Anything could happen, right? And maybe the war will end, and I don't think so. But, you know, anything's... I don't hope. Right, I don't do hope, but
I think Zelensky's days are numbered, but we'll see. All right,
I just would be more afraid that whoever replaced him would be worse and far more competent.
That can always happen.
Not throw tantrums in the Oval Office.
The history of revolution makes that clear. But anyway, all right. Not that this would be a revolution. Mark Sleboda is an international relations and security analyst. You can follow Mark on Twitter at Mark Sleboda1, on his YouTube channel at The Real Politic with Mark Sleboda, and find him on Facebook at facebook.com/Gramsci. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. Guys. Oh, these tech companies are doing that because the Indian workers work cheaper or whatever. Not from what I saw. No, no.
Yeah, they're cheaper, and it's not just that. It's also
not from what I saw.
It's also because they're not going to bitch about having to work long hours or anything, because they're reliant on their employer for the right to stay in the country. So, you know, if you lose your job and you have an H-1B visa, you have to go back to, back home, right? So,
sure.
So, like,
there's a lot to talk about.
If that's the case, are you going to bitch and moan? When your boss keeps you late? No, you're not. You're going to shut up. You're not going. So bosses love it because they have a compliant slave labor pool. And
there's a lot to talk about there. We got to bring in Robby too. Let's bring in.
What does piss me off is the fact that there are tons of underemployed and unemployed science people who can't find jobs in this country. The H-1B program, the whole idea of it is, if you have a sector where we can't get enough Americans, then we hire from overseas. But that's not the reality. There's no requirement and there's no enforcement mechanism to make sure that a big company like Apple, for example, or Google has to really, make sure they hire that unemployed 62-year-old, computer scientist who can't get a job in like Indiana and bring him over to Silicon Valley. They don't have to reach out to that person and offer them a job before they go H-1B. That's the problem here.
Well, and of course that's our producer Robby there. We're calling him the COVID conservative this week. He's got COVID, and he's got opinions.
Who, me?
You got opinions about this, Robby?
Yeah, that's why you're here.
I do. I do. I really do. And a voice still, at least for now.
Okay. Use it. What are your thoughts on this? Because like I said, for me, I get what Ted was just saying. From what I've witnessed firsthand, having exposure to this gaming company in Los Angeles, Ted, sure, your point about older tech guys, vying for these jobs or whatever. There's a culture fit, like within those companies. If you're a bunch of younger guys, you're going to have a preference for.
Before Musk bought Twitter, do you know this? There were 8,000 employees at Twitter before Musk bought Twitter.
He culled a whole bunch of them.
Do you know how many workers there were over the age of 35? Zero.
At Twitter?
At Twitter. Zero. None.
Zero?
Zero.
35? That's
35.
Really young.
You don't think that's fucked up? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, of course. That's really young, and I think that's foolish. But that's old Twitter. That's original Twitter. I don't know about what it looks like now.
Well, this was not that long ago. This was like 5 years ago.
Yeah. And it kind of goes back to the whole culture thing, right? How y'all talking about at the end of the last news piece, why isn't the United States calling Israel for committing war crimes? Well, look at how many congressmen have Israeli flags in their offices. Look at how many congressmen. Look at you, Brian Mash, you piece of crap. You go into Congress wearing an IDF uniform, piss off, drop dead. That's a cultural issue. You want to know why people aren't going into engineering here in the United States? Is because you can't freaking afford it. Look at the price of schooling. Seriously. So, like, for example, let's just say that I'm in my late teens, early 20s, and I want to start going to school. So I'm going to go in. I'm going to take the Ted Rall route. I'm going to be an engineer. So I'm going to go into hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt. Then when I get through, I get to go before a DEI board. Say, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. You're a white male. You need not apply because you have the wrong set of jewels between your legs and your skin color is wrong. So you're already." Sorry, that's not going to work for you. So, yeah, I agree. It's a cultural issue. Our education system sucks. Affirmative action doesn't help. And, frankly, if you're able to import a permanent serf class that's willing to work 30 to 40% less than everybody else, where's the incentive for the government to fix it because the donors profit from what's going on? So, yeah, I have some opinions about this.
I do think the culture thing is not wrong. It's certainly true. Like, we have the whole revenge of the nerds kind of thing. Like, I know what it's like. When I went to engineering school at Columbia, the engineers were dorks. They literally had pocket protectors and Texas Instruments calculators hanging off their belts. There was a disproportionately high number of Asians. And most of the people were really, really boring. It's one of the things I hated about it.
Were they Asian American or like Asian imports? Mostly
Asian American. They were all grinds. This was New York City in 1981 and 82. And, there was a lot going on. This was still like, the age of CBGBs, and where you could go see Blondie for $5 with sawdust on the floor at Peppermint Lounge.
That's so cool.
And Studio 54 was still going strong. But these guys would never, they weren't going out and clubbing or doing anything fun at all. They were just nose to the grindstone, careerists, boring. Sure. And those are the kind of people who go into engineering because that's the culture of it. The other thing I want to point out is when I was a freshman during orientation, the dean, very first speech goes, please look to your left, look to your right, look in front of you, look behind you. You'll see 4 people. 3 out of those 4 people will not be here at graduation. In other words, they had a policy of accepting the most gifted science and math students in the United States and then putting them through a grueling system where they grind them out, expel them with tons of student loans so that they still have to pay back, even though they don't have a degree. Yeah, basically, yeah. So only
for
one
what?
out of
for like
4.
Bad grades?
Yeah, just for having bad grades. Everything was graded on a curve. So, these were absolutely all. There was no one who got into that school who wasn't absolutely brilliant at math and science. I mean, they didn't accept anyone at the time I went. The perfect score for math SAT was 800 at the time. And there was no one there who had under a 760. Okay, no one. So these are no one there had anything other than straight A's in math and science in high school. And these are all very smart kids, but they're literally like, we're going to let you in, we're going to debt you, as Robby points out, then we're going to kick your ass out. And it's like, and if you do graduate, there's not really that much work. I mean, the truth is, STEM jobs don't really pay that well. Employment is very sporadic. And it's very highly specialized, right? So let's say you become a civil engineering major. Well, if you graduate 4 years later and there's really not, there's no infrastructure being built, sucks to be you, but you can't switch over to mechanical engineering or electrical engineering or nuclear because you don't have that training. So it's a shitty culture in every respect. The truth is, you have to be a fool to become an engineering major. I mean, it's no fun. It doesn't pay well. It's hard as shit. You're treated like shit. Why would anyone do it? The mystery here isn't why we don't have more. The mystery is why we have any.
I have a question for you, Ted.
I don't know about that.
Oh, go ahead, Manila.
Well, to both of your points, I get the college education part of all of this, but part of the firestorm around Vivek Ramaswamy's statements about this is he's going way back to your teeny bopper years. I mean, he's a millennial. I don't think he might be 40, so he's a little bit younger than me. He might be right around 38, 39, 40. So he had literally made mention about on his tweets about Steve Urkel versus the Stefan character. If anyone is familiar with family tie, no, not Family Ties. Well, I'm going way back. Family Matters, right? And TGIF on back in the 90s. It was all these TV shows that would air that were meant for family friendly shows. And so he made references to Family Matters and Steve Urkel, and Saved by the Bell, where you make fun of Screech being the nerd, and everybody wanted to be, we're supposed to love AC Slater and Zach Morris, the troublemaker and the jock. And so he's taking this way back to when in your youth, where American pop culture has actually just penetrated the brains of millennials and the youngest of the Gen Xers like me that grew up watching those shows, and the millennials going forward. And hence why some of the wealthiest people in this country are people like the fucking Kardashians, right? Because why? We venerated Kim Kardashian for doing a blowjob on video 15, 20 years ago, and now she's a multi-billionaire. I mean, not to say that, it doesn't take some brains, right, to build an empire like she has, because there are a gazillion women out there that'll put out a blowjob video for free. But the point is, Vivek's point is that that American culture has told us that you want to be the beauty queen. You want to be the popular girl. You want to be the jock. You want to be these things, all of these things that don't fucking matter. That don't fucking matter. I had the great luxury of being, even though I was born in the US, I'd go to school and grow up in American pop culture, English speaking, outside of the house. But when I came home to fobby ass parents and grandparents that were Asian AF, that were instilling in me, get a fucking education. Granted, I'm a failure for not getting the type of education that they preferred, which was like STEM, right? Like some, engineering or medical or whatever. That's not how my brain worked out. And that's fine. They accept that now. They have no choice. But back then, it was drilled into me that you need to think about your future. You need something stable, like do something math, do something science, do something medical, right?
It's not stable.
Right?
That's my point.
Yeah,
it's not stable.
But how is it not stable? If you're a doctor, if you're an engineer, you can find a job anywhere.
That's not true.
No,
that's not true. Because you have to think about it this way. Let's just say you've just been admitted. It's now December. You've been admitted. You're 17, 18 years old. You're going to start engineering school next fall, right? You're going to MIT. Well, you have to choose a major pretty quickly. It's not like liberal arts where you can fuck around for like a year and a half before you pick your major. And once you're locked in, you're locked in. So choose your major, right? Whatever it is, electrical engineering, just picking something out of the sky. All right. Well, you're guessing what will the job market and the economy and the political situation look like when you graduate in 2029 or 2030. Now, nobody knows what that is. If you knew what that was, you shouldn't be going to engineering school. You should go work the stock market, right? So nobody knows. So you're just sort of like guessing. Okay, all right, let's hope for the best. And then you come out, and let's just say, by then, President Chelsea Clinton has decided that she's not going to invest in the electrical infrastructure grid, and or technology changes and whatever. So the training you get is no longer relevant. There's no jobs, and you're like, you're like just fucked.
But Ted, are there jobs for cartoonists? Are there jobs for journalists?
No, there are not. But here's the thing. Most people who go into engineering, frankly, don't have any love for it, okay? They're careerists. They're not this is not Pierre and Marie Curie, who they have a tremendous passion for discovery. It's just a fucking job. And it's boring, and you're working with boring people. And the other thing, let me go on further. Let's just say you do graduate in 2030 and you do get a job. But in 2035, you can be out of work just like that. So, and you might be out of work for years, maybe forever, maybe for the rest of your life.
Anybody. You can work at Burger King and be out of job. You can work at the local Kroger.
But you don't need a fucking $300 or $400 or $100,000 degree to get a job at Burger King.
See, here's the thing.
Cartoons.
Okay, go ahead, Robby.
Yeah, go ahead.
For example, like how you're talking about how pop culture and stuff. How they have the Steve Urkels and such. Yeah, that's true. But before that, though, you had the cowboys. Being a cowboy, being an independent, rough riding kind of type. What was the ideal? Think about rawhide, for example. Yeah, I'm going to date myself a little bit. Let's just go on back.
Keep them dokies moving.
That's exactly it. And so what was the premise? It was on the cowboy. It wasn't on the people running the telegraph lines. It wasn't on the people actually building the infrastructure in New York City back back in the heyday, that kind of thing. So I kind of that's a cop out on Vivek's part. Culture likes masculinity, and because masculinity has been so demonized in this country, they're kind of going for whatever they want to. The issue is our education system is crap. That first and foremost, that's the biggest problem.
That's true too. I agree with that.
And I think, and this is coming from someone on the right, if someone gets student loans, and I'm going to get Ted's opinion on this, it shouldn't be the student that's saddled with those loans. It should be the university. The university should have to underwrite those loans.
I'm not against that.
That's my take.
Well, I
don't know how that works.
I also don't think it's right that that like if you go to a university that just it's bloodthirsty and decides to expel perfectly qualified students just so that they can have the reputation of being badass and winnowing, separating the wheat from the chaff. I don't know that like these victim children should be saddled with the debt either. I mean,
no, they shouldn't be.
The whole assumption of the debt is you graduate from college with the ability to earn a lot more money, so therefore you can pay back the debt. But if that assumption doesn't hold true, then the whole system breaks down. And generally speaking, the whole system is breaking down, right? I mean, that's why people are, fewer people want to go to college.
Well, but Thomas, I'm trying to talk about going to college and going into the trades. Go in and learn how to be an electrician, learn how to be a plumber.
Well, I think that's great, and I think that's useful.
I do too.
But I'm saying
completely agree.
Broadly to Vivek's point, and the flack that Vivek is catching from this is the cultural statement that he's making. And again, like Vivek, he's Asian American. I'm Asian American. All of this shit starts at home. It's a cultural home thing. Are you telling your kids, putting the right values into your kids? And Robby, I know that you are, because I know you and I know your family. You're putting the right values in your kids. I'm not saying college is for everybody, because it's proven. Like we need electricians, we need plumbers. There are people whose brains work that way. But speaking specifically of these STEM majors and what Vivek is talking about culturally, I don't think that he's wrong in saying that America venerates the wrong fucking thing. We're so worried about being cool.
He is talking out of his ass. He is talking out of his butt.
Kardashian lips and butts, the big Kardashian butts. Like, this is what we tell our kids is good and celebrated, is cosmetic and like superficial bullshit that doesn't matter.
Okay, in Japan and South Korea, they're plunging birth rates because they're telling boys and girls to have sex with robots and to watch pornographic cartoons. So, sorry, that whole cultural argument's not going to freaking work with me. What this is that this is, of course it is.
No,
look, culture is culture.
But okay, the idiots that are banging fuck pillows and fuck toys are also they probably have a master's degree in STEM, is my point. They probably have a really good job.
Yeah,
but that's
maybe. But we don't know.
Sticking to what Vivek is saying is that America tells the young people, like, you should aim to be a jock. You should aim to be popular. You should, like, this is what's important. That's not what's important. That's the thing. And like I said, I think I was very fortunate to have fobby ass Asian parents and a family at home. So that way it steered me kind of middle of the road, because while, I was class president and cheerleader at school, at home, I also understood the importance of like looking outside of high school, beyond high school, into college, into my adulthood, and to map it out very carefully. And that sometimes you can't go to that party. Sometimes you shouldn't be beer bonging. You shouldn't be doing those things because it's probably not good for you. I did those things, but not in excess. Not in excess, because like I said, I had this nice balance of like a strict Asian family to some degree, not as strict as some, but to some degree a strict Asian family. And then I had American pop culture outside of the house. So Vivek's point is that America keeps telling kids that you should aim to be, I don't know, some basketball player, a rapper. You should be like, that's what pop culture tells the children.
Okay, so like with my gaming channel, for example, one of the games I cover is called Dragon Age: The Veilguard. It's pretty infamous because they have this trainee character who's always preaching to you about how you got to accept people for who they are, this kind of thing. We have a pop culture that says you can change your gender like you change your underwear. Most people are smart enough to realize that's not true. And so to your point, yeah, I get it. Asians have a strong work ethic, right there with you. No one else does. Farmers in small towns in Alabama. So if these college recruiters, if they really were wanting to, they could go find really smart people from someplace besides Massachusetts and New York and California who've never had an opportunity because they're out in the middle of nowhere, but they're not going to do it, Manila, because why would you pay someone 30% more to do the job? Why would you do that? Our government hates us. Our government hates you. Our government hates Ted. Our government damn sure hates people who look and sound like me.
Look,
and
you guys are acting like these H-1B visa people are coming in and working for fucking pennies on the dollar. That's not true. They are not the fucking,
they shouldn't be here at all.
They
should not be here at all.
They're not the farm workers making pennies on the dollar. Look at the screen.
I don't understand why they're here.
Look at the screen. In 2021, the median salary for H-1B workers was $108,000, double the average U.S. salary. That is a fact.
Yes, but that doesn't. But the point is, that's not comparing the median salary for Americans who would hold the same exact job, right?
Well, I'm telling you from what I've seen at this tech company in California,
it's definitely true that they work for less. They are paid
competitive.
Less. They are paid less than Americans who get the same exact positions. No question about it. And also, they are treated a lot more poorly. But what I'm trying to get at is that pop culture, in this case, is right. That no one should become an engineer because it's a thankless, horrible job that requires you to go through hell, and then you get it, and you're in this boring job that you hate. So you shouldn't do it.
I don't know. I've seen
a rapper. Really,
I have met plenty of nerds in my time of exposure to this gaming company. There are people that actually enjoy it, so that's not entirely true. There are people that enjoy it, and because it's mostly like they're trying to solve a puzzle, is what they explain to me. Like, because my brain doesn't work that way, so I pick the brain of the people that do these jobs. And they tell me that they had told me that it was more like they're trying to solve a problem, and it's problem solving by coding. I don't know jack shit about coding, right? Like I know zero about coding. And when I look at the screen and I see like characters and letters and forward slashes and brackets, that means nothing to me. But for them, it's like they're speaking this whole different language and dialect. Just like when I try to talk to any of those tech guys about the stuff I'm into, like geopolitics, like their eyes glaze over and it means nothing to them about, what I'm talking about. So for a lot of those people, there are plenty of engineers that I met at that gaming company that really loved what they do and were passionate about it. So, but maybe because it was a fun gaming company, I don't know. They're not making, software for Bill Gates, I guess, could be a different environment. But that particular environment is what I was exposed to. And I saw people that were very passionate from all around the world, people from Europe with H-1Bs, people from India with H-1Bs, people from across Asia. And they were all like, like kind of these, I could see how growing up they would have been the nerd, right? But now they're young adults in their late 20s, early 30s, and they were like cool and fun and interesting people, and they were earning competitive salaries with whatever the median was at the time 10, 15 years ago. So that's just what I've witnessed. I don't know more broadly across the entire, engineering world what that income looks like, but that's what I saw on a gaming platform, and this was like 10, 12, 13 years ago.
So, but here's the thing. Both things can be right and wrong at the same time. Do you have a cultural issue, a cultural problem in this country? Yeah, the culture is falling apart. We need to make marriage cool again. We need to start telling men, young men, young women, hey, it's not about your body count. It's about finding someone that you love, who you're able to marry, who you're able to make a commitment to. Let that woman know, hey, it's a good thing to take your husband's last name. Let the husband know, hey, it's your responsibility to take care of your wife and your kids. That's the important thing. That if you want to be cool in my book, that's how you do. I don't care what job is that you have. If you do that, you're cool. The other thing is, like me and Ted talked about this yesterday. If you give your word, you follow through. I'm sick as a dog. I'm here because I made a commitment.
By the way, Ted and I said Robby needs to sleep.
Here today with COVID.
100%. But that's the way that my brain is built.
But that's your ethic. That's your.
Exactly, and that's the culture
And that
that we
is
should
not
have.
and
But
that is
that's
not the ethic that is pushed in America anymore.
correct.
There's a culture of expectation, the
Correct. And you know
snowflake
what?
culture. There's the
Right
culture
there
has
with you.
been
But you
diminished.
know what? But you know what doesn't fix it? Importing the third world doesn't fix that problem. What that does is that screws working class people.
But that's different. Importing the
BS.
third world is
That,
very different than importing
the hell
the
it is.
H-1B. Are you crazy? These
Yes, I
people are
am.
highly skilled and highly educated doctors,
Who are taking
engineers,
jobs
who are
from
not
Americans.
that part, sure. But to say that they're not
Manila,
the people
should there
outside the Roosevelt Hotel that are asking for,
Okay,
these Joe Biden
Yeah, but Manila,
debit cards,
these are like, if
different
anything,
people.
Manila, if anything, I mean, we can't really separate these two issues because they're kind of the same. But let's just say we do. I think I would rather have foreigners poach low-paid, shitty jobs than have foreigners poach our best jobs that, like, our best and brightest, most well-educated people who are going to earn the top salaries and can pay the most taxes. And those are the jobs we really should not lose. I mean, sure. As far as I'm concerned, if there's one unemployed or underemployed person in the United States who wants a job, you don't go looking outside. You don't. I don't care if that person has to be retrained. They're an American. I mean, the American person has to be, you hire the American first. Now, if you're completely out of Americans and you can prove that.
But that's idealistic, Ted. You're
talking.
No. Hold on. Hold on. Hear me out.
It is.
I'm not disagreeing with you saying that we should do that first. But the problem is we don't have that pipeline right now.
Yeah,
we live today.
What do you mean? Like, literally, there is not one company in Silicon Valley that does not have a database completely full of applications and resumes from Americans they're choosing not to get back to.
No. What I'm saying is you're saying these underemployed Americans that need to be perhaps retrained or brought up to speed
in many
with
cases,
whatever.
They don't need anything. They just need a fucking job.
Look, do you remember when in the first Trump administration, when Ivanka Trump, his daughter, made this like asinine comment about when people get laid off that, oh, you can take this time to, maybe learn a new hobby, learn a new craft, learn a new trade.
While you're starving.
She said it just right. And she, because she's so out of touch about it, right? Because she was born to a billionaire. Like, she had no idea. It was a very glib statement on her part.
Mm-hmm.
But if you focus on that part, we don't have the infrastructure in place to train people for new jobs. Let's say it's green jobs or tech jobs or whatever, we don't have this.
Well, what do you mean you don't have an
capitalist
infrastructure? I mean,
No,
that's
we
like,
don't have
that's
the
not
infrastructure.
even okay. So that's just
people that are out of work.
We
where
could
do
build
they go,
nuclear
Ted?
power
If that's
plants right now, except for the EPA.
If you're let's say you're a 40-year-old person that wants to change careers, how easy is it for you to? Sure, there are options to go back to school and there are methods to do that, but they're not fucking easy to do. We don't have. That's what I mean by infrastructure. Whereas if you look at non-capitalist societies like, say, China, they have programs that will teach you new skills, right? To do something.
Well, China's a hybrid socialist capitalist society.
So that's what I'm saying is to Ivanka's point. Like, I get what she's trying to say. She meant well. It just came off kind of glib.
Yeah, but let me say, look, I agree with you. My new book, What's Left, talks about the need for jobs retraining programs financed by the federal government. I think basically, if you want to go back to school, and whether you go to trade school or go to community college or even go for a 4-year degree, and because you need to retrain, that should be covered by the federal government. Like, send the Ukrainians a little less money; it'll be fine. But at the same time,
imagine that.
I'm old enough to remember that 50 years ago and more, lots of employers were willing to train you when they hired you. They would hire smart people and hardworking people, and they would train them.
Sure.
And like now, even like it's so crazy that new employers will not even, they want people who are completely, fully experienced to the T in every detail of the jobs that they're hiring for. The federal government can say, look, you don't have to train any Americans to do these jobs, but you're certainly not, you don't get to hire from overseas until you've tried to train some people, right?
Yep.
Like I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if there is one unemployed American who is not completely an idiot and incapable of being retrained, that person has to be retrained. They have to be given that shot before you can start to look overseas. I mean, that's obvious. You don't bring in people from another country when your own people are suffering.
Well, like I said, our government hates us, and one of the things,
I agree.
The hospital that I work for is, we had this big powwow. It's probably about 2 years ago now, where they're talking about what can we do to make working here better, because they're running out of, they didn't have enough nurses, for example, and they didn't have enough EMTs working in the emergency room. Well, I had this crazy idea because, again, I read a lot. To be a nurse, you don't have to go to this 2 years of school and get $100,000. You can do what's called challenging the board. So what challenging the board is, you go in, basically get on the job training. You work in the ER as an ER tech, learn what you need to do, and then once you get to a certain level, you then can take the state test. If you pass the test, congratulations, you're now an RN or a paramedic, and so you're able to get the actual on the job training without the debt. They won't do it because of regulations.
Well,
so to say that
part of infrastructure problems.
Well, that's part of the culture problem, and that's where Vivek is completely missing the boat here. This isn't about Kim Kardashian and jocks. You're always going to have whores. You're always going to have jocks. It is what it is. That's just a fact of life, okay? However, what this is that this is trying to placate the people who benefit from cheap labor. Because most of the people who come here for H-1B visas, they're not engineers or doctors. They are coming here and they're
coders.
They're coders and things like that. So what my whole thing is, I want all perfect in my world. All immigration would end for like 100 years. Every freaking bit of it, everything, and then we just rebuild our country. Is that going to happen? No, but it should.
Yeah, we couldn't stop all immigration. That's for 100 years. I mean, it's one thing to put caps on it.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a bad idea to stop all immigration.
I don't know. Let's try it. So it happens.
Maybe if there were caps on it, like there were like in the 70s, like when my family came during the
I'll give you 10,000 people a year. There you go.
I don't know. I mean, our birth rates are plummeting from
well, that's because of abortion and sterilizing kids and making them transgender. If we stop doing that, all of a sudden we start having these things called babies. It's crazy. If you stop killing them in the womb, guess what happens? You have a new workforce. Imagine that.
Yeah, a new workforce that wants to be a rapper or NBA star or.
Some of them will, but guess what? Most of them are not going to. So they have to get this thing called a job in order to support themselves.
I think Vivek has a point. I think it's just that like he's missing the big point, which is he's a capitalist. He's a billionaire, so he should know something about economic incentives. And you're not going to get people to do what you want if you don't provide them with an economic incentive in a capitalist society. It's not like you mentioned drawing cartoons. Drawing cartoons is fun, so people do it even though it doesn't really pay much anymore. Frankly, coding's not that much fun for most people. So, and most of it is it's grunt work. It's boring. So you're just trying to get people who are smart enough to be good at math and science to do something that is kind of dull. So you've got to pay them before they like jump off a bridge.
Well, the thing is, AI is going to start replacing coders.
Well, that's true.
It's already happening. So
that's totally true. Problem solved.
I mean, the H-1B thing is not like a major concern for me. I don't know how much abuse. It's not my area of expertise.
Oh, it's totally rampantly abused. It's insane.
But I personally understood what Vivek was saying on the cultural aspect of this, but what he's being attacked for it, and I think unfairly, but he forgets that he comes from an Asian background, and that he has, because his parents are the immigrants, right? Just like my parents were the immigrants. And there are sets of cultural values at home as well as sets of cultural values outside of the home. And he is like me. It was dual culture, and we benefited from that. Vivek, obviously, being a billionaire, has benefited a ton more.
Well, I'm pretty sure he came from a rich family too. So
I think his mom, somebody was a doctor and somebody was, I don't know. So like, yeah, I don't know if they're loaded, but yeah, they were more well-to-do than my family, obviously. But having the immigrant culture, the immigrant background at home, and the American culture outside, I think worked to his benefit, because he was able to grasp, pop culture, American culture, and be fully integrated into American culture, as well as understanding the core values of, what was back then taught by your Asian immigrant parents. I don't know if that still happens today. I don't know how much that's changed. But I know there's definitely quite a streak of Asian tiger mom in me, even though I was born and raised in Los Angeles. Like, I've never even been to Laos or China. But there is still that very strong streak of Asian tiger mom in me to my 6-year-old. And, am I maybe more balanced about it than my grandparents were, or my parents? Probably. Am I a little cooler, more understanding of stuff? Probably. But I think the values are set by your family first. And the problem, to Robby's point earlier, is that there is a major breakdown in the American family structure to begin with. So if you want to fix all ills in society, start at home. That's my take.
I agree. And this is the last thing I say, because I know that we're going over. Vivek sounds kind of like a Roman patrician after the Third Punic War. Just like, we have all these farmers. They're working. Well, most Americans don't. And that's the problem. Don't talk about the culture. Get some smarts. Read a book. So basically, back then, the whole system was that to serve in the Roman army, you had to be a landed citizen. Well, the problem is that means that you had to have these things called farms, and that means you had to pay them. And the Roman elite didn't like that. So after the Third Punic War, they brought in hundreds of thousands of Carthaginian slaves, destroyed the Roman middle class, to the point when the Germans came in, the Romans didn't have enough men legally to fill out the ranks of the army. That's what's happening here. And that's why, like 400 years later, when Rome fell, the average Roman citizen is like, thank God this nightmare is finally over. I don't want that to happen to my kids or my grandkids. I don't want them to be like, oh, thank God this thing is finally burning down, because that's what's going to happen. If you have societal problems, that's great, but you don't put a Band-Aid over that gaping wound by importing people to enrich some rich schmuck over in California. Screw that guy. Fix your problems at home, address the problem, and get rid of the damn Band-Aid.
I say fix it at home, and then America at home.
I agree. But
fix it under your damn roof first.
Listen to me, kids. Don't let your children become engineers.
Oh my God, Ted!
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's a shitty life. Don't do it.
Ted, is Homer Simpson? Is he an engineer? I know he works in the nuclear power plant, but is he an engineer?
Right. We never really understood.
Well, he's that's a good question. I don't really know. We don't know.
Right. No, they never really define.
They never talk about his education, right? I don't think
they never fully define what Homer's position is.
He works at the nuke plant, but we don't.
No, we know that, but not his job position.
No.
Ever in the what did it run? 30,
kind of a
30
vague
years?
term,
Well, there are maintenance engineers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Close the borders, make America great again.
Engineer.
That's my platform.
Close the borders, including legal immigration with H-1B is producer Robby's position. I'm kind of like give and take on the H-1B thing. I'm more about fix your shit at home, get your kids in order, get your family in order, and you will fix the ills of this country and society once you get your children back in order. I'm not saying beat your kids. I'm saying just be in touch with your kids. I'm not a pro at parenting. I have 6 fucking years of experience. Like I don't know everything there is to know, but I can reflect on how I was raised and, the differences in my white friends, my Mexican friends, my black friends. And we would talk about our parents growing up, right? Like, oh, I did this and my grandma got the shoe and just whooped my ass, and I would talk to, all my it was like the UN growing up in California, right? Like you got friends of every color. You got Arab friends, you got black friends, you got Latino friends, you got every kind of friend. And we would all compare notes about how our parents or families punished us when we did something bad, right? Like if I was doing some bullshit down the street, my grandpa would come marching down to the end of the street, come find me and drag my ass back in front of everybody by my ear. Embarrass the shit out of me.
My grandmother spanked me with the flat end of a butcher knife.
Oof.
And there would be a switch waiting for me at home. And I'm not saying you should beat the shit out of kids, but
you're kind of saying that.
But I'm not against whooping them a little bit. Don't beat them. Don't beat them. But I'm not against a paddle. And I think we are largely lacking that. And that's why kids these days are wildly, wildly out of line, wildly expectant, wildly disrespectful. And maybe that's the Asian fob in me coming out. But that's what I see in the differences in how my friends, my round eye friends were raised versus my slanty eye friends, because we had all that in common. Just saying.
All right.
Growing up in the South, you learn real quick. You develop a very strong fear of your father because you'd rather go to jail than get home and have to explain to your dad what you did wrong. So there's that.
Well, I'm going to put this email thing. I know we got to wrap up. We still have this email open. So if you guys dare ever, please email questions to TMI
I keep checking.
Show
Nobody sends anything.
Question.
Yeah.
Like, I think people are shy, Ted. They might like type an email, but they don't want to like.
You can send something anonymous. It doesn't have to be under your name. You send it under like, a fake name.
Hey y'all let me
Carlos
talk here,
Danger.
and that's terrifying. So
email your questions, your thoughts, your whatever comments, questions. If you want your audio to appear on the show. Right there. Send it to that email. Record an audio.
TMI Show question at Yahoo. TMI Show question.
You don't even have to say your name or real identity if you don't want to.
No.
But we will play your question and attempt to answer it. We aim to do this on Fridays. So if anybody sends stuff, reminder, please do. Please send it there. Yeah, so that's going to do it. Robby, please go. The COVID conservative producer.
Oh my
please.
God. With 104-degree fever yesterday.
Go fucking rest. Believe me, I get it. Like I'm still, midday. I'm like dozing off from the immunosuppressants. Like my energy levels goes and I crash. And I've learned not to push myself. And I get your work ethic and I appreciate all of that. But
me too.
But dude.
Listen, Robby, go.
Dude,
go.
You're sick. So thank you for weighing in on this. I know you wanted to because this is like a topic you're passionate about, and especially about getting rid of everybody that's not, native here.
Well, I mean, if you're here legally, by all means, stay. It's just no new arrivals. Stay the hell out. Fortress America. Put the army on the border. Put the Navy on
the economy will circle down the drain. This will turn you into a lefty. I got to tell you,
Ted, the economy's already circling down the drain. The economy already sucks. It's already in the trash can.
You want closed borders, you got to have socialism. It's the only way you can have an economic model that moves forward.
That's true, right?
Capitalism and
you have to close the loop.
It's really true. You would. So if you want that, Fortress
I would
America,
outlaw corporations.
We got to go Rall style socialist.
Hey, you know what? I'm willing to give it a shot. So, like I told Manila at the start of the show, I want a federal government that's so small I can drown it in a toilet. I want regulation pretty much all gone. I want a free market system where all the states compete against each other.
Okay,
and
that's all capitalism.
But let's just
that's not socialism.
Let's just, well, here's the thing: whatever the government gives, the government can take away. So, we'll just have to see. But yeah, no,
go get some rest. That's
a topic for another day.
It is. It is.
Thank you for weighing in. I know you wanted to because you're passionate about this. So even though it was against, I don't want the viewers to be like, Ted and Manila made producer Robby work. No. He wanted to do this. We are insisting that he rests. So
I was up at 2 o'clock this morning working. So
go away, Robby. Go get some rest. Thank you for weighing in. I'm removing you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye, Robby. Have a good weekend. Prepares to return to the White House in 1 month, a month from tomorrow. Some economic signals are blinking yellow. Investors unsettled by the Fed's forecast for fewer cuts than previously expected next year pushed the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 1,123 points yesterday. That's 2.6% of total market share, while the NASDAQ composite dropped 3.6%. The Dow has now lost 2,900 points since it's peaked out on December 4th. It's a tale of two economies. Consumer sentiment among Republican voters is at its highest level since late 2020, when Trump was still president, whereas Democrats feel that the economy is a disaster. They feel as the same way they felt in the summer of 2022 when inflation was raging and gas was $5 a gallon. What are the prospects for a Trump economy during the next few years? Is Doge real? And if so, will austerity prime the pump or tank the economy? Where's the economy going? Where's it at? Where's it going? To help us break it down, we have Todd Bubba Horwitz. He's a market maker, CEO, and founder of BubbaTrading.com. Go check out that website. Bubba, it's been a long time. Thanks for joining us.
It's great to be here. Good morning. How you doing? What's up?
Good to see you. Good to see you. We've got your website up there. People can learn all about all the stuff that you do, your years of experience. So you've been doing this for a little while, Bubba. You've seen some presidents come and go. Now that we have Donald Trump coming back, Jerome Powell, cutting rates for a third time in a row. What does that indicate to you?
That Jerome Powell's an idiot and that the Fed is a moronic institution that does not follow what their actual mandate is, which is price stability and employment. We're not supposed to be mixing with interest rates. We're not supposed to be manipulating rates to help the banks. If we go back to the first rate cut, which was September 18th, the 10-year notes were at 3.5%. Today, the 10-year notes are at 4.5%, and the banks have made another 1% or 100 basis points on their profit, but not the American people. The people that are supposed to be getting these rate cuts that everybody's loving the stock market over is really not factual, because the banks are borrowing from the Federal Reserve, and if they can choose to cut their rates to the public, but they're not. Mortgage rates are higher. We are in a recession where inflation is storming out of control. Yet these morons at the Federal Reserve decide to cut rates once again, which only pushes inflation even higher.
So Jerome Powell says, that he's not going anywhere. Doesn't matter who's in office. He says, I'm not going anywhere. Trump is, they're independent. Trump can't push him out. He says he's now in a position to take his time in cutting the rate and is it helping? Is it hurting us? They say that inflation is slowing. It doesn't mean it's not happening, but it's slowing as opposed to what it was, last fall when we were talking about this on the radio. Are we in a better position?
I could argue with that fact. I don't know that inflation is slowing. I think that it's the way they report numbers. Remember that when you get the inflation numbers, they only count 4% for food and energy. Now, the average person, what is their highest expense other than an emergency? It is food and energy. And when you don't count it, it's easy to have lowering inflation. The bottom line is that these rate cuts were designed to create more inflation because, let's face it, the federal government gets tax dollars on these higher prices because you're paying federal excise tax. Look at your phone bill. Look at some of your bills that have all these numbers on it that you don't see. Those are federal taxes. So it is the hidden tax of inflation that we're having right now. It's a very, very bad sign. And Jerome Powell has done a horrible job. And I thought he would have done a much better job because he came out of the industry. But I guess once you go into the ivory tower of the Federal Reserve, you become an idiot. And that's what
guys, I'm afraid we have some breaking news. It's not economic related, but Bubba, please stay with us while I bring us in. This is something Manila and I have followed now for several years. The Court of Appeals in Georgia has just disqualified Fani Willis, the Atlanta prosecutor who brought that election interference case, that RICO case against Trump and his allies. The case is now in total disarray. 3-judge panel has reversed the decision of the trial judge, who in March allowed Fani Willis, the Fulton County DA, to keep the case, despite the fact that she had a romantic relationship with the lawyer that she hired to run it. This decision is likely to be appealed, but if it stands, it will doom the entire case. There are currently charges against Trump and 14 of his allies. According to the New York Times.
Oh, throw it all out. This is we're just come on, guys. We're just over this. Like we're over this crap. The election happened. I'm not saying Trump is above the law or whatever, but this has been clear cut.
Isn't he? Isn't he really? I mean, he is, right?
This is just clear cut lawfare. The country has moved on. The people have spoken. Fani Willis is compromised. She's a crooked DA.
That's true.
This is it's completely compromised. Throw that crap out.
Agreed.
We're done with it. Let's move on from the last horrible Biden 4 years. What do you think, Bubba?
I'm with you 100%. That was like an absentee president we had. We had nobody in the office for 4 years except the deep state and the cartels that were controlling us and raising prices and costing us a fortune.
Maybe we could save that $500,000 a year annual president's salary. Apparently, we don't need one.
I know.
No, we don't. No, obviously.
You see that? Listen, we only know that Jill and Joe Biden earned in real income $6 million in their career. Somehow they're worth $150 million. It's a wonderful country when you can steal at will.
Bubba, what do you? I mean, I do want to ask you a couple of questions, and I know our producer Robby has a question for you too, and we'll bring him in, pop him in, so he can ask that when he's ready.
Do that now?
Well, let me ask these questions before my 61-year-old brain forgets them. So let's talk about the Democratic and Republican views of the economy. Is that normal in your view that there's such a bifurcated, like partisan view? I don't remember like Democrats thinking the economy sucked under, that Democrats and Republicans had a different view of, say, the Clinton boom or say, the late 80s under H.W. Bush when the market tanked and there was a recession. Pretty much people had the same experience of the economy. It's not possible to have two economies to this extent, right? Unless you're talking about like different generations or people living in different parts of the country. What's going on?
Well, I mean, if you live in certain states, certainly in blue states, you're paying a lot more taxes. Again, if you live in New York, California, Illinois, you're paying 10, 11, 12% more than anybody else. You can't live in those three states, and there's others, but those are the three main, which I'm from Illinois originally. You can't live there unless you're making $200,000 a year and live a normal life. Now, think about that number. We know that inflation has caused, we know when I started trading in 1980, the Dow was 800, now it's 40,000. But the amount of money you have to make and the amount of money companies can pay, the economy is in horrible shape. But what they've really done, the last administration systematically destroyed the middle class. Okay, the wealthy love it when these things happen, which is why the wealthy don't care whether you have socialism or not, because if you have socialism, they benefit because they're going to keep their money. Okay.
But isn't the demise of the middle class though a long-term trend that goes back for decades? I mean, it seems like things really peaked out in the post-war period before, and the economy was expanding pretty well until the 70s, and then we started to hit the energy crisis and inflation under Carter, and then it seems like the gap between rich and poor like spread, and the middle class got hollowed out in the ensuing decades under both parties.
Well, I don't disagree with that at all. I think you've seen a destruction because, again, we've got all these welfare programs. We continue to take the taxpayers' money and give it away to people that don't deserve it and don't have a good concept of what America's all about. We've got away from the free market system. This goes back to the Federal Reserve. Interest rates should not be determined by what the Fed says they should be. Interest rates should be determined by price discovery and what you're willing to lend at and what I'm willing to pay to borrow from you. That is true price discovery, and they've eliminated the price discovery sequel of markets, and that becomes a bigger problem. It destroys competition. We're leaving out a lot of small business. Look at what's happened. Look at all the empty strip malls in every neighborhood you go. It doesn't matter where you go, but all these little guys and those small businesses cannot survive anymore because we've got regulations that allowed Google and Meta and those guys to become monsters, and they requested regulations themselves so that they could force little guys out of business and not have competition in the future. And that is the destruction of the middle class, because middle class is either works at a job, manufacturing, whatever, or they become entrepreneurs. We don't have that anymore because those opportunities and that money is not available because you're spending too much just to live and this high cost of inflation. So there's a lot of issues, but I think the middle class took its biggest hit in the last 4 years, percentage-wise, because of all the illegal immigration, all the extra tax dollars that we're paying, and everything else that's going on. So I think that you destroy a free market, you let the Federal Reserve take place, which, again, they should be ended or at least audited, because I don't believe that the banks are not over-leveraged. I think we're going to have the same problem we had in 2008, that the banks are going to come to the American people for money once again. And my vote in 2008, my vote today is let them go out of business. The whole capitalistic system is, if you can't survive, somebody will come in and replace you. And
I'm glad you brought up 2008, because that was, of course, largely triggered by the real estate collapse. And the real estate market is in deep trouble now, and in some ways that are kind of subtle, right? I mean, so the Fed has increased interest rates, which has basically frozen the real estate market. People can't sell, people can't afford to buy, or they feel like they can't afford to buy. And there's hardly any inventory. People aren't moving, things are ossified. People are not taking jobs in other places because they're worried about not being, and entrepreneurship is suffering. All that is true. And at the same time, the New York Times just published this really fascinating piece, I don't know if you saw it, about how insurance companies, home insurance companies, are not insuring houses in areas that are affected by climate change, like Florida, low-lying areas, parts of the coast of Virginia, North Carolina, eastern part of California, where they're subject to wildfires. And so what they're seeing there is that people, unless you can buy a house cash, you can't get a mortgage because you can't get it. You can't get insurance, so you can't get a mortgage. That means if you're trying to sell your house, you're probably not going to get what you want for it because you don't have as many buyers as you would have before all this happened. This is affecting 14 to 15% of the entire nation's real estate price. That's massive. I mean, this could real estate once again drag down crash the whole thing in the next 4 years. And if so, what could a Trump administration do to mitigate the damage?
Well, I think we're headed there already. And I don't think, again, who's in office at any given time is not necessarily what's going to happen to the economy. The economy has been failing going back. Since 2008, we had the big boom. And suddenly, through Trump's last term, through Biden's term, things have been slowly getting worse because we've become far more of a service country instead of a manufacturing country. We don't have those jobs that are out available for the average guy. Because listen, when's the last time you called customer service somewhere? They reroute you to India or somewhere else. You don't get Americans working. So we have a big problem with the jobs and the money that is made here. And at the end of the day, Trump can solve a lot of these problems, and the Doge or whatever you want to call them, Ramaswamy and Musk.
Is that real or is that just bullshit?
I think it's real. I think they could cut $2 trillion blindfold. There is so much government.
How do they do it? But how do they get it without? They don't have 60 votes in the Senate. How do they do that?
Well, I think if they can prove a point, I think they can get it done. I do believe they can get it done. I think that Americans spoke up at the last election when Kamala Harris not lost, but when she lost the public vote. She's the first one since 2002 to win the public vote or lose the public vote as a Democrat. I mean, that is saying that American people are sick and tired of all our money being sent to things that don't mean anything. You have this government tomorrow that they're going to close down. I'm hoping they shut it down. We know it won't happen. We know they're fretting right now in public, but behind the scenes, how are we going to tax the American people for more money and keep this government open again? These continuing resolutions got to stop, and I think that this is all part of it.
Yeah, Bob. I mean, in these bills that's supposed to expire tomorrow before the government shut down, they've tacked on the whole boatloads more bullshit than they would ordinarily do. I mean, there's no other way to put. I mean, honestly, there's a bill in there to build a whole brand new football stadium in downtown DC when the NFL has netted more than $20 billion in profits themselves. Why does the NFL need our tax dollars to build a new stadium, for all the lobbyists
Washington
or whoever?
is a beautiful city with no crime,
great.
no litter,
Great.
no problems.
Every day I go there, I have to go in full body armor.
That's right. I mean,
Washington they don't have everything's perfect there. That's why they want to waste the money.
They have tacked on all of this extra
How about
bullshit
the raises
more
for Congress
regularly.
again? How about the raises again? They took a raise during COVID. They take nothing but money.
Because they're doing such a fantastic job. They deserve it. They add so much value.
It's worth about $5 or $6 million. It's wonderful.
There's 1,500 pages to this that no congressman has bothered to read, and now they're holding them hostage so that they can't go home to be with their families for Christmas next week. This is incredible. I say, is it going to hurt temporarily? Sure. Shut it all down. Let it shut down. There's no parks. There's no Christmas tree lighting at the White House. Screw everybody. Let's get this in order. Let's bring the money back. Get it away from Ukraine. Get it away from everywhere else. Bring the money back here. Let's reassess and have Doge cut 50% of the pork spending that we have on all these bodies that are these stupid contractors that are the jobs that are outsourced from the people that should be working for the federal government that don't know what the hell they're doing. So they outsource the job twice as much for the contract. And let's just cut it all. Let it burn down for a couple of months and reassess. That's the only way to start over, I would say, Bob, in 2025.
Well, wouldn't it be nice if they had to live on a budget like you and I have to live on? You can't go out and print money and spend more money than you have. If you do, you go to jail or bankruptcy court. So Wouldn't it be nice if we had a system that they had to live on a real budget and quit paying off everybody? Again, you don't think that there was money involved in illegal immigration? You don't think they were getting payoffs through there? Again, I would like to be, if it was up to me, I'd like to be an island. Okay. We have enough in this country to separate ourselves from everybody and not have to be beholden to anybody. I'm sick of Ukraine. I'm sick of China. I'm sick of everything that goes on because we pay for it. Me, you, and everybody who works in this country has to pay for all this bullshit that is ridiculous, and I can't take it anymore. Fortunately, I'm old, but I'm more worried about my kids and grandchildren that could come in the future because they are turning the United States into a sewer, and I'm hoping that Donald Trump will be able to take care of that and at least go on the right way. The good thing we got with him now is that he's got no second term. There will be no campaigning halfway through. So we know he's got a lot of grudges. And I thought that he would go after a lot of people when in his second term last time, which he didn't get. So I'm hoping he goes after him. I'm hoping he takes care of the finances. And I'm hoping we get back to the country that I grew up in, because this is not what I grew up in for the last 67 years.
Manila, why don't we bring in Robby with this question?
Producer Robby. Let's add producer Robby. He's got a question.
Morning, Mr. Bubba. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Hi, Robby. How you doing?
Doing all right. I have a pretty basic question. First, I need to say I'm right there with you. Let's blow up the Federal Reserve. Let's shut down the federal government. Let's just gut it. Here's my question. A lot of people say that inflation is rising prices. I'm one of those nerds, though. I like to read dictionaries. And as far as I can tell, the definition of inflation is when you expand something, in this case, expanding the money supply. So my question is twofold. One, is that the accurate definition that inflation is the government creating more dollars, just destroying the purchasing value of the monies in existence? And if that's the case, how do you then get deflation? Me and Ted talked about this before. I'm a hick out in the middle of Montana. I'm working 2 jobs just to pay the rent. And so I could use me some deflation right now. He says that's a bad thing. I'm for bring it all in, burn this bastard all the way down. And where am I wrong on this? Is deflation bad for the working class?
The supply is way oversupplied. That is, of course, why the markets continue to go up. Okay, you have too much money in the supply. Unfortunately, guys like you, guys like me, don't get the benefit from that overwhelming money supply. The very wealthy, let's say the top 10%, get the benefit from that. But I think the deflation is never a good thing, nor is stagflation. What you really need to get, Robby, is we need to get back into a real, true free market. Look what's going on. You're from farm country in Montana. The farmers are getting crushed. Okay, the grain prices are ridiculously low prices, especially compared to what you pay for them at retail. Okay, so we're not getting the farmers are seeing deflation, the buyers are seeing inflation, and somebody's getting the money in the middle. Okay, and the farmers are getting screwed. And I would think that next year, when it comes back to planting season again, which will be February, March, April, you might have a lot of people that choose not to plant, and we could run into a shortage of food. But again, that's a story for another day. But at the end of the day, you've got too many hands in the pie that don't let the free market work, starting with the Federal Reserve, starting with the government. If you go back to the Constitution, government is supposed to be run city, county, state, and the federal government was never meant to be the largest employer in the world. It was meant to oversee everybody. But yet they're the largest employer in the world that piss away more money than anybody and keep adding to the money supply, not to mention letting the banks add to the supply, because fractional banking, the banks are allowed by law to lend out 10-to-1 for what they have on deposit. But they lend out more because when they borrow from the Federal Reserve, they turn that liability into an asset, and then they lend out 10 times that, which is, again, adding to the money supply, adding to the printing of money, making your dollars worth less, making you have to work 2 jobs, and next year it might be 3 jobs if they keep going at this pace.
Oh, it sucks because I was talking to Ted Manila yesterday. I mean, there's a solid chance my family and I might end up having to move this year because if rent keeps going.
I think you have a real shot with the new administration. Listen, it's not going to change tomorrow. No
Sure,
matter what I think, there's going to be some paying to pay over the next 6 months. No matter what, if he does everything right, the markets are going to collapse. Okay, because you're going to have to cut out all this crap. Okay, the markets will sell off hard, but at the end of the day, I think we come back stronger. And I am a fan of America, not the way it is now, but the way it was. And I think that we will get back to where we were, but it's going to take some hard line, and it's going to take some real punishment to, unfortunately, a lot of the United States people.
Bubba, when do you think was what would you say? What if you had to point to a year? There's one of my favorite punk bands, the Barracudas. They have a song called "I Wish It Was 1965 Again," and they're talking about music. What year do you wish it were again for the economy that you would say is the closest to a Bubba ideal?
I would like to see like 1981, 82, right after Carter, right after he bombed out and he destroyed everything. That brought in great opportunity.
Unemployment was really high then, though.
What's that?
Unemployment was super high.
Right, but look what happened since then. And then, of course, we got to Reagan, and we got into a reasonable economy. Although Reagan did create a lot of debt, so let's not say that he didn't create a lot of debt. But again, we need to really get back to a real budget. But during the 80s, there was more of the free market capitalism system. That was, the floors were still open. The floors died down in the mid 90s. But the free market system is what we're missing, and that's what's really destroyed, I think, our country, is the lack of free trade. And I'm not talking free trade with Canada or Mexico. I'm talking about within this country, where we don't have price fixing and you don't have a Federal Reserve, because gold should still be backing the dollar. And the perfect example of that is before Alan Greenspan became the Fed chair, he was against getting off the gold standard. Once he became the Fed chair and realized how much money he could print, he said, "Oh no, we got to be off the gold standard. No gold anymore." And you got fiat currencies that are worthless. Okay, they're manipulated pieces of garbage that are nothing but worth the paper that they're printed on. Which is why dissent, Trump's guy, likes gold and Bitcoin and things like that. I think that's what you're going to see. And I think there's a chance to get back to the gold standard, which would be better for everybody.
I just have one last question, and I'll go away and let you professionals talk. Mr. Bubba, what should the interest rate be to destroy the inflation that's in the system? Like if I was President West, and if Congress appointed you to head the Federal Reserve before we shut it down, what would you set the interest rate to get the dollar at least functional?
Well, I think the interest rate has to be determined. So this is the problem.
Okay,
they're charging whatever the Fed is charging now. But if you go out like to one of those peer-to-peer lenders like Prosper or Cabbage,
okay,
the people who borrow from them are paying 15%. Okay, I think the right interest rate is about 8% in this country. 6% is too low. A lot of young people, they never saw mortgage rates at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12%.
Right.
Okay. They never saw rates that were higher. They never saw a savings passbook. Now you can get CDs for 5 1/4. Until the last couple of years, you couldn't get a CD for 1%. So that's the problem.
This is a joke.
I miss passport savings. I think passport savings is a really strong inducement. You see your money grow. It's like psychologically, it makes you want to put more in.
Right. I agree.
No banks offered anymore. No one. When my kid was, I needed a bank account for him. I was looking around. It says, does anybody still do passbook savings? There might be some bank somewhere in the middle of the country, but basically not in New York.
Right.
So, let me ask you this, Bubba, as we're a month out from Donald Trump coming into office, we just as we were bringing you on, we were talking about how Trump, who knows if he's joking, if he means it, if he wants to absorb Canada somehow. But he's picking, I know, but he's picking a fight.
Hold on, Louis. Stop here in a minute. Sorry, guys.
One last thing.
Yeah.
He's picking a fight with basically the NAFTA crowd again. He's picking a fight with Canada and picking a fight with Mexico again. We thought we squared that away in his last term. Why is he revisiting this North American fight again?
Because Biden opened up all the shit again. Okay, we got all the crap going back again. I mean, look at what they did in destruction. Forget about who you like or didn't like. Just look what they did. They opened it up and they brought back the same can of crap that we had before. And I think that we got to finish building the wall. I think we got to do all that stuff and get this. And like I said, personally, I'd like to be an island. The United States of America, an island.
Is that going to affect?
Surrounded by four sides on water.
Well, maybe with rising oceans due to climate change, you'll get your
given
way.
our trade though with Mexico and Canada, if he picks another fight with them and revisits this whole NAFTA thing, isn't that going to drive inflation even higher, or the cost of
it might initially, but I think what we're all missing the point is that if we put Americans back to work, they start making more money. The inflation is not a big deal. We got too many people not working.
That's fair. I mean, maybe some pain before we fix.
There's going to be some pain. You can bet on it, but I think the pain will be worth it.
I hope so. So, last thing, you bullish or bearish in going into 2025?
I think the market's going to get hammered next year. I think you're seeing the change now. The semiconductors have reached a peak. They're starting to see some trouble. I think yesterday was just the start of what's to come.
Oh, boy. All right. Some more pain is what you're saying.
But look at where we're at. You're up 35%, so you could have taken a little pain.
All right. Well, we'll be checking back with you in the first quarter after the inauguration. Thank you, as always, Todd Bubba Horowitz. He's a market maker. He is the CEO and founder of BubbaTrading.com. Thank you so much, Bubba.
Appreciate you.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I mean, I got to say, I think I would be, it would be unfair to our Democratic viewers to not point out the fact that maybe the markets don't like Trump. Maybe the markets are like, Trump's coming in. We're getting scared. We think he's going to fuck up the economy. I mean, I don't know.
No, I don't think traditionally, I don't think that's what we saw. Like, I know the European markets were preparing for him earlier this year. Like the people I know in Germany, they were telling me that they were predicting a Trump win and that the markets were preparing for that, and that things were better in the European markets when they modeled it out with a Trump presidency.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I don't know. No, I think nobody knows anything. All right, so let's bring us out here.
Let's say goodbye.
Or arrivederci. All right, please subscribe while Manila coughs. Please subscribe if you're on Rumble or on YouTube. Either way, follow, subscribe, whatever it is. On Rumble, you can become a paid subscriber, which we greatly appreciate, $5 a month. That would help us immeasurably if you like what you see and find value in what we're doing. And even if you hate what you see and find no value in what we're doing, either way, please help us. We need the money. We're fully independent. We're relying on you completely. So you want the show to keep going and not just be like, oh, yeah, there was this show I used to like, but it's gone now. I don't know why.
Or the show that you like to shit on.
Yeah, that's true. You can, yeah, that's like sort of like, that's like my love-hate relationship with like the New York Times. Anyway, thanks for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock Eastern time. Thanks to PutinBot Gaming for your support and for moderating the chat and for your question. And, of course, for filling in for Manila. Please go check out the gaming channel. Again, subscribe, share us on the X and on the Facebook and everywhere else. We ask you to please become a paid subscriber. We've done all that. Okay. Now we've enough shilling. Thanks everybody. And by the way, I'm going to show my book. This book came out a few years ago. It's an old book. No, the new book is called What's Left. Never mind never mind the Democrats.
I didn't think it was out yet.
No, it's not out yet, but it's literally in layout phase right now. So, But this book, Political Suicide: The Fight for the Soul of the Democratic Party, is particularly germane if you're a liberal who's upset about the the big defeat, and like basically it'll show you this has happened before and will happen again. There's a structural problem inside the Democratic Party. It lays out the whole history, and it details why it happened and what maybe you might be able to do about it. Burning it all down.
I'm in the burn it all down phase.
I'm not really against that. Okay. So thanks everyone. Bye Manila. Bye Robby. Thanks everyone.
Adios amigos. Thank
Mañana.
you.
See ya.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. All right.
So
shall I intro him, or do you want to do it?
Sure. Back to the first headline. That's what our talk topic is.
A driver has, and if you're just joining us, a driver has run down and killed 15 pedestrians on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. Many more have been injured. A man pushes a commuter in front of a New York City subway train here at 18th Street in Manhattan after a migrant sets a homeless woman on fire, killing her on a train in Brooklyn. The FBI is currently saying that crime is down in every category, especially violent crimes, but urban areas feel lawless and out of control. And the latest Gallup poll finds that a majority of Americans think that crime is extremely or very serious. Are we paranoid? What effects are the migrant and homeless crises having on the problem? And what can the authorities do at the local and national level to make us feel safer? Joining us is Michael Maloof, former senior Pentagon policy analyst with expertise in terrorism. And you can follow his Rumble channel at official Michael Maloof, Maloof. Michael, thanks for joining us again here.
Thanks for having me. Happy New Year, you guys.
You too.
Happy New Year. I was joking with Mike yesterday when I asked him to be on the show, is that Ted, you don't know this because it's an inside joke, but wherever blood is spilled in mass quantity and mass amounts, you got to bring in Mike Maloof.
I don't know if that's really a joke. it's
just
an observation, maybe.
That's where his expertise is, right? So it's weird to have that kind of expertise, Mike, but you understand terrorism, you understand security and risk and all of that stuff. So let's first talk about what happened in New Orleans. I put a theory out there because we don't know all the details yet about this guy. He appears to be, 42-year-old Black Muslim man, American Black Muslim man, born and raised in Texas. Don't know if he's a lone wolf. They're potentially connecting him to the Cybertruck thing in Las Vegas. Don't know. We don't know any of that yet. But they say he was flying an ISIS flag. They say he was self-radicalized over the last two short years. How does this happen? And barring, the FBI kind of honeypotting people and making them turning them radicalized. If this is self-radicalization, I mean, is it homegrown terror? Is this something we should pay attention to more?
Well, thanks for having me on. I think it's a combination of all the above. I think you've got this guy in New Orleans, it seems, based upon the information we now have available, I should say, appears to have been self-radicalized. What's significant is that we have not heard from ISIS HQ taking credit. Mm-hmm. And normally they do. But in this case, they're silent. He may have just taken it upon himself. We don't know. As far as relating to the New Orleans or to the Las Vegas matter, I see a number of things here. It may or may not be related. Coincidentally, they both were military guy, former military guys,
Yeah.
U.S. military, U.S. citizens, both. They both appear to have been suicides. And the one in Las Vegas appears to be more politically oriented to send a message to Trump and Musk.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Is that necessarily related, even though they both went through the same car rental service? I understand from talking to others who are more familiar with that. That's a very popular car rental service. You can rent exotic cars and at exorbitant prices if you like. I knew nothing about it until I heard about this. That may be just coincidental, or there might be something related to it. We don't have the facts on that either.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more we need to learn first to understand what's happening. The fact that they all happen on 1 January suggests that people are taking advantage of vulnerabilities that we have. They've seen the laxity of this administration on the border, laxity of police in enforcing crime, and they think they can get away with it. Now, related to the New Orleans are tapes that they have, or videos of 3-4 people at least setting up IEDs. Is this a cell? Are they just part of a larger group that have been not only radicalized, but actually maybe foreign players? We know nothing about their pedigree, and we don't even know that it's just limited to 4 or 5 people. It could be an entire national cell, that for all I know. We just don't know. The FBI should be on top of this thing, and it does constitute domestic terrorism. What is terrorism? Well, you're terrorized if someone's coming at you with a few ton car directly. That's a weapon, and that terrorizes you. Terrorism is if you use violence for political ends, and under the current definition, if it's from foreign-based sources. Well, terrorism to me has been expanded to be both domestic and foreign in terms of its pedigree. So it looks like that because we don't have the enforcement that we were spoiled during the previous Trump administration, I think they feel they can get away with it. Look, even Christopher Wray, the current FBI director, has warned that he's never seen the warning signs so visible as now. And I'm sure they're all blinking red, all those warning signs. And we've allowed 338 known terrorists to come in under the Biden administration. I think it was 11 total during the Trump administration.
Have we met our quota yet?
Well, we don't know. What about the gotaways?
Biden's quota.
We have gotaways. We have no clue as to how many there were, and it could be in the hundreds of thousands for all we know. So we basically set ourselves up for failure.
So I thought we defeated ISIS, Mike.
Well, you're always going to have these elements come up. Look at HTS in Syria. It's they're an offshoot of ISIS. They're trying to claim legitimacy by acting somewhat civil, but they can turn on you at any time. I doubt that Jelani, who heads it now, will last all that much longer. If they're because you're going to have these other factions, these other militias within Syria that may have their own notions of what they want. I don't know that they'll be able to set up a centralized government. You have ISIS now resurrecting itself in Afghanistan once again. You have ISIS that is percolating once again in Syria, and the one thing that did not exist in 2014 when ISIS first created the caliphate between Syria and Iraq was that you now have the Popular Mobilization Forces of the Shia in Iraq that could counter any ability by ISIS to resurrect itself to that extent. But now that Syria has been taken over by all of these Sunni Islamist groups, it's just we're all holding our breath to see if they can become much more within the mainstream of governance and international recognition. You know, you had Taliban, that's also Sunni. They were considered a terrorist group. We still formally regard them, but the reality is, who governs what? The reality is that they govern Afghanistan today, and even Russia has over time accepted them, even though they're really cracking down on women's rights, minority rights. Minority rights don't even exist in Afghanistan. And the concern is for minority rights in Syria as well. Under Assad, that was a secular government. It was, even though he had an Alawite or an offshoot of Shiaism as a religion, but he ran a secular government. It's different here. It's different in Syria today. Now, this may be an opportunity by Islamists to, particularly ISIS-like types, to start coming to the fore once again. We just don't know yet. But this guy seems to have, the New Orleans guy seems to have been, what do you call it? Converted, if you will, like a number of others have been in the past. He's not from another country. He's a born American.
An American radicalized at home, because so far they haven't seen that he traveled anywhere.
His military background does not lend itself to any knowledge or know-how of bomb making or anything. He was
82nd Airborne.
He was HR. He was in the HR department, IT. Yeah, I mean, that's not. You don't get the kind of IED training that you would if you were directly involved in that. So I think we need more information, but I think it has put our services, our in law enforcement and our intelligence services on notice that the reality is that terrorism is not over. We basically ushered it to the back row of the bus in light of everything else, and we haven't given it the prominence that we wanted. But allowing that border to remain open for 4 years, we just invited this kind of not only radicalization, but also the potential for more domestic attacks.
Although, Michael, I mean, isn't that like more theoretical? I mean, these, at least in the context of these two incidents, and particularly the one in New Orleans, as we talked about, this is an American citizen, right? The border policy has nothing to do with this at all. We should have. I mean, this is an American who served in the military. Therefore, we would expect to be less likely to do something like
that. Well, I think in one respect, I think it's related because it shows the laxity of policymakers over the last 4 years, and allowed him to go ahead and take advantage of not only being radicalized, but also and affiliating himself with that. But it is allowing now domestic groups to come in. I mean, 4 years ago, we did not have the Venezuelan criminal gangs in here. DEA says the cartels have settled in 13 U.S. states, 5 of which are distribution hubs. Why would we allow that kind of activity, knowing what these cartels can do in terms? I mean, and they're all part. They all work together. Well,
I mean, come on. ISIS doesn't have anything to do at all with drug cartels, right? I mean,
I disagree.
Okay, tell.
We have seen in the past terrorist groups out of Latin America associating with the cartels because of their distribution networks, and it could be ISIS. What?
I have heard that.
But
as well.
ISIS is they what they do is they send out they're like a virus. It's like a mind virus. They're sending out ideas over the internet primarily, and people, like for example the Fort Hood shooter, they get these ideas. They are radicalized. They're angry about what the U.S. is doing in places like the Middle East to their brother and sister Muslims. So they get angry and they're told you have to go and be a resistance fighter and do something, carry out an attack like last night. And so that's, I mean, I don't know how traditional counterterrorism can take that on, because this is literally, it's the embodiment of that cliche that you can't kill an idea. The only way you can kill an idea is to suck out the inspiration for that idea. Let's say the U.S. were to pull out of the Middle East, for example, then that would probably put
well, you can. If we had better monitoring, for example, of this New Orleans guy's social media, as the FBI is supposed to be doing, they would have picked up the signals.
Yeah, they said he was on their radar.
Yeah, he was.
I don't know.
So, he was a known entity. So why didn't they act? Why didn't they go and question him? Why didn't they put him on notice? We're watching you. Why didn't they do that?
That's a good question. That's a valid question.
We have a viewer question for you. Viewer wants to know, why doesn't a place like Bourbon Street, why isn't it basically the viewer wants to know why Bourbon Street, in terms of like protecting innocent civilian life, why wasn't Bourbon Street just simply closed off, at least for, the New Year's Eve celebration? Like you put up some, actual barriers all around, from one end. It's one street, right? So they can literally just close off, put up barriers from one end to the other, call it a night, and that's it. It's a special event. Why didn't the city take better preventative measures?
I was just there in Thanksgiving week, and they were working on replacing the Jersey barriers that they had blocking Bourbon Street with bollards that can be pushed up and down like mechanically, like we have them here in the financial district in New York City. Times Square has them, and so they can push them down so that, for example, emergency vehicles can get in, or maintenance vehicles, and then they close them back up. So they were working on them. It's not.
But
like
I mean, since in lieu of those, why didn't they just put up those concrete barriers like we have on the side of the freeway?
Those are Jersey barriers, and they.
Well, it's my understanding.
I thought we were talking about the baller. Oh, sorry, yeah. But why
it's
didn't
my
they put
understanding that New York has had experience in this. I don't find that a valid excuse. They're switching to bollards. New York, they've lined up front to back garbage trucks to block, literally to block. The sidewalk was not blocked in New Orleans, and there was a single police car. Big deal. They just underestimated, and they had they did not assume the worst case scenarios. They became lax in their security. It's very clear to me. And I think that now you're going to see more in lieu of these bollards and things. You're going to probably see a cascade of heavy duty trucks being lined up, even buses, just a block. And that's a physical barrier. That is a valid physical barrier. He would not have been able to get through.
Mike,
now, how do you get around that? Drones. Watch out for drones.
Oh.
Or you can just come in as a pedestrian, right, with weapons and bombs.
No, not if you have screening.
Right.
Watch out for the drones. The weaponized drones are going to be the next factor that we're not prepared for. That's why I'm a little leery of the Sugar Bowl now, because
I was just going to ask. Yes. What do you think about the safety measures? I mean, they pushed it off for a day. Is a day enough time for them to ramp up safety precautions because they don't know if the threat is over?
No, they don't. And the only way you're going to do that is ensure that there's adequate jamming at around the stadium at the time to knock out any signals.
Like the Russians use in Ukraine.
Well, when I was in Kazan in Russia in October, I had a very difficult time hooking up, like with Jamarl and people like that from Kazan, and because of the jamming, due to the presence of world leaders. There were some 40 world leaders, And there was constant electronic jamming for fear that there would be drone attacks in Kazan. Well, what happened just last month in December? There was a drone attack in where? Kazan.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And it would happen just a few weeks after I was there. So that is a possibility. The Ukrainians have that drone capability, even though it was 800 miles away from Ukraine to Kazan. But yet the reality is that is a clear threat. And I'm concerned now in light of what seems, and you got to be concerned about copycats now of that stadium and mass mass
casualty, man. This will be
Matt, where you have mass people coming together like at stadiums and mass events, that a swarm drone attack would be the key. And you can put up hundreds of drones to do all of this configuration in the sky. Well, why not arm them? They could be armed.
Well, what happened to the drone story from what 2 weeks ago, Ted? These drones all over New Jersey and the East, like that story's gone. That story's gone though, but the story's gone.
Though they're still around. I mean, the thing is, that isn't counterterrorism of this kind pretty much like an impossible task, right? It's whack-a-mole.
No.
Because, well, let me just finish my thought. So, for example, who would have ever suspected that the Oklahoma City Federal Building would be a major target of attack, or that timber company executives would get package bombs from the Unabomber? I mean, it's just that these are, I mean, we can look at, the big things, the Super Bowl, whatever. But the point is, it's like someone could go after a minor league baseball game. I mean, who knows, right? It's a huge country. There's tons of targets. They're everywhere.
We're always reacting. We're not putting our law enforcement authorities and our intelligence people are not putting themselves in the position of the bad guy, in the minds of the bad guy. They're not thinking, what would I do? They're not thinking out of the box, so to speak, in developing what would be the worst case scenario for a potential attack. As someone who's going to try and counter that stuff, that's what you got to do. That's what we used to do in man tracking when we would go up on the borders and train border guards in the Central Asian countries, at least on my watch. And we had to anticipate. Now, if I were a bad guy, what route would I go? Especially if I had lost the tracks or something, but when we were trying to track down terrorists coming into the country. And that's what we would do. And invariably, we hit it almost 90% of the time. You've got to put yourself in their mindset, into their mindset, and not rely solely upon what's happened in the past.
Right.
Yeah.
Would you put it's a subtle distinction, but it's valid, I think, because it's got to be out of the box, and that's what we need to be doing more of. But our government is not conducive to creative thinking.
Well, it probably doesn't hire people who are into creative thinking, or if they are creative, it fires them, right?
Yeah. Well, they don't. They want to discourage it, because if you come up with an idea, and when in my job, I always assume the worst, and invariably it turned out to be true.
Right. Well, Mike, so whose failure was this? Was it the city planner, like whoever was, the city, like the officials there? Did they fail the citizens of New Orleans and thereby the rest of the country, making it vulnerable to this sort of attack?
Because they all had this same conventional thinking of security, and they were so lax. They didn't come up with an adequate substitute while during the period of replacement of these bollards for what they were replacing them with, and that was not adequately prepared either, and the guy just went around it.
Yeah, we should
point out on the sidewalk.
When, for example, Bibi Netanyahu comes to DC pretty often, I think we all know that, and he always stays at the Willard. And when he stays at the Willard, because RT America offices were literally steps away from there, I knew whenever a world leader was in town, because they stay there because it's steps away from the White House, and they line up 14th Street or the surrounding streets of the hotel with snowplows all the way around, and there's heavy police presence, and there's just no way in or out unless you're a solo individual. Even a mom pushing a stroller would have a hard time getting through those Jersey barriers because of the way they stack them. So
wouldn't it also be smart for him not to always stay at the same place?
I know, you would think, but he always stays there.
Might
I don't
be
know
smart
why.
for him not just to show up at all.
There's that too.
Yeah, there's that too. But the point is, the DC officials know how to protect, a cordoned area versus here's what we saw.
They basically form a seal around the affected area, and that's important. But again, the example of the Willow would be a little more difficult, but in an open space such as a stadium, you have that one additional element now, and that would be the drones. I think that this is going to be the next stage, especially in open area concentrations of a lot of people. And this is something that really, really needs to be thought through.
Especially, Mike, given that at a lot of these football games or baseball games, they like to do those big flyovers, right? The military pays the NFL or whatever to do this sort of military recruiting. You'll get the Blue Angels, flying across the top and dazzle the crowd at halftime. They like aerial shows in the middle, in the middle of these games. But now that you bring this point up about exploding drones and stuff like that, and the technology is becoming so cheap, that becomes a real threat. Do we have any structure in place within, I don't know if it's the FBI or maybe local law enforcement that hosts those stadiums? Are they prepared for that? Do you know if there's, have they talked about it?
I don't know for sure. I would hope that they've given it serious thought, because it is with us. I mean, just the example of warfare in Ukraine right now. We see drones, the technology behind a simple drone has revolutionized warfare in that battlefield, and we're seeing it from both the Russian side and the Ukrainian side, and it has really made a difference in terms of that's why the war is still basically going on, because the Ukrainians have come up with drone warfare, and it's been somewhat effective.
While we're on that note, Mike, and I know we didn't bring you on to talk about warfare there, but the fact that Ukraine now does have that capability to fly these drones that have great distance to them to fly into Russia proper, why is the media not calling that terrorism?
Because they have backed this administration, and they think that they're on God's side.
I mean, isn't that terrorism by definition?
Of course. I mean, and it's only because it's hitting civilian areas. The area, for example, in Kazan that was just hit by the Ukrainians was nothing more than a civilian apartment building. I know the area, having been there.
So,
there was no military target.
So, but that's that's not new, right? I mean, like in World War II, obviously, Vietnam, every war, right?
Well, they claim they're hitting military targets.
But we know that civilian apartment blocks burned in Dresden and places like that, and meanwhile,
that was total warfare then in Dresden.
Right. And
you had total warfare.
Right. So which means the attack on the civilian population as well. Is that new?
No, but it goes counter to their argument of what they're doing in terms of being surgical and wanting to extend missiles for longer range. Now, and they do have drones now that are more capable than the ATACMS, and which only go 200 miles.
Yeah, it's funny too. Just parenthetically, I just finished reading Philip Short's biography of Vladimir Putin, and he's not a fan of Putin's at all. But he definitely has some really interesting things to say. And maybe my favorite one was toward the end, he's like, if the West keeps saying that this was a land grab by Putin in Ukraine, and he's like, Russia doesn't need land. Russia has lots of land.
No.
It has all the land and more that it knows what to do with. And I just thought, that's so simple and brilliant and true.
Yeah.
No, it's not that. It was not that simple. I mean, we could get into the discussion about the origins of the SMO in Ukraine, but it began back in 2014.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
This is about NATO.
Yeah. So let's bring you guys back stateside about homegrown terror, or and violence in general. Again, I was joking, but kind of not joking. If anybody knows about violence and stuff, it would be Mike Maloof. And Ted was saying in a statistic, in the lead into this, was that supposedly the FBI says violent crime is down in the U.S. as we enter 2025. Are Americans paranoid? I mean, it just seems obviously that it's amplified by media because there's more media, 24/7 media. It's in your pocket. You carry it with you. Carry media with you all day. If you're sitting on the metro, you're looking at media, right? So are we paranoid, or is there...
And you might be staring at your media on the metro while you're about to be pushed onto the tracks.
Or lit on fire.
Yeah.
Well, this is the problem. It can happen anywhere, anytime. And one of the things we always used to push was situational awareness. When we would be out looking for counter snipers and what have you, it was always where would I hide if I was going to attack in a certain area? And you got to have situational awareness. And people, everyday people, need to develop a muscle memory to start doing that, because these kinds of unscheduled developments can occur anytime, anywhere, to anyone. And you want to be able to look out as far as you can in terms of your safety, doing a 360. I mean, you could do it nonchalantly. You don't have to be paranoid about it, but you can be much more aware of your own situation. But when people are out frolicking, having fun, doing Mardi Gras or anything like that, that's the last thing on their minds. I know when we used to travel, let's say in fact, it happened years ago when I was in Paris. There were demonstrations on the street. We always looked for an escape route. How do you get if I come into a place, where would I go? We always try to avoid demonstrations, but they could occur. And one other time when we went to approaching the subway in Paris, the damn thing blew up. Someone had planted a bomb at the Saint Michel metro in Paris. I don't ride subways. I just don't ride subways.
Well, yeah, I agree with that completely, Mike. The phone issue makes everybody like crossing the street vulnerable, like to get hit by cars as you're a pedestrian. Because no one's paying attention. I'm not one of those people. I am constantly like shifty-eyed, looking everywhere, and I look people right in the eye, like, I see you, motherfucker. I see you. And I want them to know.
In terms of driving, you want to do defensive driving. I don't see that in people driving around anymore. They're no longer do a defensive type of driving.
They want their
in other
cars
words,
to
trying to
drive
anticipate. They need to anticipate what is going to be happening, and you have to ask the question, what if? What if? And we were always doing that. What if something were to happen right now? What would you do? Where would you go? You wanted to keep moving, and where would you move to?
Right.
You're always asking yourselves these questions. It is a purposeful muscle memory thing that you make part of you ultimately as an individual, to try to avoid what happened down in New Orleans, where you just get mowed down by a car. Why would you be walking in the middle of the damn street? We would always never put ourselves in the position of walking in an open space. You're vulnerable.
Yeah.
I remember we used to come back from the mountains after a few weeks, me and my team, and we would come into a hotel in Tashkent, for example, that had sustained a direct blast. And you could see the shrapnel up on the 5th floor. And we invariably would enter the hotel. We wouldn't go down in the middle. It was a big, I still remember, it was a huge open space to go to the registration. We would always walk around the edges. We never went down the middle. The same when you're out in the field. You stay not in the open area. You stay along the tree lines. I mean, it's just common sense, and you develop that over time, and then you apply it to your everyday world, back in the civilian world, and it makes a difference. And people might think, well, you're a little paranoid. Well, no, you're not. You're basically doing what's necessary to stay alive. And I'm sure those 15 people wish they had taken a different route. On New Year's.
I don't like big crowds. It's one of the things.
Yeah, I don't either, because you can't escape. And we
No,
saw
but what I'm suggesting is that people need to take more individual responsibility now of situational awareness, more so than they ever have, because of the uncertainty that we live in today.
Of the times, get off your phone.
Get up. Walking with earphones, you won't hear a car coming at you, especially
if the car loses
an EV.
Yeah, or let's say a car's not attacking you. Let's just say the car is like just out of control and they're honking, like, you know, that can happen.
And you invariably will see people with earphones on, listening to music, totally oblivious to the outside world. It's part of their having insulated themselves from that being outward.
To your point, Mike, I don't know if it's a crime statistic per se, Ted, but one statistic that is up in America in every state is car versus pedestrian incidents are way up.
Yeah, that's not surprising, just given the inattentiveness. I mean, the police are saying, and it's not surprising, right? Like they've seen, the accident rate from people who are not paying attention to what they're doing when they're driving is just off the roof, right? That's everybody. Everybody's like, I was on my phone, I was texting, blah, 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 always.
Part of it, too, is that authorities do not have an adequate defense against a vehicle being used as a weapon. To me, I was listening to your earlier conversation, Ted. To me, a gun is a tool, and it's
it can be,
but you have it there if you need it,
right?
And if you're trained in it, it becomes second nature to you. And we have to happen. It was so important that even our founding fathers made it the Second Amendment.
I kind of think that I gotta say I'm pro Second Amendment, but I'm also pro driving, and I kind of think. We license drivers. We require that they take driver's ed. I think we should require that, like, say that the NRA safety class, for example, be required for gun owners.
Yeah, but driving is a privilege. Driving is a privilege. Owning a firearm is a right.
A constitutional right. That's true.
Right.
But still,
through regulations, we now require, if you want to get a license, or even if you want to go on the range, in many cases, the ranges will require, first of all, that if you're signing up for a range, that you know how to use that gun. Invariably, you'll have people who own a gun but don't know how to use it.
I mean, I've gone to the range a number of times, and
it's a liability issue.
I've never been asked like anything. It's just like, just go there.
Yeah. Mike is the man to talk to about, all this safety stuff. Like I said, like I hadn't even thought about some of this stuff. Like, I don't like going to these stadiums and stuff anymore. And I don't know if it's because, 20 years of being a reporter and you start getting paranoid and you notice these things that happen, or if this is real, right? Like that America is becoming more violent. We're both becoming, it's two things. We're both becoming bigger mass, like soft targets all the time. We're soft targets 24/7 because everyone's look at their phone or walking around with iPads in front of their whole face, which is crazy. And then we're also, but those iPads and iPhones are making us more short-tempered. And so then people snap, and then it's just this perfect shitstorm of our society kind of going to shit and killing each other over stupid things in road rage, or, you took my parking spot or whatever. it's just this perfect storm of like every shortcoming of American society that you can imagine, all rolled into one recently, and therefore now we all think, okay, we should be worried that we're just a walking soft target for road rage or, an ISIS guy.
Okay, now you're making the argument, my previous argument of why individuals now need to develop greater situational awareness at the individual level. And that's really important. I'm not saying that as criticism, but as something that needs to be done in this complex society that we live in, because we are soft targets. You're absolutely right. But to deal with that at your level, you've got to have that situation right. You have to anticipate. Again, you ask the question, what if this were to happen? What would I do? Rather than just going blindly and thinking about what am I going to have for dinner tonight while I'm driving.
If
people are not going to do that. It's a type of
it's a
personality.
Well, then they're going to die.
Well, I'm like that. I walk onto the plane. I always like game out like where the emergency exits
Me too.
are. I walk into a movie theater. I look at the fire exits. I'm like, how would I get there?
I know where everything is.
I know most people don't do that, and they just don't.
Yeah.
It's just like it's a personality thing.
And here's the thing, guys, is that like because Americans as a culture have sort of given up on being aware, being self-aware, being situational awareness, just that's all gone out the window, right? We've relinquished that to the government and have allowed, this is how the Patriot Act continues to grow. Every fucking year there becomes new bills tacked on to the Patriot Act because we won't take care of ourselves. We are allowing the government to further dig into our personal lives, see everything. I mean, what Ed Snowden revealed is how much the government knows about us, right? And our metadata and all that stuff on the phone.
A lot more now. That was 2013. And his info was out of date then.
Right. The Patriot Act continues to grow every single year. And that just gets funded again and again and again. And it never gets sunsetted. They never relinquish that power because Americans have because of stuff like Mike was saying, we don't take care of ourselves. We don't care to look around before we cross the street. So here comes Big Daddy government going, don't worry about it. I'll take care of you. I'll expand the Patriot Act. I'll make sure you have a protection drone flying over you 24/7. Don't worry. It's not watching everything you're doing and doing. If you're not doing bad things, don't worry about it. That's what happens when Americans stop, or humans stop taking care of their damn selves. You relinquish this safety to the government. And in the US, they use it as a tool.
We need to take more personal responsibility, unlike before, because we're just assuming that if you're crossing the street, for example, they'll stop for me. No, don't assume that. What does assume spell out? That which makes an ass out of you and me. Okay? Yes. Don't assume nothing.
All right.
Yes.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Seems like a good place to wrap it up.
That is the perfect ending. That's right. That's exactly where we are. So yeah, take that from a security expert, our friend Michael Maloof. He is a former senior Pentagon policy analyst with expertise in security and terrorism and all of that. Make sure you guys go check out his Rumble channel. You can all go follow it there at official Michael Maloof. Maloof. You see his name there at the bottom of the screen. Go check out his channel. Go support that one as well. Go click follow over there. Mike, always appreciate your expertise in this stuff. It's mind-boggling how much you know about security and terrorism. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on.
Our pleasure.
Happy New Year.
Same to you. Bye-bye.
Happy New Year.
Bye, Mike. Thank you.
The last time the United States acquired new territory in the Western Hemisphere was, nobody remembers this, 1917, when we bought the Virgin Islands from Denmark. Oh. Weird, huh? Now, Trump wants to take us back to the 19th century and major acquisitions like Alaska, Seward's Folly, which we bought from Russia in 1867. Trump has his eye on Greenland and the entire nation of Canada, That would more than double the size of our country. He's also threatening to take back the Panama Canal by hook or by crook. What do all of these places have in common? Trade between the world's major oceans, facilitated by a new Northwest Passage created by the disappearance of the polar ice cap. Joining us to talk about this, and someone who knows a lot about American history, is Scott Stantis, editorial cartoonist for the Chicago Tribune. Scott is currently, I already mentioned that. He was previously a staff cartoonist for multiple publications across the country and contributed his work weekly to USA Today. He's the co-host of the DMZ America podcast with me, Ted Rall. He's a contributor to Center Clip and the winner of the Sigma Delta Chi Journalism Award, which I've never won. So there.
And of course, that's producer Robby, because he is like a history and geography nerd. He's got a lot of opinions about this topic. I guess we.
Oh, okay.
Make America big again.
Bigly. This is like
bigly.
A bigly conversation. So we need a bigly panel.
Yeah, we should get a few more people in here.
We should. Yeah, it's by the way, can I jump in on that news story about alcohol? So now they're going to take away alcohol. Well, I mean, seriously. I mean, what's next? My meth? I mean, come on. Man.
They're not taking it away. They're not taking it away. They're just saying put a warning label on it. Besides, don't drink when you're pregnant. They're saying let's put a warning label on it and say this can cause cancer. So I don't think that's a bad thing. And Trump doesn't drink or smoke. Neither does Kennedy.
Biden. Joe Biden doesn't.
He doesn't drink? Oh,
he does not. Yeah, we had 2 teetotals in a row.
How long has Biden?
No
Biden
kidding.
must have drunk in the past. Yeah.
Apparently, he never did. I mean, really? I know. Given
what?
I guess he probably
I know.
All the IQ points he could scrape together.
I know.
You couldn't afford to lose any.
No, W, of course, famously stopped drinking, so we had another teetotal there. Obama had the first White House brewery, so he drank.
And he smoked too, quite secretly.
Yeah. Well, he tried to keep it secret, and so alcohol. Don't forget, George Washington made the first or sold some of the first whiskey in North America to counterbalance, because Americans drank rum back then, and that was a British product, and we didn't like that.
Part of the slave trade.
Rum?
Yeah, whiskey was not made by George Washington, by the way. Just if you're gonna, slaves may have been involved. Right. In fact,
perhaps
definitely were.
I did not know rum was a British thing.
Yeah, because that's why they took over. That's why they love the Caribbean so much, because they grew sugarcane and brought slave labor there to cut it down. And slaves were on average, their life expectancy once they were shipped to the sugarcane plantations was 2 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Fun thing about rum is also used as an embalming fluid to preserve the corpses of people who died and needed to be shipped back to England.
That's a
great cycle of life.
Yeah,
it's kind of a waste of good rum, though.
Yeah. Delicious.
It was like Horatio Nelson. Whenever he was killed at Trafalgar, like they actually stuck him into a barrel of rum, and that's how they preserved him.
Oh my God! Could you imagine?
Yummy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good to know.
But on that note,
TMI.
I just want to say, and maybe you guys will understand this when I yell from the bottom of my heart, 54-40 or fight.
I do.
Anyone?
Yes, I know.
Anybody? Robbie?
The U.S.-Canadian border.
It was the Oregon. It was one of the slogans for Polk, James K. Polk, arguably one of our top 5 greatest presidents, by the way. Highly underrated.
True.
But one of the things he said he would do, and he did it. 54-40 or fight was the parallel in the Oregon Territory. America and Britain were there, and for many years they just sort of were there together, hunting and killing things and shipping them back to wherever they shipped them back to. And then it became more and more of a territorial thing on the heels of the War of 1812, which left a bad taste in Americans' mouths for the British, not surprisingly. 54-40 or fight was the slogan. Polk, Manila, you laugh at James K. Polk, but let me just say, the man ran, said, here's my litany of things I'm going to do. Annex Texas, 54-40 or fight, get us on lower tariffs. And he did all those things. And he said, okay, I'm done.
Was San Juan Island part of that? San Juan Island?
No, they gave that San Juan, you mean in Puerto Rico?
No. San Juan Island,
In
off
Texas?
the coast of Washington.
Oh, I see. It was actually, if you look at the map, it goes around it. That was ceded to the British. So that, I mean, American expansion, we've been doing it, and countries have been doing it. It's one way to, I mean, it's a way to grow your economy. Now they're talking about buying Greenland, and Greenland keeps saying we're not for sale. Donald Trump keeps saying.
Although Russia used to say that Alaska was not for sale, and France kept saying that Louisiana, which is a third of the United States,
everybody's got a price,
was not for sale.
Yeah, everyone's got a price, but the thing about Louisiana
and the Greenlanders want independence, right? Their prime minister.
Yeah, they tried to have it.
We want to free ourselves from the shackles of Denmark.
But becoming America's another Puerto Rico, like northern Puerto Rico. I mean, would that really give them independence?
Well, here's the thing: Greenland does have a functional electrical grid, so they do have that going for them.
And not that many hurricanes.
So, no, and one thing about Oregon, about Polk, a lot of people don't realize this. The United States almost went toward the British Empire over a pig. So, I mean, there are parallels.
So there were good reasons too.
There were.
Because this was a special pig. You want to tell the story, Robby?
Yeah. Well, what it was is that it was so there's this Canadian farmer, and his pig kept going into this American farmer's yard and kept eating his crops. So the Americans shot and killed the pig, and it created like this huge international incident. I mean, honest to God, we nearly went to war with the British Empire because an American shot a Canadian pig. I kid you not.
So Greenland. Let's talk about Greenland. There's about 60,000 people who are basically Inuit who live there. And
that's their prime minister right there. His name is Mute.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be funny? His name is
Moot.
That's it.
They're kind of Bjorky up there.
Are they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, she's from Iceland, though.
I know, but it's the same thing.
Iceland, Greenland.
No, I mean it's half Inuit, half Danes, right? That's who they are. So there's almost no one lives there. The territory is vast. You can't get from the few little villages that are there to another. There's no roads that connect them. You can go by sea or you can fly. That's about it. And it's very hard and arduous to do it. It's extremely rugged. But I mean, Scott and you and I were talking about this morning before the show, and I was saying I think Donald Trump has tapped into something here.
Yes. Yeah.
I was born in 1963, just 3 years after we added our last state. And when I was a kid, it was kind of like, well, we added a new state. Every time we have, you learn like, every time we add a new state from time to time, then we put a new star on the flag. Sometimes we amend the Constitution, but like, we don't do that, any of that stuff anymore, right? There's a sense. So for 65 years now, we haven't added a new state. We can't even like really upgrade the places that we have to statehood, like Puerto Rico.
Right.
And so we can't amend the Constitution. There's a sense that the United States like was growing, expanding, bigifying, and now we're kind of like stuck. We're like old Europe. We're like, that's it. Mm. I mean, we're not getting any bigger. We might get smaller, but we're not getting any bigger. And I think there's a sort of sense of we've lost our mojo, our sense of ambition.
Ted, we're getting bigger.
Glory.
We're getting bigger within our own borders. Have you seen our obesity numbers?
It's 75% by some standards. Yeah.
Holy Mary. No, but don't forget now. There's a historic background. I'll just bullet point as much as I can. Do you remember, Ted? You might remember this better just because you're a Francophile. The Quebecois independence vote. Was that about 10, 15 years ago?
I think it's longer.
It may have been a little longer.
I think
it was very
20 years ago, 25.
And it was close. Now, had it succeeded, if you look at a map, Quebec, the provinces of Quebec, pretty much slices Canada by a third. And the maritime provinces,
and by population, it's more.
Right. Well, okay, obviously, because Montreal's awesome. But anyway,
nobody really lives in like Manitoba or Saskatchewan,
I'm good with that.
Yeah, they're too quiet up there. By the way, they do scare the shit out of me because they're just way too quiet. They're up to something.
Saskatchewan.
But during the separatist movement, the maritime provinces were talking about what would they do, because there'd be this huge gap between them and the rest of Canada should Quebec secede. And they were saying, well, we'll join the United States. And the United States went, well, that's our first response was, well, that'd be kind of awesome. The second response was from the Republican-controlled Senate, oh no, because you'd have three primarily poor provinces becoming states, and you'd have 6 new U.S. senators who would come from the Democratic Party, and so they were adamantly opposed to that. British Columbia also said, well, if they do that, then we'll do it too, leaving 2 provinces for Canada. We've grown. I mean, we've always had manifest destiny. The United States has always looked to expand to be, and that was the thing, particularly in the 19th century. 20th century, early in the 20th century. I mean, look what Teddy Roosevelt did. Panama wasn't a country, by the way, folks. You may not know this. Panama, he made up a country. There's some guy who was a bit of a shyster, who was Nicaraguan, was part of Nicaragua, and
I thought it was Colombia.
Was it Colombia? Colombia. You're right. I apologize. Colombia. And then, so they flew him to Washington and said, okay, you want to be the president of Panama? He goes, the what of what?
And then he started going, Panama. Sorry.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, exactly. And then that became its own country, which we immediately signed a treaty with to build the canal. This is us, man. This is us. So the purchase of Alaska.
We can reach out to the Greenlander independence movement, which is a thing. Most Greenlanders do want independence from the brutal regime out of Copenhagen, and they dream to be free. It should be pointed out, although I'm not sure why this is germane, that New York City is closer to Nuuk than Copenhagen is.
Yeah, I mean, they do have.
You are muted again, unfortunately. I think
your
mic is dying. Yeah.
Do y'all think that there would be something kind of like the USS Maine in Havana Harbor? Do you think like an American fishing boat will sink in Greenland?
That is exactly.
Could y'all see this happen? I can.
Yes.
I 100% see this happening. I'm not saying we're going to sink a battleship there, but a fishing trawl, maybe a Coast Guard cutter, maybe maybe an American drone will go down. All you need is an excuse.
Robbie, you got to explain about the Maine, because I think
help us remember the Maine.
Remember the Maine.
Well, I mean, it was the catalyst for the American-Spanish War, because the United States, they decided that they were going to send the USS Maine to flex American muscle in Cuba, which at the time was a part of the Spanish Empire. It was the last Spanish possession in the Western Hemisphere. And lo and behold, the ship just exploded. No one knows why. It just went kablooey.
Well, we do know now.
A bunch of Americans, but not back then they didn't.
Yeah.
And so a bunch of Americans died. And so in true American fashion, it's Spain's fault. They decided to blow up our ship in Havana Harbor. 100%. So we're going to go in and we are going to take the Philippines from Spain. We're going to take Guam from Spain. We're going to take Cuba from Spain and Puerto Rico, which is now a giant floating pile of garbage, according to.
And that's why we have Guantanamo Bay all to ourselves.
Well, you know why?
My favorite detail of the Spanish-American War, and it is an amazing story, because it's really when the American Empire as we know it begins, right? But my favorite part is William Randolph Hearst, the newspaper magnate. He was agitating for war, and so he had his man in Havana waiting, and at one point nothing was going on, and he telegrammed. He sent a telegram to Hearst and said, "Nothing's up. Shall I come home?" And Hearst famously telegrammed back and said, "You stay home. You stay there. I will supply war."
Yeah. and another just funny little aside. I cannot remember the name of the officer, but there was this officer who was a general in the American Army there in Spain. In the war between the states, he was actually a Confederate soldier. Well, during one of the fights in Spain, he was just like, "Let's go get those damn Yankees." And one of his subordinates looked at him and said, "Sir, we are the Yankees now." And it was just. I cannot remember the name, but just Google it. I mean, it's a hilarious story. Let's go get them damn Yankees.
By the way, just to be clear here, the Maine, what happened really was that the boiler blew up, as anybody who's had a boiler knows can happen.
If that's the story you want, that makes you happy, Ted.
Hey, I did not know that story, but
for the Spanish Empire,
never let a crisis go to waste. Isn't that right, Rahm Emanuel?
Yeah.
Well,
that's right.
That's true. See, that's why producer Robby is like a wealth of weird knowledge, because I didn't know that. I just wanted to point out this. So this map. So we're talking about Greenland. Trump wants to buy it, and people laugh, especially the Democrats, right? And he's coming back into power in a matter of days. They laugh, but to Trump's, and I laugh too, but to Trump's credit, if we look at the map, I mean, we think of the world we know it's round, right, in space, but we think of it as flat earthers.
Breaking news.
People think of the world as a flat map, right? So if you look at it over the top, over the North Pole, strategically, why Trump would want it actually makes a whole hell of a lot of sense. It has,
it's the globe's bald spot.
Yeah, like look where it is, look where Russia is, look where China is, and the North Pole is right there. And I've flown over it when I used to live in Dubai, and I used to fly straight over it to fly to California from Dubai.
If you fly from say many places in Europe, you end up flying over the Arctic. You go over Greenland, Iceland. You'll see those very rugged places, and then northern Canada.
It is a very geostrategic position to be in,
especially now that the ice cap is melting away due to climate change. The ice cap has now disappeared completely in the summer months. Used to be
not completely,
really, but it's mostly. It's predicted to be completely gone soon.
But I mean, look at the
so
globe
basically, this
as
is
a
the
round
dream of
thing.
the dream of the Northwest Passage, right? I mean, that's what all these things have in common, right? The Panama Canal, this Greenland idea.
Well, natural resources that have not been fully explored.
And trade, more than natural resources, right? And also there's a lot of oil under the Arctic, something the Russians have.
And natural
I don't know if you
gas.
guys remember these episodes where Russian submarines sent divers down. This is a long time ago, right after the collapse of the Soviet Union. But Russian Federation submarines planted flags at the bottom of the Arctic Sea to be Russia has a claim to the Arctic Ocean and all of the oil that's underneath it, and we want that shit and they think they have the biggest claim because they have Siberia.
Well, it's not only that. I mean, from a historical standpoint, empires need to expand. If they don't expand, they stagnate,
right,
and they start to deteriorate. I mean, that's one of the reasons that Rome fell. Trajan he conquered Dacia. So, okay, we can't go anymore. Well, a lot of historians say that was the fatal mistake that ended the Roman Empire, because then all of a sudden you have all these legionaries who are no longer getting paid. They were getting paid by all the loot that they were getting. They can't get the loot because there's no more expansion. So then what you do? You start cannibalizing the state. What do you do in late stage empire, which is where we are? You expand or you die. I mean, there is a correlation here, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a case to be made.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think too, I mean, you look at, Manila, you mentioned people laughing. Alaska, we're looking at, we have this map up right now, and there's Alaska, right there. And that's Seward's Folly is what it was called. It was laughed at. Why would we want it? Why would we do it? It was pretty inexpensive, relatively speaking. And we got it. And I think that you laugh at this idea at your peril. To Robby's point, this could be remember the Maine kind of moment could happen up there. We don't have a lot of Americans up there, so you're not going to have them. But let's assume for a moment we do have a base, if I'm not mistaken. We do have some kind of naval presence there. The USS Bozeman is at a berth there, and it gets blown up by a Greenlander separatist. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try not to laugh, but and that could
a false flag Inuit operation.
Well, yeah, and you could have a false flag operation, as Ted mentioned about the Maine. Was that clearly? The Lusitania is another example that the ship that the Germans sank.
I don't think that was a false flag thing with the Maine. I think the Maine was kind of like the Reichstag fire. It happened legitimately, but then it was spun.
Well, but the Nazis blamed the socialists for starting it.
9/11 happened legitimately, but it was spun. It's like, oh, let's attack two countries that had nothing to do with it.
Well, except Afghanistan did have training camps.
Nothing.
Well, board soldiers are dangerous. I mean, if you're gonna have a militaristic society, you got to keep your army busy, or they start asking questions, and that's a bad thing.
Can you have a non-military society if you're a Western society or any culture?
Greenland has one. They don't have a military at all.
Well, no, I mean the many countries don't. Not many, but some don't.
Yeah, some countries don't.
They not have
nothing would happen if the U.S. only just decided to contract and guard its own borders. Nothing would happen. No one's coming for us.
Yeah,
The Mexicans aren't coming. The Canadians aren't coming. The Cubans aren't coming.
Like no one's going to invade us. Is that what you're saying, Ted?
Yeah,
like
no
invade us
invade.
in the traditional sense with like ships
like
and
Germany invading
occupation,
invading Poland. It's not going to happen. The United States is not at risk. We're in such a safe. Look at that map. I mean, we are so safe. We only have land borders with two countries that are both vassal states. We've only been attacked territorially, really in a meaningful way in 1812 was the last time. You could say, okay, the Japanese occupied a couple of the Aleutian Islands during World War II, but it wasn't Alaska wasn't a state at the time; it was a territory. I mean,
and look, speaking of Alaska, Ted.
Pardon?
If speaking of Alaska, Ted, I mean, if we look way up there, because this is looking at the world as a round thing instead of a flat map, right? Sorry, flat
I have
earthers.
to say this is still flat. This is a flat.
It is still flat. It's 2D. It's 2D.
It's just a different angle. Okay.
It's a different angle flat, but this makes you think of it as round because it's drawn round. I'm so sorry, my flat earther friends. I love you. But up there to the very top of the picture, that's Alaska, where Sarah Palin says she could see Russia from her doorstep, right? She's not entirely wrong.
Well, she didn't really say that, but all right, yeah.
But sure, like
Tina Fey said that she said that.
But that's the trope, So there you go, right? Like you can strategically for the U.S.
that there were Alaskans who could see Russia from Alaska, and she's right in the Aleutian Islands.
She's right. I mean, look, that's I'm to her credit, that's true. I mean, look, so if the U.S., I mean, we have troops in Alaska, obviously, they can almost touch Russia. And if we took Greenland, I don't know, you can't do it militarily anymore because we're part of some, like UN Geneva shit.
Yeah, because the U.S. never invades any country.
Because no, we don't invade pale-skinned countries. But if we took Greenland, then you would also be on top of Russia because Russia is to the right of where it's written there, North Pole. That big landmass is all of Russia. So you would be strategically surrounding Russia as much as you can.
Well, the United States does have history of invading Canada. I mean, they've invaded it twice. So, I mean, so there is that. And also, I can see Canada from my house. So I felt threatened by those Canadians coming down, driving up prices when they go to Target. I mean, to me, it's a major issue. And I have no problem with what Trump is proposing. I think it's a great idea.
So let's take them one at a time, right? Let's take them one at a time. I'll save the most fraught for last, Panama. All right, so maybe Canada is the most fraught actually. All right, so I'll take Canada last. All right, Greenland. That's the one that could happen, right?
There's their flag. It's a solid flag.
It's not a bad flag.
Oh, that's
Greenland
cool.
Greenland could. I mean, look, the Danes have sold property to us before. They sold us the Virgin Islands. We gave them money. It wasn't that long ago. It was 100 years ago. They remember. They know how to do it. I mean, the Greenlanders want independence from Denmark anyway. I could see a situation where the United States says, we're going to throw a shit ton of money at you guys. There's only 60,000 of you. We're going to give you each $1 million. Everyone's like,
shut up and vote.
Done. They vote. They vote to join the United States as a territory with like certain level of autonomy. Maybe they, unlike the Puerto Ricans, they get like a guaranteed their electricity continues to happen. If there's any hurricanes, unlike Puerto Rico, we guarantee to help them. That kind of thing. Or maybe
Greenland
throw
is
paper towels at them.
Greenland is the Taiwan of Denmark.
We could get Greenland.
I mean, it is autonomous.
We could get.
Sort of.
It's possible. I think it's about the price. I think if there was enough money, we could get Greenland.
They supposedly, based on like economists and analysts have done the math on this based on their existing economy, property values, blah, 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 and the industry that's there. It would cost America roughly $2 trillion to buy, roughly, give or take.
We've got that.
Yeah, we can print that in an hour.
$39 trillion in debt. What's the difference? Put
Yeah,
it on the
no,
card.
Yeah, put it on the card.
Freedom for everyone. All right.
Well, I mean, but that's the beauty of having a printing press, right? I mean, what is money if you can just keep throwing out zeros? It's not like you're debasing your currency or anything, but who cares?
That's my point. Exactly my point.
Can I
We're on the
also
same
point
page,
out
Robby.
that once Trump said this, so this is like coming from Euronews. So Denmark says they're going to boost Greenland's defense capacity. This is what they're throwing at it, right? 1.3 billion euros. They're sending 2 ships. I don't know what kind. It could be just like fishing boats. Some more staff and 2 dog sled teams.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
We're done.
Are you serious? I did not heard that.
It's on the screen.
Those
Look at the
Spidey
screen.
fuckers are coming after us. Those fucking.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy hump day. It's Wednesday, right? Happy hump day. everybody.
Bonjour. Yes, it is. It is Wednesday. It is Wednesday, February 5th, 2025, in the year of our Lord.
My goodness. I am Manila Chan. That over there is Ted Rall. You are tuned in to the Ted Manila Information Show, or TMI for short, where we actually do bring you too much information. Today, we're kind of flipping the format a little bit because of all the gigantic breaking news last night. We needed to expand on one particular topic, give it a little bit added attention, if you will, because, BB does Washington. BB came, he came, he saw, he conquered. Ted, I think that's safe to say.
Yeah. He now, Donald Trump is now his fully owned subsidiary.
I think so. I think they're signing the documents. So we're going to talk about that in the first half. And then on the back half, we're going to bring in our guest to talk about these tariffs that are on hold for, I don't know, how many more days, Ted? 20 days?
27. I'm going to say 27.
30. Okay, 30 days. He didn't say 1 month. He said 30 days. Okay,
30 days.
February. Damn it. February has 28 days. It messes up all the math. It makes it hard.
Also, it makes your rent or your mortgage like you're like a poor value, right? Because
the days don't.
You're not getting as many home occupation days. If you're homeless, of course, you're like winning. Although it's February and you're outside. Yeah. But 28 days, you're still paying for what's on average 30, 31 days. So, you're kind of getting shortchanged. I'm just saying. Warning, of course, we do allow F-bombs here. So if you are. Today's news kind of calls for them too.
Yeah. So if you're sensitive to that, just turn away now. We don't need to hear your angry emails or your angry comments about.
Well, you can send them. We'll just curse at we'll just curse at them and drop more F-bombs. So that'll be so funny. Probably kind of a waste of your time.
Yeah. So this is just who we are. I'm sorry if this is if it offends you, but this is who Ted and I actually are. And if you're used to seeing us on FCC controlled media, we're not cursing for that reason because the FCC won't allow us. But here. Kind of different story. And we do it live Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern. So guys, please be sure to like and follow the show. It will really help with all of the different platforms, get the algorithms going. So that way other people can get more, we can get exposure to more people to help grow this channel. And Ted and I can hopefully continue to do this for you as an actual living. Right now, we're not making a living. Thanks. We're still
We're not making a
unemployed.
living. We're not making anything.
Yeah,
we haven't made a dime on this show.
That's true.
Actually, we've lost money because
we've lost money.
Yeah.
This is an endeavor, right?
Yeah, we've spent for tech stuff.
Yeah. So, we're still unemployed thanks to the Biden censorship regime.
That's
Here
true.
we are. So you can help support us, if not financially, then at least retweet, reshare, repost.
At least support us metaphysically.
Yeah, like and follow the show. So you guys already know what the topics are about. So let's get into it because there's a lot of stuff before we bring our guest on. We're going to talk about that first topic.
We're skipping the headlines and we're just doing. We're going to do just two topics today. We have a guest coming in at the bottom of the hour, and we're going to start in with Trump's presser yesterday. But let's jaws it.
Yeah, Ted. I think I'm going to start selling timeshare for Trump Tower in Gaza. 2029.
Club Med Gaza. I have a cartoon that's starting to go a little viral this morning. It's from last year, and it shows someone standing in the pool at like Club Med Gaza and doing a land acknowledgement. With those stupid land, those dumb land acknowledgements that like progressives do. We are here to, like here in New York, it'll be like, we recognize that we are standing here on the ancestral home of the Lenape people, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, yeah, that's not helping them. Okay.
Yeah.
Like you're leave.
Still at Club Med Gaza.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's get to it.
Okay, so in case you missed it, we're going to play it. But President Trump declared yesterday that the U.S. should seize control of Gaza and permanently displace the entire population of Palestine, of the devastated seaside enclave. One of the most insane ideas that any American president has ever advanced. Hosting Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel at the White House, Trump said that all 2 million Palestinians should be thrown out of Gaza and forcibly moved to places like Egypt and Jordan because the place is too devastated to live in. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip and we will do a job with it too, Trump said at his news conference. We'll own it and be responsible for disposing of unexploded munitions and rebuilding Gaza into a mecca for jobs and tourism. Sounding like the real estate developer?
Yes.
Trump? Of course, Trump vowed it to turn into the Riviera of the Middle East. Sami Abu Zuhri, senior Hamas official, said that Trump's proposed relocation was a recipe for creating chaos and tension in the region. The Hamas people, they're supposed to be the crazy terrorists, Manila. They sound, if anything, like they're not terroristic enough. They're like so mellow and calm. Like,
why are you so diplomatic?
This could cause tension in the region. Yes, Spock. I think it could cause more than tension. Our people in Gaza will not allow for these plans to come to pass, he said. What's needed is the end of the occupation and the aggression against our people, not expelling them from their land. Trump waved aside opposition from Arab countries like Egypt and Jordan, suggesting that his powers of persuasion would convince them. They say they're not going to accept, he said. I say they will. Netanyahu, sitting next to Trump, looking like the cat who ate the canary,
eating grin,
smiled with satisfaction as the president first outlined his ideas. Later during the joint presser, the Israeli prime minister heaped praise on Trump. You cut to the chase, Netanyahu said. Well, Hitler used to do that too. You see things others refuse to see. You say things others refuse to say. And after the jaws dropped, people scratched their heads.
Laying it on thick, huh?
He's right. This is the kind of thinking that will reshape the Middle East and bring peace. Well, it will reshape the Middle East. That's true. Peace,
I don't know.
Peace, not so much.
I mean,
I don't.
Can we just, Ted,
the
point
peace
out
of the grave?
How Bibi, he knows how to lay it on thick.
Oh man,
thick. Oh my God.
He's like, man, that guy. I mean, he must really swallow each drop. You know what I mean?
Like
each.
I know
drop.
everyone says
nothing dribbles down his chin. That one,
right? Like everyone says how Trump, how easy it is to just kind of win him over just by paying him compliments and petting him, basically. And he's just like purr, okay, like, and that's all Bibi had to do, and that was it. And now we're gonna look, for the Gazan Riviera, I guess, in a few years, because again, he's talking like a developer.
You can't look. Here's the thing.
Weird.
I mean, here's the thing. Trump is right. People, I mean, what the Israelis and what Trump are counting on is that basically the Israelis created a fait accompli on the ground, right? They destroyed everything. They bulldozed what was ever standing. We've seen footage of the IDF. They found some buildings that had survived the bombing, and they methodically went into those places and demolished them and destroyed them. Hilariously, some of the IDF soldiers, some of the IDF soldiers who died were actually, they died while trying to demolish these buildings. They didn't know what they were doing.
It wasn't combat.
No, I mean, it's their own combat. They literally had a building. They made a building fall on their own asses.
They're not construction workers, right? These guys are military guys operating construction equiment, and they
didn't know what the fuck they're doing. They're dipshits. So anyway, the point is that they destroyed everything. 90% of, according to the UN, of all housing stock in Gaza is now gone. All the infrastructure is gone. There's no running water. There's no sewage system. There's no electricity. There's no internet. There's nothing, right? There's no hospitals. There's no places to buy food, even if you have money. There's nothing there, right?
Well, look.
So Trump is right. You can't really live there. But
no duh.
But the whole point,
he's sitting next to the guy that made it that way. Trump.
I have an idea.
Talking
but there is a solution.
It just happened.
Look, there is a solution.
This is how it is.
The people of Israel, they largely supported this war. So they should clean up the mess. That means all the people who live in Haifa, Jerusalem, and Tel Aviv, they should all move out, and the Palestinians can move into their homes. I think that's fair. And that's what should happen. The Israelis shouldn't be asking the UAE and Jordan and Egypt to clean up their mess. They made this mess. This is their fault. It's not Hamas's fault.
It's
not the Gazans' fault. It's their fault. They did it. I mean, at this point, that press conference was so outrageous. I issued a statement this morning saying, I believe this. The UN should meet. These are both Trump and Bibi Netanyahu are no longer fit to hold office. The UN should send in the white helmets. They should invade both Washington and Tel Aviv and overthrow these governments. They can't. These are rogue states. I mean, the US and Israel. They can't be allowed. Anyone who suggests ethnic cleansing is a grotesque violation of international law. We don't allow it. It should not. Well, this is outrageous.
Let's just define, and I'm reading this. I'm enjoying playing with Grok, right? And I wanted to ask Grok how Grok defines ethnic cleansing. And Grok says ethnic cleansing is a term used to describe the deliberate and systematic removal of an ethnic, racial, or religious group from a specific geographic area by another group. This removal can be achieved through various means, including violence. And it explains violence, forced displacement, like expulsion or relocation under duress. I would say that qualifies. Intimidation.
No question.
It explains that. Legal and administrative measures like laws or policies that restrict rights or citizenship, making life untenable for the targeted group. The goal of ethnic cleansing is often to create ethnically or religiously homogenous areas, thereby altering or, quote, purifying the demographic composition of a region. It's important to distinguish ethnic cleansing from genocide, though they can overlap.
They're not the same. Yeah, but they are related. Yeah.
Ethnic cleansing does not necessarily involve the intention to physically eliminate the entire group as in genocide, but rather to remove them from a territory. So,
but ethnic cleansing often leads to get genocide. For example, during World War II, because
Grok, I think, was very fair.
If Hitler could have snapped his fingers and made Europe Jewish free, he would have. But then that wasn't practical for him as far as they saw it. So that's where they had the Wannsee conference and they decided on the final solution. So they're related, but they're not the same.
Right.
Trump said, I don't think people should be going back to Gaza. I heard that Gaza has been very unlucky for them. I mean, the way this guy talks.
He says it's unlucky as if it's, again, like it's just like coconut falling out of a tree. Like Kamala Harris said, right? Like, oh, you were laying under a coconut tree and it knocked you upside the head. That's not what happened.
They live like hell. They live like they're living in hell. Gaza is not a place for people to be living. And the only reason they want to go back, and I believe this strongly, is because they have no alternative. He suggested that nations in the region could finance the resettlement of Gazans to new places, perhaps a good, fresh, beautiful piece of land that would provide better living conditions, either as a single territory or as many as a dozen. It would be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. So, he said, without offering details of what that would entail.
On that part.
Go ahead.
On that part, he's talking about, how this place is leveled, it's all rubble, blah, blah, blah.
And full of, and he's right about the undetonated ordnance. It could take 10 years or more to
that's a different subject. But on those particular points that he's making about basically saying this is all like a shithole rubble, right? Mm-hmm. He could very well be talking about the Pacific Palisades. Imagine if he told the people in the Palisades back home, if he went over there, met with Karen Bass and was like, all these people at the Palisades, it's been very unlucky for them. Look at this. It's all rubble. How about, these 50,000 families, we're just going to have to relocate all of them elsewhere, maybe into like Compton or Inglewood. Find them a fresh piece of land somewhere. Maybe, Inglewood is redeveloping. Or we'll ship them away. No one would find that acceptable. It would not be acceptable if he told the
and the thing is, we all know that the Israelis have been wanting to do this for a long time. And
beachfront property, Ted, the Palisades and Palestine, same thing. Beachfront property.
That's totally true. Asked how many Palestinians he had in mind. He said all of them, adding, I would think that they would be thrilled. Mr. President, I would beg to differ. Pressed repeatedly on whether he would force them to go, even if they didn't want to, Trump said, I don't think they're going to tell me no. Okay, he's a nut.
Let's hear the speech.
Let's hear it.
A 3-minute tirade.
Little diatribe.
His plan.
What an asshole! Tirade. Like, I mean, I don't suffer from TDS. He's an asshole. No, he should be removed from the presidency.
Well,
this is impeachable right here.
An asshole move.
And by the way, guess how many congressmen and senators we've heard from about this?
Zilch. Well, actually, Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey is the lone
what did he
senator say? To tweet. He condemned Trump saying this, and then he kind of pivoted to saying like, this is going to further, make America unsafe, and this is not America first. And so Thomas Massey is really the only
surprising.
He's like the lone guy.
Yeah, and Bernie doesn't have anything to say. No. Elizabeth Warren doesn't have anything to say. Cory Booker doesn't have anything to say. They're all just quiet.
Let me preface this that
scoundrels.
I as much as this is an asshole move, it's not because I think Trump is great, and I think that, but I think he responded the way he did, not because he actually cares one way or the other about the Israelis or the Palestinians.
No.
I think this is just who he is, that he wants to see this conflict come to an end, resolve some way, somehow. And the easiest, most expeditious way to do it is just by accidentally ethnic cleansing. Like, he didn't even realize that he's calling for ethnic cleansing.
Okay, so I want to give Trump his due.
So I think that's the benefit of the doubt.
So the genocide did not happen under Trump's watch. It happened under Biden's watch, and Trump is inheriting that. So it's true that when you're the president of the United States, you have to deal with the facts on the ground, and the facts are that all there is ground, right? And so it's true that like the Palestinians really can't live in Gaza. The only proper solution here would be for Israel to cede the land, allow the Gazans to live for, say, 10 years in Israel, and then they have to pay to rebuild it, and then the Gazans can move back home. That's the correct solution. Well, we all know the Israelis aren't going to do that. But
I don't know what the solution is. I'm just saying. I think
President Chan, isn't that what she would do?
I wouldn't say let's permanently displace people, because that's ethnic cleansing and a violation of international humanitarian
and common
laws.
decency. Yeah.
So, but I think again with Trump, I don't think he's meaning to do ethnic cleansing. I think he's looking at it as a transactional thing, and I don't think I think he just wants to. He's glad that the fighting ended or on pause, and I think he's literally looking at this in the most pragmatic manner that a Donald Trump can.
It's also, I got to tell you,
know the history.
If you're
you think he knows the history, Ted? Come on, you think he knows why these people are attached to their land?
No, it's just very unlucky.
Clue.
Unlucky,
right? That
Palestine,
shows you when he says unlucky. That shows you his shallow breadth of knowledge that he has about the region. Shallow. So that's him just talking as Donald Trump, the developer. And so maybe I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt and he doesn't deserve it. Or maybe I'm right. Maybe he's just that ignorant to geopolitics and history that he's just like, let's just redevelop it and make it like the Gaza Riviera. And he means it. And he
it is.
It
is obviously a beautiful place, like beachfront. I mean, you see those pictures of the refugees are trying to return to northern Gaza. It's really incongruous, right? Like the stream of refugees next to this stunning beach with the beautiful waters of the Mediterranean.
Azure water, yeah,
so pretty, and the weather's great. I mean, it's
okay.
It's really, it's crazy.
All right, let's play this crazy soundbite.
By the way, I just want to say, if you were Palestinian and you hated Hamas, right now, Hamas isn't looking so bad, right?
Well, there you go.
I also strongly believe that the Gaza Strip, which has been a symbol of death and destruction for so many decades and so bad for the people anywhere near it, and especially those who live there, and frankly, who's been really very unlucky. It's been very unlucky. It's been an unlucky place for a long time. Being in its presence just has not been good. And it should not go through a process of rebuilding and occupation by the same people that have really stood there and fought for it and lived there and died there and lived a miserable existence there. Instead, we should go to other countries of interest with humanitarian hearts, and there are many of them that want to do this, and build various domains that will ultimately be occupied by the 1.8 million Palestinians living in Gaza, ending the death and destruction and, frankly, bad luck. This can be paid for by neighboring countries of great wealth. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 12. It could be numerous sites, or it could be one large site. But the people will be able to live in comfort and peace, and we'll make sure something really spectacular is done. They're going to have peace. They're not going to be shot at and killed and destroyed like this civilization of wonderful people has had to endure. The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. I'm hopeful that this ceasefire could be the beginning of a larger and more enduring peace that will end the bloodshed and killing once and for all. With the same goal in mind, my administration has been moving quickly to restore trust in the alliance and rebuild American strength throughout the region. And we've really done that. We're a respected nation again. A lot's happened in the last couple of weeks. We are actually a very respected nation again.
Okay, wait. So when he just literally 30 seconds ago, when Trump says, we're going to go in there, we're going to clear the debris, we're going to clear blah, blah, blah. That reeks to me of Kushner development. Reeks. It reeks of Kushner.
Agreed.
It just, that's all
because
Kushner right there.
Yeah, because Jared said, like, that's valuable beachfront property. And
remember his dad, Ivanka and Jared have this in common, right? Both their dads are developers. Jared, obviously,
and both of them are felons.
And there you go. So, well, that's
it's like, can you imagine the first date? Hey,
contract.
wait, your dad? Wait, my dad too.
Oh, mine too. So, I think that sounds to me like this is like President Trump took off the MAGA hat and put on the Trump Inc. hat, talking there, and was like, let me do a deal with my in-laws and let's go clear Gaza, man. Like Trump International as well as Kushner Inc. They're going to go there, and it's a land grab. They're going to develop. That's what it sounds like to me. And again, I don't feel like he actually has any malice or anything talking about the Palestinians.
No, I think that's true.
Completely devoid of it. Like, no. I think he has no feelings. Like, he's just like, this is property. It's beachfront. Let's make it beautiful.
He's autistic.
Get jobs.
He's autistic. There's something like, what's interesting is, autistic people are famously extremely compassionate, right? And he is compassionate. He really does. I think he really does look at that and thinks, he's seen the images. He's like, these people are suffering. The Palestinians, they're living. Who can live like that? And so that part, that's the correct part of his, assessment. He's right about that. And then, but where he goes from there is where things fall apart, because he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand how this happened, who's responsible, and that really there needs politically to be. There needs to be an accounting for that. I mean, this has nothing to do with October 7th. It's like it followed October 7th. October 7th was an excuse. It's like it followed October 7th, but it was like, the Israelis were waiting for a chance to do this, and they bombed Gaza many, many times, including, I think it was in 2014, and in 2010 before that. And I mean, they've been coveting this land for a long time, and and October 7th gave them the cover, and given the fact that they had a senile American president to deal with, who was willing to give them a blank check, it gave them the cover to do whatever they wanted and to take it over. And they were like, this is our big chance. This is our big, when we're not going to blow it. And now, so what Trump doesn't realize is that he's seen as playing into that. And by the way, talk about, don't forget 9/11. Part of 9/11 was motivated by the plight of the Palestinians, yes. And that was trying to get our attention. Man, if that didn't get our attention, I mean, you could just imagine radical Islamist groups in the Middle East being like, well, obviously the U.S. has to be, punched in the nose again, or, so that they get the message. I mean, this is extremely dangerous for the United States. Israel, our partnership with Israel, they're like the worst friends or allies you could possibly have. They're like that friend you have who's always like, they're like, hey, Manila, let's go out partying, man. They're drinking in the car. The car doesn't have, it has stolen license plates. They're driving like 120 miles an hour past the cop. Fuck you, like giving them the finger.
Yeah, that's Bibi.
And then you're like, but I just wanted to ride. And you just end up in prison next to them, right? Even though you didn't really do anything. That's Bibi. Bibi is like the insane friend, the drug addicted, alcoholic, lunatic you shouldn't hang out with. I mean, what would happen if the U.S. had nothing to do with Israel? Oh, what would we lose? Israel's what? Oil? Their geopolitical position in the Middle East? We don't need any of that. We have all that. We don't care. We would be really so much better off. We should we should ghost them and never talk to them again. Bye.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get why we keep using that whole excuse of Israel being our closest ally in the Middle East and blah, blah, blah. And I mean, they have the technology that they have.
We're their ally. They're not our ally.
That they have, and they have the things that they have because we foot the bill for everything to help them get there. Yeah. I mean, realistically, the U.S. really does have no allies in the Middle East. And that's for good reason, because the U.S. obviously keeps going in to not only bomb those lands, and then we keep occupying those lands. So the U.S. really has no allies. So we had to kind of create this ally, I would say, out of thin air, the U.S. and UK. I mean, we can boil this all the way back, right, to the creation of the borders of Israel, and when it was first assigned to the United Kingdom to take care of it, you know, as kind of like what do they call it? The caretaker government at the time.
It was a it was the UN mandate.
Yeah, and from there, it was like the UK told the US, like, hey, you want in on this? And we were like, yeah, okay, sure, that sounds good. Let's do it. Let's do it. And then we've had, you know, in the back half of the 20th century, this guy who seems like he's been in power forever. Like Bibi is like how you talk about Teflon Don, this guy being Teflon Don, the guy next to him, Ted, is more Teflon than Donald Trump.
That's true. What a pair.
Like wow.
It's so sickening. Wow. The whole thing is sickening. Looking at these two shitheads sitting in front of their crackling fire, warm and cozy on a February day in Washington, and you know, talking cavalierly about the forced removal of 2 million people who are completely, aside from that, are already desperately traumatized, all of whom have lost family members. Not a single one hasn't. You know, they've lost their homes. They've been everything that they own has been destroyed. I mean,
the last thing I want to say about this, Ted, before, because our guest is here, the last thing I want to say about this is, and you alluded to it earlier, why does Trump think it's okay to assign, even if you were to pick up these roughly 2 million Palestinians, pick them up and say, here, Jordan, here, Egypt, you're going to take these people. Like, did you ask them, or is that something he said off the cuff? Is this a deal that's been worked on over the past year?
That's a good question.
Like,
Why was he able
to just say that? Yeah, I think he just believe off the cuff.
Let's take them one at a time. First of all, I don't think the Hashemite quickly.
Egypt is like, what the fuck?
The Hashemite kingdom.
We didn't say we were taking them.
The Hashemite kingdom.
They closed the Rafah crossing.
Right. I mean, well, not only did they. I mean, anyone
they didn't want them.
Anyone can close a gate. Manila. I don't read anything into that. But they built a wall. Okay, to try to prevent this exact scenario. So literally, they built the wall, and they didn't have Mexico paid for it. They paid for it. But Egypt clearly doesn't want them. First of all, it's a densely populated country. They don't have the capacity. And then the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan also doesn't. You know, they have personal experience taking in Palestinian refugees, as does Egypt after the 6 Days War and stuff. And in Jordan, they had the Black September situation back in the day that tried to overthrow the king of Jordan. So the Jordanians who are kind of the fancy Arabs, they kind of view the Palestinians as like sort of street rabble who, like, if we left, you know, we invited them into our homes and then they tried to, you know, kill the father of the family. So that's not good. So they don't trust the Palestinians, right? They're not going to let them in. And in both cases, Egypt, Jordan, no other Arab country, no Muslim country can allow any significant number of Palestinian refugees in, or they will be seen as, you know, not just kowtowing, they'll be seen as enabling the Israelis and the genocide, ethnic cleansing. So it's kind of like, and so of course, obviously the counter pressure is to them from like Trump is like, are you going to just let them, you know, have no place to go and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, they have a place to go because Israel actually does have room for them. There's places not far from, literally right across the border from Gaza, inside Israel. They can just tear down the security fence. They can just let them in there.
Take the checkpoints down and move some people.
And I mean, honestly, I was kind of being facetious when I said that you could expel the people from, you know, Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. But you can, obviously, they could put in tent cities and have them sort of like after the big earthquake in Turkey, in Istanbul, and people they lived out in those tents for a few years. And then during Reconstruction in Istanbul and the suburbs of Istanbul, then they moved back in. You could probably rebuild this in 5 years. And you know, the weather's mild enough that they could live in tents during that time. It sucks, but they could do it.
Well, like I said, Ted, Trump Tower Gaza 2029. I'm going to start selling timeshare right now.
God, I mean, I want to leave I want to leave the U.S. just because it's like here I am in New York, like in terrorist target, I mean, and the U.S. has never been at greater risk of terrorism than after yesterday's press conference.
Look at Thomas Massey's Twitter timeline. You will see.
Thomas Massey was correct. Yeah.
He's correct. All right, let's leave that there. We're going to switch gears. And here's how you know we're doing it, Ted.
All righty then. And so let me bring us in here. Okay, here we go. President Donald Trump on Monday agreed to a 30-day pause on his tariff threats against Mexico and Canada as America's two biggest trading partners took steps to appease him over border security and drug trafficking. The 30-day pauses are a cool-down period that puts us at the cusp of a trade war that risked crushing economic growth, causing inflation, and ending alliances with the United States' I would say, two closest allies. I'm very pleased with this initial outcome, and the tariffs announced on Saturday will be paused for a 30-day period to see whether or not a final economic deal with Canada can be structured. Trump said, "Fairness for all," he said in all caps, whatever that means. Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, posted the pause would occur while we work together, saying that his government will name a fentanyl czar, not a czarina, but we could have a czarina, list Mexican cartels as terrorist groups, and launch a Canada-U.S. joint strike force to combat organized crime, fentanyl, and money laundering. What, no Space Force? The pause followed a similar move with Mexico that allows for a period of negotiations over drug smuggling and illegal migration. The 10% tariff that Trump slapped on China, however, is still going to go into effect this week, although Trump plans to talk to Chinese President Xi Jinping during the next few days, and the Chinese seem confident that they're going to be able to talk Trump off the ledge here. While the trade war was feared by investors, companies, and political leaders, now seems less likely to erupt. That doesn't mean that the drama is over. Canada and Mexico bought some additional time, but Trump could easily renew his tariffs and already wants to announce taxes on imports from the European Union. Remember when Europe was our ally? All of this leaves the global economy uncertain about whether a crisis has been averted or if possible catastrophe still looms. Joining us to talk about this is Aquiles Larrea. He's CEO and founder of Larrea Wealth Management. He's the author of the book, Your Money and You, The Ultimate Guide for Latino Entrepreneurs. Aquiles, thank you very much for joining us here on the TMI Show.
Thank you for having me. Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure to have you. So, Aquiles, do you think, what do you think is going to happen at the end of let's start with Canada and Mexico. 30-day pause, is it going to be extended? Or is it just going to, is there going to be some sort of agreement here? Or could we still be staring down the barrel of some tariffs?
Anything's possible at this particular point. I think that the 30 days gives them a little bit more time to, hey, let's slow down a little bit. Let's open the channels of communication, which is never a bad thing. And at the end of the day, isn't this about money? Because that's what it feels like to me. Are we going to get a bigger slice of the pie and render unto the U.S. what is it, the U.S. at this particular point? That's my opinion on this at this particular point. I think that at long term, in terms of an agreement on tariffs, let's go on the positive side first. We come to an agreement at the 30th day, or we extend it out 60 more days, and we keep the lines of communication open, then that's going to be a boom to us, because that means Canada and Mexico are saying, hey, we're open to the possibility. Let's see what we can do together without us, meaning Canada and Mexico, losing our sovereignty, not feeling like we are part of a deal. My attorney a long time ago would say, hey, a good deal is where one person walks away and their arm isn't hurting, or their face isn't hurting because they got slapped, but on the bad side, let's go to if it turns out in a bad way, then we're looking at an increase in pricing. We're looking at an increase in inflation, which is going to be bad all around and could put us into a recession, guys, because these are the things when you start getting negative growth, all around GDP, that's the classic definition of a recession, and we want to avoid that at all costs. Yes, I understand that the Trump organization is trying to make its, I mean, the Trump presidency is trying to make its mark early and fast, which he said, none of this is a surprise, guys. He's been long, so nothing he's saying is out of the ordinary. Though I do say the Gaza thing took me a little bit by surprise, but at the end of the day, it is money. We are talking about, if I'm an entrepreneur like Trump is, if I'm an entrepreneur, good or bad, and we're making money, you're going to look good to the American people because we perceive we're making money.
Yeah. I mean, also, I kind of want to break these down because we have situations with now Canada, Mexico, China, and the EU, and I don't know, Vanuatu can not be far behind, right? So with Canada, I'm mystified because, there's, by all accounts, less than 1% of the fentanyl that enters the United States enters through Canada, and basically nobody's sneaking from Canada into the United States. Maybe 6 people. Just nobody. So what was that all about, really? What did Trump really, why is he messing with the Canadians? The Mexico thing, I understand. It's well established. Fentanyl, drugs, blah, 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 blah. Migration, I get it. That, I just don't get what that's about.
Well, it seems to me that what it's about is, once again, we started with Mexico. He's thinking, let's start with Mexico. Let's work with the war on drugs again, going back to the classic Republican themes of the day. And so Canada would be another way for Mexico, the cartels in Mexico, to start bringing and funneling in drugs. So they'd have ships or what have you go up to Vancouver, go up to the Northeast Corridor, and bring it down that way. So he's thinking, I'm gonna, or who knows what he's thinking, But like you said, Canada has no viable malfeasance at this point, to say, I think it's more important. Look,
it's like if I just started hitting my cat
Colombia.
It's like if I just started beating my cat over the head, he'd be so confused. He's like, I don't do anything wrong.
And this is a classic Trump move because he does the same thing all the time. He does the sensationalism, and then you have to ask yourself, well, okay, but what's really behind this? Because if you look, he already slapped a tariff on Colombia, all right, at 25%, which is a major drug haven. All right. So what we see is a precursor. We saw a precursor of Canada and Mexico at this particular point. But like you said, there's not too much to gain in Canada at this particular point. I think that he's sending the message out. Hey, the free ride is over. In his eyes, the free ride is over, but he doesn't realize that these tariffs are going to do more damage to us as a consumer than really help us. Back, let's go back to, let's just say the 1920s or 1910, when they started using, before the IRS was in vogue, tariffs were the way that revenue was brought into the United States, right? You didn't have big government, so the Republicans.
You couldn't have big government because we didn't have enough revenue.
Of course. And they're thinking, hey, why don't we bring us back to those days? But a lot of times, we just have to point back to history. Smoot-Hawley Act, classic definition. They brought that act into play, slapped tariffs where you could, and it drove us depression. Okay, we were already in a depression. It made the situation even worse, and Hoover did nothing. So at this particular point, I'm scratching my head. Is this a warning to China and Russia? Russia really doesn't have any goods per se, on a large scale that they're bringing into us. But are we sending that shot across the bow saying, hey, here we are, remember who we are, and let's try to, understand each other better. And I think with China, it's more a piece of the pie kind
It
of
also feels like
Yeah.
fighting the last war, right? I mean, look, I'm from the Rust Belt. I grew up in Dayton, Ohio. It's no place has been as more devastated than Dayton, Ohio, by globalization and outsourcing and deindustrialization. So, I have sympathy for protectionism. But that said, it feels like the horse has fled the barn, right? I mean, if tariffs might have had a place against like Japan for dumping steel in the 70s and 80s, for example, or for against China when China first was admitted to the WTO in the 80s and 90s, and they weren't admitting American goods, and we had a massive trade deficit. That probably would have been something that the Bush one and the Clinton administrations ought to have considered. But it just seems like now, I mean, I'm sorry, Dayton ain't never coming back,
Neither is Pittsburgh.
Right.
We're looking at the same scenarios here. If you could imagine our special forces coming into a building to clear it out of bad guys, and the bad guys left 6 months ago.
Yeah, that is. I mean, at least Pittsburgh reinvented itself as a healthcare place. Yeah.
Oh, did it? So, Aquiles, I'm glad that you brought up China, because I pulled them up on the screen here, because we're talking mostly about Canada and Mexico for obvious reasons, right? There are immediate neighbors, and it's ironic because Trump is the one that tore apart the first NAFTA, made his USMCA, and then out of the blue said, I'm tearing that up. I'm going to start a trade war with our neighbors again. And then he threw in China for 10% tariffs. And then China, I mean, everybody in the United States, you don't have to be, a financial guru to know that the U.S. relies heavily on Chinese production of goods, of all the stuff that we use. So China does have the capacity and the power to slap back, right? And they did. And this is what it looks like. CBS here, showing 15% on coal, 15% on liquefied natural gas, 10% on crude, 10% ag machinery, 10% large engine cars. I mean, these are some of the things that the U.S. exports that China takes. China's not going to take this lying down. No one seems to be talking that much about the trade, the tariff war with China, because it's been ongoing ever since his first administration. Where do you see this going? Because China's obviously, they didn't respond this way the first time in Trump's first administration, but now they are. So how do you see that shaking out?
I think it's a preemptive strike on the part of the Chinese. And the second thing, like I said before, we got the sensationalism. The Chinese have made their move. Now we as the Americans are thinking, okay, well, the Chinese have a certain amount of goods and products that come in. But now, in a roundabout way, Mexico has a lot more products coming to them. So, it's cheaper to produce similar in Mexico for exportation to the United States. So that's just one thing to consider. Back to your question, with the 15%, with the 10%, they are slapping that right back at us. We're going to be tit for tat with the Chinese. They didn't go as high as 20% because they have a lot more goods, to offer the United States. So they just went. I mean, the United States has more goods to offer as well to the Chinese. And honestly, the Chinese could be just shrugging their shoulders at this particular moment, saying, okay, 15, 10%, you come up to 20%, we'll take you up to 25%, and we're in a trade war.
This is like
deal.
poker.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it's worse than poker.
We're the ones paying for it, no?
That's right. And we are the ones who need to say to our government, hey, knock it off. Have a little bit more responsibility here. Can we let some more adults into the room? Can we form a bipartisanship to address these tariffs? Because this shouldn't be one person's idea alone. This should be a bipartisan approach, which hasn't been happening in over a decade, guys. The bipartisanship has been lacking severely. It used to be, if you look back to the Clinton days, when you had a Republican Congress and working with Clinton, the Speaker of the House talking, saying positive things. I don't see that leadership here in the current Congress, in the Senate and the Congress itself. So, the House. So my particular thoughts and feelings is, how difficult would it be to have everybody, including President Trump, get together in a spirit of governance and say, hey, let's make this happen. Let's make it for the right reasons and happen. Yeah, we need to get some more revenue in. Let's not kid ourselves. But let's do this the right way. Let's not just be a petulant child saying, we're going to slap you with tariffs and that's it. And you're going to fold because we're the United States.
Well, I feel like that kind of behavior has just been rewarded by the way Canada responded and by the way Mexico responded. I mean, right now, I have video here we can look at. Right now, there's literally Mexican troops being sent to the border. I think a lot of this is over by Tijuana. That they're moving there right now. I mean, they're literally shipping 10,000 border guards. I mean, aren't they folding to basically what Donald Trump wants, because they're obviously trying to avoid this trade war, but at the same time, it's rewarding bad behavior. It's rewarding petulant, childish behavior.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, but we have to remember that the Mexican military is corrupt as sin.
True.
Unfortunately, a lot of there's a saying amongst Latinos that goes, as Mexico, so does the rest of Latin America, Central and Latin America go. So what you have to remember is, at this point, Mexico is simply continuing the policies that AMLO started with, of this capitulation to the United States. They were being tough on other things, but they have a new president. She's inexperienced dealing with a gentleman like this, in my opinion, and still showing force. I watched her press conference in Spanish the other day, and she made some really good points about the U.S., but at the same time, I think she's also showing that, hey, we're open to it. We're open to the possibility, but that doesn't mean we're just going to roll over on you. And that's what we have to remember. There are, the politicians in other countries like Canada, like Mexico, actually answer to the voters. All right, the voters will kick them out. I mean, I watched in one Latin American country, there was a pots and pans campaign where they were banging on pots every single day until they got what they wanted, and they did get what they wanted. It sounds funny, but the people forget, especially the citizens here, we forget the power that we have against the government. We just are apathetic in the sense to this. And we can fight back, absolutely. We can pressure our congressmen and senators to make more responsible decisions. It's not just, hey, let's lay down, oh, it's too hard. No, it's not going to be that way. If you want true change in the government, and I'm not talking radical change, I'm just talking, hey, if we're going to all get along, we have to all agree, not just one side of the aisle.
Yeah, Americans like being keyboard warriors. I think a lot of it. The pots and pans thing. It's like, oh, that's novel. I hadn't thought about that. So
it's funny. That was Indians in Ecuador. The indigenous population. Yep, in Ecuador, marching on the Capitol, asking for the ouster of a president, and it became not just amongst them, but the entire population said, okay, enough's enough. And I think less than a month later, he was out.
Well, do you think this ties at all, Aquiles, with how Mexico is responding? Ties into the mass deportations and stuff that Trump is now outlining and making good on, right? Like he had his envoy Granell going to Venezuela. President Maduro suddenly appears to be friendlier with the second Trump administration, saying, "Yeah, we'll take back 350,000 illegal migrants." Do you foresee that maybe this is part of the calculation with Trump and how he's throwing this tariff threat on Mexico based on the theory that you said, how Mexico goes, the rest of Latin America will go? Well, do you think this is, part and parcel of that maybe he's thinking, hey, Venezuela has a lot of oil. Hey, there's production capacity somewhere else in other parts of Latin America. So Mexico, you better get with it or I'm going to go make best friends with Maduro right now.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, that's absolutely true. People also forget there is a huge oil cache in the Amazons. So the surrounding countries that the Amazons flows through, there is possibility for development there. All right. So that's another thing. A lot of people don't know that, by the way. So going back, yeah, we make the example with Mexico. Maybe something is happening under the table money-wise, guys, which would not be unusual. We have paid off governments for many years down in Latin America. Just take a look at the Contras, with, Reagan. Also, there is another bad byproduct of this. Wanting people back to their countries, you're sending criminals as well, which we did before, and we're repeating that mistake because the MSs of the world came to being from Americans, not the country that they came from. As a matter of fact, the leadership of MS-13 was really more based in Los Angeles. When they got deported back to El Salvador, then all of a sudden the crime rate spiked. The government could not handle it, and took the extreme measures that they're taking right now, with the prison system. And, look at that. We got, Bukele, I believe is his name, came out and said, we are going to offer money for U.S.
Oh, that's right.
Immigrants
send
from
us,
there.
Send us, send us your criminals. We'll
and
house
how much
them.
are you going to pay us? How much are you going to pay us, guys? Tell me that isn't corrupt as can be.
It's so insane. I couldn't believe that when I heard that yesterday.
That's crazy.
And Trump's not like dismissing it out of hand.
Oh no, it's too easy. When think about it this way: the current prison system in the United States, most of it is not private, because we saw that the private was keeping prisoners longer for profit, was doing things that were under the table that they shouldn't have been doing. We're getting paid. Judges were getting paid off for bringing more prisoners into that particular facility. This opens the door for even more corruption. So we need to watch this system. Get rid of the watchdogs, which Mr. Trump has done. Then how are we going to be vigilant on the prison systems? Absolutely not. I don't see it happening. So we as the people need to go to our congressmen, need to go to our senators and say, hey, if you let more private prisons into the system, we're going to have a whole lot more issues going forward.
Well, and then let's not even get into the 30 to 36,000 migrants that are being sent to Guantanamo Bay.
That's so crazy.
I mean, that's
another cash cow, guys. Think about it. It's another cash cow.
It is.
It's going to cost however much it costs to house American prisoners here in the regular prison.
$10,000 to $20,000 a year.
Yeah, I was going to say like somewhere around 30,000.
Depends on the state. Yeah,
per person. Yeah, roughly 20 to 30 grand per person per year. But being shipped out to Gitmo, where it's, not U.S. territory, that's somebody's cash cow.
Well, it is U.S. territory, just to be clear here.
Yeah, that's true. Technically, it is, but it's
I mean,
devoid of U.S.
Bush
laws.
introduced this fiction. There's no place on the planet that is not subject to some kind of legal jurisdiction. And to say that like somehow Gitmo exists in some sort of netherworld that is neither Cuba nor the United States nor who knows what it is, even international waters, you can't just like commit crimes. Okay,
right? You can't just say it doesn't. Well, but that's because our government doesn't view it, they do view it as some sort of netherland, right? Like nowhere.
Trust me, that's not true. Like if you pick another Marines like pocket at Guantanamo Bay in the canteen, you're getting arrested. Okay, I mean,
but not what we do to the detainees, and that's my thing. Is like, okay, then how much can you charge per detainee? You know, because they're a quote illegal migrant. How much can you charge per head? And how much per guard, per head, per hour, per whatever? What are they eating? The food has to get shipped in. That is a whole micro economy in and of itself. And like, wow, I feel like Bukele knew that, and that's why he is like, hey, bring them here.
It's also humanitarian abuse, if you think about it, because how are families going to visit their loved ones in prison down there? How are they going to do it, in the other countries? If we start exporting prisoners, and less chance for appeal, less chance, what are you going to have an appeal system down there that we're paying for? Guess what? That's an added expense. That's more money that we're paying out of pocket. Do you really want to go down that rabbit hole?
Good point. There's money in all of this, Aquiles. Like, I'm glad that you brought that up because everything, the tariffs, it's always all about money. Even the whole prisoner, we like to think that the trade war, tariffs, all of this stuff has nothing to do, that it's totally disconnected from immigration. It's not. This is, I mean, especially if you look at it from the Latin American standpoint and what Trump is trying to do with deportations, they are interconnected. And I think it's inextricable. And then you view it even further. God, when you think about the prison system, it's mind blowing. It's always the money.
Aquiles, let me ask you about sort of the unemployment picture, right? I mean, there's literally no more important economic indicator than employment. And it's, it seems that the Trump administration is kind of counterbalancing two contrarian impulses. I mean, tariffs are likely to increase inflation and therefore reduce employment, cause some businesses to go under, cause some people to hire less. And we already kind of we have low unemployment, but we don't have vigorous hiring, which is so people are kind of stuck. On the other hand, you also have this mass deportation idea, which I guess will reduce unemployment because it will create, people will be removed from where they're working and will be sent out of the United States. Is that, do you think, what Trump is sort of thinking, that, these two things will kind of cancel each other out and he won't be dealing with a high unemployment situation for very long? Or is this really just like, I'm a lame duck, I have 4 years to go, I can't be reelected, I don't care?
I think it might be a bit of both, but let's you brought up an interesting point. When we talk about unemployment, everybody knows the Fed, as far as their job is to help with the interest rates, but the second job that they monitoring is the unemployment, then trying to help towards that end. That's one of the two main mandates that the Fed has. Now, if you start deporting people as they've been doing, the question now becomes, who does that job? We do not have the capacity for that low-level migrant worker here in the United States. Anybody who says otherwise is a fool. Now, if you think that Americans are going to take those jobs, let me tell you, it's backbreaking, it's difficult, and pays hardly anything. The reason being is that when the migrant workers are working, they are working in the field that they do. I believe the movie McFarlane explained it best, where they get paid per field that they do throughout the day. Wow. So
going back to that, there's not even a living wage that we're talking about there. Migrants tend to have to put all their resources together in order to make a somewhat living, and with the hope that their children will do better. But let's go back to other parts of unemployment. If we look at the unemployment numbers, they didn't really change significantly. It was more or less what was anticipated. And even with what the Fed's doing right now, the big thing that's occurring is that housing prices are going up. The loans, personal business loans, are going up. Why is that happening? There's a lack. We need to concentrate on building more housing. We need to concentrate on lowering the interest rates. Not, I think the Fed has been right all along about the interest rates, but I think they could have been a little bit more aggressive when they first started this. And I think they spooked everybody. The Fed did spooked everybody by saying, we're going to stop this year. We were all hot and bothered when we said that, oh, wow, the interest rates are going down. That's great. We're going to have a party. And, it doesn't work that way. As a matter of fact, it went the opposite direction, where you had the interest rates go in the mortgage arena. The interest rates are at 7% right now when it was at 5% before. But we forgot. We were at 11% just a year ago, last August. Wow. So we have to remember, let's put things in perspective. If seeing interest rates going down, if the Fed regains its senses, according, to everybody out there, because it doesn't make sense to stop now. But hindsight 2020, it could make sense. The problem is the market doesn't like it. No market likes uncertainty. The second part is that it does not stimulate more growth in the economy, hence the tariffs. This is a strategy they're taking because there's not much that can be done. As you mentioned, Ted, there's not a heck of a lot that's going to come out of this. But let's see what we can do to stir the pot, and let's see what we can do to have somewhat set up for the next Republican challenge. Because that's what I see.
Do you think, Aquiles, that Trump imposing these random tariffs out of the blue, do you think part of that was his play to kind of like a cudgel on Jerome Powell?
It's funny. He has really no power over Jerome Powell. The Fed is independent. You got 12 governors who.
Well,
really
USAID used to be independent too.
Yeah, well, that's a different scenario.
Yeah.
I mean, they can cut off funding to any agency.
Given that he doesn't, I mean, exactly, the Fed is different. So since he has no actual power over Jerome Powell, if he figures if he can, like you said, stir the pot in the economy by tariffs, that Jerome Powell will then be forced to respond. Maybe
it is a possibility. All right, but here I would.
He is a madman, Donald Trump. So,
like, hate, or what have you. Let's look at Jerome Powell. This is a gentleman who's been right more than wrong. And people do not sympathize with the losing side. They are going to sympathize with the winning side, because the winning side has kept us in this expansionist mode for more than a decade. We have not seen a real contraction in the market till this month. I was talking about this on another media last month. I said, we are going to see a rough first quarter because they haven't seen that hard of a correction. Now, with the absence of correction, whenever the correction does happen, it's infinitely worse because we haven't seen that control occurring. We need to have pauses in the market. We just saw one recently, so that was good. But we need to have pauses in the market for it to go back. It consolidates, it moves sideways, and then all of a sudden it starts grabbing and going up. That's an efficient market, guys. That's how we make more money in the United States, and that's how these big companies can offer their CEOs tons of money. So, going back to the Fed and the unemployment is controlled still at this point. The Fed interest rate, I foresee them having to do something in the latter part of this year, because the Fed doesn't care what Trump says. They just don't. And they're going to say, unless there's some imaginary thing that comes out and say, aliens say, you better lower rates. You better lower the rates and stuff, then that's a different animal. But in absence of aliens, the Fed is going to do what the Fed wants. They are independent. They are 12. I mean, imagine there are conservative and liberal members of this board of governors, opinions ranging from the ridiculous to the absolute super conservative. So, and you have a governor, the head, Powell, who is not hawkish at all. As a matter of fact, he's more dovish, more soft stand on the particular matters of the day. An adult in the room, in my opinion. And there are 12 of them, and they are making ideas that at this point, they've been right a lot more than they've been wrong. The president is simply using the power of what I call moral suasion in order to sway public opinion towards, hey, maybe the Fed should be doing something. And the truth of the matter, the person who says that doesn't know what the heck they're talking about generally.
Yeah, Jerome Powell's like, whatever, I'm not listening. I don't care. So
he's drinking his smooth.
That's true. He just really didn't care. I mean, look at when Trump came in the first time, because Jerome Powell was still there, and mortgage rates were still hovering near zero in the first Trump term, right? And people were saying Powell needs to raise the base rate. He's sitting on zero for too long. And he just kept sitting there. And he was like, don't care.
And I don't know right.
He was right. Do you think that proved to be a good thing?
Yeah. For that particular point in time. Sometimes the best move, and I just know this as a money manager, the best move is not to take action. Sometimes it's the best because long term, and these guys aren't thinking 2 months in advance. These guys are thinking years on how things will affect the U.S. economy. I think that a lot of people, the general public, forget that the economy moves in cycles, and we've had this huge expansion tract for over a decade, and it'll have to start contracting at some point. The question is, we talk hard or soft landing. That's not the most important thing, because when it starts, it's not going to be pretty. It's going to be ugly. I've seen this with the market. Once you start seeing the economy moving in that direction, then it's all bets are off, and you're going to start seeing a lot of panicking. You're going to see a lot of businesses folding because they were not aptly prepared. That doesn't mean it's going to happen, but at some point, we're going to have to, move into that market cycle where we were all this up, and everything, and we're going to have to start going downward, and then kind of leveling off before we can go back up. All right, that's just simple market.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're going to see a lot of pain this first quarter. So, I mean, I don't want it to be the case, but I think you're right. And then hopefully, I don't know, once we see the pain, then what? Are we going to level out this year, or are we going to keep going down through the year?
No, we're going to keep going up. It's going to be the opposite. Yeah, we're going to go back up again. But the only kink in the armor at this particular point, and we've talked about this, is the cost of living, the food pricing right now.
Yeah.
The food pricing keeps going up and up and up, and there seems to be no leveling off at this particular point. I always give the example of the Chinese or the Korean stores with the rice, 25 pound bag, the bags of rice at 25 pounds. Now, what a lot of people don't realize, those prices move up and down all the time. So just the other day, I drove by a place and I saw it at $24.99. Yet I went to another store, and the other store had it for $27.99. And then another store had it for $23.99. So there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of fluidity that's occurring in these commodity markets per se, and which has no correlation to the market, the stock market at all, and more to do with supply and demand, which is the true measure of the cost of goods at this particular point.
Yeah, very good. We're absolutely going to have you back, obviously, as the market keeps moving and shaking, and who knows, God only knows
Quaking.
what the orange man, twerking, the orange man in the White House, what he's going to do, and changes.
No twerking, no market twerking.
Oh
please.
God. No, I had it in my head, Trump twerking, and I went, oh God.
No,
get that out of my head.
I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight thinking about that.
I don't. Okay, sorry. We'll get that out of our heads. Aquiles, appreciate you coming on and breaking all of this stuff down for us. Of course, Aquiles Larrea is the CEO and founder of Larrea Wealth Management. He is the author of the book Your Money and You, the ultimate guide for Latino entrepreneurs. But I would argue it's for all entrepreneurs.
Before I forget, I have a new book out. It's called Wise Up With Your Money. It just came out now.
Congratulations.
It's on Amazon. It's on Apple. It's on all the things. The picture you see behind me, it's called Wise Up With Your Money. It's on Amazon. It's on Apple. It's on all the major retailers. It is more geared towards the American consumer. And we have an audiobook. We have all the wonderful stuff.
Wow.
We do everything, when we come out with these books. The first one was great for the good for anybody, like you said.
Good name.
Wise Up With Your Money, right there. It's available on Amazon. You just published it, so it's fresh off the press. So go check it out right there.
Hot off the press.
Hot off the presses. Thank you, Aquiles. We'll look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That is a good title for a book.
Wise Up With Your Money.
Mm-hmm.
Who doesn't need that?
No, Lord knows I do.
Oh boy. Yeah, I try to be good about it, but I think I'm more of a saver now, outside of my
I was a saver until I started dipping into my savings to stay alive. Well,
yes.
Thank you, Joe Biden.
Yeah, me too. So, I used to my late aunt used to always tell me her motto was it's not how much you make,
it's how much you keep. Correct. Yeah, no, I've I went through a period where I was making about $70,000 a year, not that long ago, and I owned my own house, I owned a car,
wow,
I had savings, I had investments, and a really good friend of mine was making $400,000 a year, and he owned nothing. He rented an apartment, he leased a car, he had no savings. And I'm like, where the fuck is your money going? And I'm like, he needs Aquiles' book to wise up with his money. And what was happening was that basically he was living beyond his means.
Right.
He was
at $400,000 a year.
He had an $8,000 a month apartment, to rent
in the city.
In the city, and I was like, okay, but live somewhere. Like he had 3 kids. He sent all 3 of them to expensive private schools. I think he was spending, $40,000 or $50,000 a year each for them, pre-K to 12, before they went to college. And that's after tax. New York City has some high income taxes. And so, he literally, I remember just it was that whole thing, it's how much you keep. Well, he didn't keep anything. So, it was just like, he wasn't the kind of person who was going to I'm going to go out for lunch and get a shawarma after this, right? He'd be he'd go and spend $50 or $100, always high on the hog. And it was just it's hard for people to understand. Well, I make $400,000 a year. That's a really nice paycheck. You're definitely in the top 1%, but you can't. But it's very easy to spend it, especially in a city like New York. So
that's, I would say, not being wise with your money. Not being wise.
Yeah.
So holy cow.
It's what you keep. It is about what you keep.
It is truly what you keep. No matter what you make, it's about what you keep. And that's
No, obviously, if you're making $10,000 a year, you can't keep anything.
Well, obviously, right? You just can't live. There's a baseline, but then everything kind of in between is based on how you choose to live, and how you choose to shop, and all of those.
And there's all sorts of attitudes. I mean, like it's interesting to me. I know people who, like I buy a car, I drive it, I maintain it well, I drive it into the ground, I keep it until it dies, like screaming in pain.
Like
a lot of people don't do that. Yeah, I don't care.
I do not care.
I remember drove
my bucket Volkswagen with dings and dents all in the door. I mean, it was a bucket. Yeah. I mean, it was only a 2014, but she finally died. I called her Tiggy, because it was a Volkswagen Tiguan. I drove her into the ground until last year, and I got not a new car, but a used car.
Right. I always go like factory. I always go factory pre-owned.
Yes,
like 3,
I got
4,
the factory
5 years.
Pre-owned. Yeah. Exactly, a couple years old. And it has the extended warranties, because I don't care about the flash.
There's these new subway ads. I don't know if you've had those down in the metro in DC, but here in New York, where it's all about it's a company that I forget the name of it, but they sell like old MacBooks, like basically buy a 2021 or a 2022 refurbished old MacBook, and just buy that now, and you'll save a lot of money on computers. It's like really smart. Right. I mean, there's a lot of stuff like that where you can kind of computers,
I buy used and secondhand.
I keep my computer. I buy it fully loaded so that, with all the extra memory, and it will last a lot longer.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. I'm very, very good with my money that way. Like I like to cook at home. I like to, all those things. So whatever happens in the outside world, whether it's a trade
if
war,
I buy a coffee outside, I'm going to the deli. It's $1.50.
Bingo.
And
not Starbucks.
It's better. It's better coffee.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It's just how you choose to live. And to me, I don't care about brand names. I don't care. I'm like you. I drove my car into the ground. Like it was the ugliest, dinged up POS. Poor Tiggy, may she rest in peace, or wherever she got refurbished to a third owner or whoever. I don't know. But I bought used again.
Mm-hmm.
You just search high and low. I'm very good with the money. I don't care about brand names. I'm not one of those women that's like, look at my Louis Vuitton. I don't care. I've been there, in LA. It's unavoidable.
They're not even good looking purses. Sorry.
They're not.
Yeah.
And they're literally they're not even made of leather. Like my grandmother had a few Louis Vuitton items back in the day.
Those were different.
That's different. Those, I remember the smell of them. She had Louis Vuitton luggage.
My agent was like that. She was insanely wealthy, and she had that stuff.
And but it was my grandmother, and I remembered it smelled of leather, and if you touched it, it's very different but we're talking 45 years ago, right? Like
that's old school.
This is not the same. This is not the same Louis Vuitton stuff. So I don't care. I do not care about that stuff. And my husband is probably so grateful. I'm not that woman. I don't have all these.
I'm sure he is. Yeah.
I have a kid I want to plan for college to, all that stuff. And
my ex was way into stupid stuff like that. Like she wanted to buy a Lexus with a Coach custom interior.
My God.
And so I looked it up, and it's like Lexuses or whatever they're called. They're kind of bad cars. Lexuses. They're bad cars. They're terrible cars, right? Why
are they terrible cars?
They're kind of expensive enough to be expensive.
They're Toyotas.
But they're not high enough level to be really, truly great cars. You're just not.
They're the fancy version of Toyota. That's who owns them.
Right. You might as well just.
They're a good car.
Just buy a normal Toyota.
Don't take
that
the wrong way. Lexus actually has one of the best reliability.
This was
measure of reliability.
20 years ago, that wasn't really true. And
I don't know about
and basically I was like you don't want a car, you want a sofa with wheels on it. Just buy a nice sofa, because she was like, it's really about the sofa. I'm like, it's really about the Coach leather interior. I'm like,
Coach leather? I've never heard of that. That's nuts. That's absolutely nuts.
It's dumb.
I want a car that lasts and is comfortable and that has the good warranty. That's what matters to me. And that's, the way I look at life. And that's why your friend.
Also, I like
400K,
cars that don't cost a lot to maintain.
Yes.
Like my
that's
mom.
why your friend 400K had nothing.
My mom drove a Cadillac, and I inherited it when she died, and it was like that. I mean, it was a pain in the ass, that car. I mean, when a Cadillac or any car like that, needs repairs, holy shit, the parts.
But it's a GM product.
Yeah, but the parts cost a fortune. It sucks.
Specialized parts, it's
and
not
also
like interchangeable with like
no, it's not like
Buick LeSabre.
No, it's not like in the old days. Like I used to drive a 1966 Plymouth Barracuda, great car, and all of the it was a California car. You can appreciate this. I was the second owner. I literally bought it from a little old lady from Vallejo, and it was a great car. It had the drop down seats in the back. So you could throw, like, she was a painter. She could throw her big pallets back there, and it was and it had a V8, and it was like 340. Holy shit! The V8 small block, nice engine.
But you can change.
But that's what I was gonna say. Right? It took the same parts as like a Dodge Dart and like a Chevy Nova, all sorts of like. So it was really, even though the car was ancient, it really wasn't hard to get the parts
but that's
at all.
the scam of cars too, right? Like they deliberately do that. It's like your iPhone. It's like iPhones.
Yeah.
Like before the new iPhones. Well, you and I both got our new phones at the same time because we were forced to.
Yeah.
Product, like obsolescence, right? But Apple, up until recently, they came under fire for basically it's a scam that you have to use like their charger, like their
yes.
And then they do the updates because if you buy the knockoff charger on Amazon for 1/10 of the price, they do an update to the phone to recognize that that's not a real Apple charger, and now your $6 charger doesn't work, and you have to go buy their $30 charger. That's
and their chargers aren't that great. They always bend and break and break.
Yeah.
And I'm really careful. I always carefully put it in a circle, and I put a little thing on it.
That's why I still mourn my iPhone 8, but Apple deliberately made everything. Again, another luxury, right? I kept my damn iPhone 8 until I got the 15.
I still missed the button. Remember
I missed the button.
I missed the button. Yeah.
I missed the button.
They're like, oh, you won't miss the button. I miss it.
No, I do miss it. And I don't buy a new phone every year. That's another way that they get you. It's
like, and then they're like, oh, well, don't worry, it's just part of your monthly bill. It's like, then my monthly bill is like $300 a month. That's like, fuck that.
I don't want that. No, I want a paid off phone. I want a paid off.
That's another strategy for me financially. Is I would rather pay one lump sum every now and then than to have anything regular. Monthly bills are death, and they are to be avoided. Or if you periodically, everyone should just look at their monthly bills and ask themselves, is there anything I can do? Like sometimes you can call up the New York Times and say, oh, I'm going to cancel. And then they'll say, oh, okay, we'll give you 3 months for free or whatever. So you can, or the cable company, you can say, I want to cancel. I want to pull the plug. And they're like, they'll give you a deal. Right.
I do that to all of my reader memberships, like to Bloomberg or to whatever. Like I just go pretend like I'm going to cancel.
Yep.
And then
you get a call.
Inevitably pop up with like, wait, we miss you already. Don't leave.
Go. We love
Here's
you.
the discount. And
we
I'm
always
like,
love you.
Assholes. Why didn't you offer me the discount from the beginning?
Like, like these days, I'm currently a subscriber to the New York Times, which I'm sure you are too.
Yes.
And it's like, and I'm sure you've seen, I'm getting these emails that say like, oh, you can get the New York Times for $1 a month. I'm like, well, like you're punishing me for being a longtime subscriber.
Right. Yes.
And like, meanwhile, some like rube, some asshole that you've never heard of, you're going to give to, what the hell?
You're going to give $1. Right. I've been supporting you for 20 years and you're going to offer some.
Where's my dollar?
$1? Like, why aren't you giving me a subscription for $1? Like what the.
I don't know if they think about that stuff. I know they want new subscribers.
For retention. I don't know. Dude, you need to think about retention more than new.
Right. I agree with that.
Because their brand is dying and it's more people like you and I and our age group and above that subscribe to them.
That's true.
The youngs don't do that. So
yeah, it's basically deceased and older is their prescription base.
The Joe Bidens,
yes,
and
like,
the Gen
for
Xers
example,
is all they have.
That's what they've got. That's it. All right, we're in full agreement here. All right, sure.
I'm a tightwad. I admit it. I'm frugal. Our old producer, Lath, who some people used to call the Bitcoin bro, right? He notoriously always made fun of me for being so frugal. He said I squeaked when I walked because that's why when you asked about picking up a penny the other day, I said, absolutely. I will put my fingers in dirty water to pick up that quarter.
Dog poo.
I will get that money. But maybe not the poo, but if I'm walking along and I see it, absolutely. I'm notoriously frugal with my money. But I'm a good tipper. I always tip like where it counts. But the way I live my life is very modest.
Tipping well is a good investment though, because then you consume less spittle in your food, and then you have fewer doctor's bills.
It's good juju. Good juju, I would say. And because my family owned a restaurant, so I get it. But I also don't go out to restaurants very often. So there's that. So it's my chance to splurge and be kind to somebody that came from the industry my family came from. So
indeed.
All right. That's going to do it for us, guys. Thank you for staying with us. Please be sure to like and subscribe, whichever platform that you are on, to help us grow this little thing. I'm so stoked that we're hitting our milestones. It's like when you have a brand new baby, right, Ted? When you're a new parent and your baby, they're like, your baby hit the milestone. He's, this many inches long, and he's like, his weight is right on target. And you're like, yay, I have a healthy kid.
Exactly.
This is it. All right, guys. Thank you. We'll be back again tomorrow. Hasta mañana. See you at 10.
Bonsoir.
Bye.